This is it, the moment we've all been waiting for. This is the pinnacle of grassroots endurance racing in this country. This is the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. Kilometres in length, 77 laps. It's the one they all want to win. In the Sydney 300, expect the unexpected. Anything can happen in this race.
For this year's edition of the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300, the fifth running of the Sydney 300. It is going to be the biggest ever due to the expanded track capacity here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We are going to be starting 60 cars in tonight's 300 kilometres, 77 lap marathon endurance race. Not only that, but an unprecedented prize pool of over $11,000 up for grabs, thanks to the generous support of a number of sponsors for each of the divisions.
Each of the divisions, of course, offering $500 cash. You heard that right, folks. $500 cash for taking pole position in the divisions. That's A through E, each with their own marquee sponsor that we'll detail later in the coverage. And, of course, at the end of the night, once 77 laps of the 3.9 kilometre Gardner GP circuit at Sydney Motorsport Park are complete, there'll be $1,000 cash on hand for each of our division winners, along with $500 for second and $250 for third. We've never seen a prize pool like this, so we say huge thank you to all the sponsors of the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300.
Now, in addition to the Sydney 300, and we'll have qualifying for that coming up very, very soon, we've also got some support categories on the program this afternoon, including Mazda MX5 Cup, Clubman Challenge, Alfa Romeos and BMW E30s, but a very special event on the program, Jeremy Hodges Memorial for the Hyundai Excel Racing Series. Without any further ado, it's up to the commentary box with Dan McCarthy and Lisa Tatani.
Thanks ever so much, guys. Yes, this should be a cracking day's racing action. As you say, Lockie, not only in the capacity field in the Sydney 300, but in the support categories as well. We have to say condolences to the Hodges family. This is the Jeremy Hodges Memorial Trophy, and alongside me is Lisa Tortoni. Jeremy Hodges was loved by all up and down the lane, wasn't he?
Hi Dan, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. We've heard so much about him. Unfortunately passed away in a tragic accident, 23 years of age. The club and the category is doing everything the right way to celebrate, commemorate his life this weekend, and it's fantastic to be part of.
And there's nothing he'd like more than to see a field of 25 XLs lining up on the grid in front of us. So 25 of them. Endurance race, several cars sharing, as we can see on the screens in front of us. So Mark Strict and Colin Breacher will start from pole position alongside Muggleton and Harradine. Behind that, we've got Jackson Faulkner and then the Heffron Alessi machine. Beyond that, Shibaris and Longmore. Gavin Faulkner leading the Masters ahead of Blake Patterton and William Sala. Beyond that, Brewston Ward, Margaret and Ho, Adam Roberts and the Neve and Brown combination. Tabitha Ambrose comes out of position number 13 alongside McLeod and Sweeney. Williams and Gagan out of 15 and Wayne Jones beyond that. We can see at the back of the field the green flag is being waved just in the right hand side of the shot. So we are just moments away from the start of this one. The front row of the grid has been left vacant in memory of Jeremy Hodges, and it is for him that we are going racing here this afternoon. Pretty good launch from the number 12 machine down towards turn number 1. That's the Muggleton and Harradine machine. So from second, they take the lead and have built quite a significant margin on the run around turn number 1 and into the hairpin at turn number 2. They all file out. We 2 wide further back, possibly even 3 wide around the mid-pack there. But so far, so good. No contact down in towards the tight hairpin, the long left-hander that is iconic here at Sydney Motorsport Park. They swing it back around to the right. But of course, this race, a marathon, not a sprint. 1 hour long race ahead of us, Lisa.
That's right. So it's the first of the 1 hour enduros. We've got 2 coming up this afternoon. And they've got a compulsory pit stop of 3 minutes coming up, and that will open. We'll keep an eye on the clock at the 15-minute mark. Absolutely.
As we see the 115 Cup slot up the inside, that's Adam Roberts. Can he make it stick down into the following turn? He can. Good pass on the Patterson number 48 machine as they head back up the hill and around Corporate Hill. The fast left-hander caught out the very best over the years and then down the hill into the right-handed hairpin. There's a lot of elevation on this circuit as we see a move a little bit further behind as well. So there's jostling for position early on in this one. There's only the single driver that did qualifying earlier on today. So in this, it's all about 2 driver combinations and how your second driver will go. But there are some 1 driver combos as well. But the Masters car there of Gavin Faulkner is being overtaken by several of the Trophy Series competitors. We should explain a bit more about that, Lisa. There are, the Masters and the Trophy classes.
Yeah, that's right. So we worked out that if there was a combination of 2 drivers with a Trophy and a Masters driver, they would have to enter in the Trophy Series. We've got a total of 17 Trophy cars and 8 Masters, and Masters are anyone over the age of 45 and Trophy under 45.
Yeah, it's a really good initiative taken by Hyundai Excel Racing several years ago. We see that in South Australia and New South Wales because of the large grids. They're actually separated in reasonably sized grids in both of them. Whereas Victoria, at the moment, they're just sticking with the 1 class at this stage. But yeah, it's a really good initiative taken by several states as we see the big M on the front of the number 55 machine heading down the hill. That does signify that they are a Masters class. That's the Williams and Gagan combination, and Gagan will be competing in the Sydney 300 later on this afternoon.
He is, double duties for sure, and we see the Masters car, that's the president, Shannon Williams, and I do have to do a shout out. His wife, Nicole Williams, does a great job with the category. You'll see a lot of the competitors and friends and family walk around in merch, which is all embroidered by hand by her, so a great initiative for the club as well.
Absolutely. As we see down into the hairpin, we're nearly going 3 wide, a bit of a lock-up there for the Williams machine, but just about keeps it all together. No contact made, play on. But that's the fight for 10th position. 9th is the number 65 machine, and then all the way back outside of the top 15. So a really good battle on the fringe of the top 10. The top 8 really are pulling away at this stage of the motor race. 4 minutes down, as we say. It really is a long race. Strategy will play a factor. The pit window opens 15 minutes into this race, so when the clock in the left-hand side you see change to 45 minutes, that's when the pit window will open. It'll remain open for half an hour until there are 15 minutes to go, as we see the number 65 machine, that's the Nev car, being pushed back, and it is Nev behind the wheel at the moment, and he's lost a couple of positions, and he might lose a couple more, as here comes Tabitha Ambrose in the black machine, and another lock-up as Williams trying not to hit the tail of the 28 machine. That's the second lock-up though in about half a lap.
It is, and it's important that you mentioned how long it's going to be, an hour race. There's no refueling allowed during the compulsory pit stop, so it might be a bit of a trek for these guys to get through on one tank.
Yeah, it will be. Of course, really fast-flowing nature here at SMSP, Sydney Motorsport Park. As we see a move up the inside, it's difficult to make that one stick. You generally lose momentum, and we've just seen that, as I say, it play out with the number 16 car coming now up the inside. That's Billy Britton. I think it is Billy behind the wheel at the moment. That's what it says on the timing totem, I should say, on the left-hand side. It is Billy Britton, who is a front runner in the New South Wales series, so making up positions early on in this one. As they head around the hairpin, nose to tail all the way through this field. The top two have broken away a little bit early on, but nothing separating those behind early on in this Excel Enduro, side by side into the final couple of corners. Swings it around the outside, does Britton. Oh, two wheels over the concrete on the outside, and there's a move on the inside from the 177. Those are the brothers, Ben Crossland and Hayden Crossland. They were very good mates of Jeremy Hodges, as were many of the competitors in this field.
We heard from the Crosslands that they actually found a car specifically for this round to participate. That's how much it meant to celebrate and commemorate their friend.
Yeah, they said, we'd obviously love to win, but we don't expect to be at the front. All we want to do is pay respects to our really good mate Jeremy, and that's exactly what they are doing, and it's really good to see. And that's why everyone is here this weekend. Everybody wanted to do it for Jeremy.
We had a bit of a chance during lunch break to get all the cars on the front straight, and they did a lap and parade of honour, which was a very touching tribute. So yeah, you'll see that on Blendline later today.
Yes, thank you ever so much for joining us on Blendline TV around the world, and also if you're listening in around the PA at Sydney Motorsport Park. Plenty of racing action to come throughout the day. This is the first race that we are live streaming. It is the first of the Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup races, the 1 hour race. Then we go straight into Sydney 300 qualifying, 3 segments. We slowly eliminate cars from that one. Then we've got Clubman Championship, their third and final race of the weekend. Same for Alfa Romeo and E30s, and then MX5s. Then following that, we've got the Excel race number 2, their second enduro race. And then we conclude things with the big one, the Sydney 300, 2 wheels through the grass a little bit further behind. Look at these two, they're pretty similar in paint scheme. Red at the front, white at the back, and they were pretty close to each other throughout qualifying, and it's continued into the opening race. Sala gets a good run out of the corner. He's made the trip all the way from Victoria, so great to have Sala here with us this weekend, and that's the same with Tabitha Ambrose as well. So a few Victorians have come across, and we could go 3 wide here down in towards turn number 1. No, just about pulls the nose out there. I think that was going to be a really brave move if that was going to be stuck up the inside at turn 1.
It's brave enough going 2 wide, let alone 3. And you mentioned Tabitha Ambrose. I think she's been on the road. Oh, that was a late dive there from Sala, but he managed to get it done, and leaves a bit of a door open there for the number 64, still on the back there trying to make the move. Tabitha Ambrose has been on the road for quite a few weeks now, from Bathurst 6 Hour to Winton to the Bend, and now here, getting a lot of miles.
Well, I've actually called it the last 4 weeks on Blendline TV. Firstly at Winton, then the Bend, then back to Winton last week, and then here at Sydney Motorsport Park. So we've been following each other around the country the last month. As Sala makes a mistake, runs wide at turn number 5, and that leaves the door open into turn number 6 and loses that place back. They've swapped places multiple times in just one lap in the fight for 4th position, and there is another position change. So it's pretty evenly split, isn't it, between, there's a few more 2-driver combos, and back up the inside again comes Sala. Sorry, Lisa, I was just cutting you off there. But yes, Sala back up the inside once again into the hairpin. Brilliant racing between these two, but fair and clean racing, which is what we want to see.
Absolutely. This battle's going to continue on. For a while, it's 154 against the number 61, is it there? Yes.
No, 181.
181, so I must get my eyes checked, I reckon. We can see actually quite a few of the yellow stickers on the front of the cars, the Dunlop stickers. So Dunlop's obviously the new control tyre for this year for XLs around the country. And yeah, very prominent signage as well that we see in the Toyota E36 series and Dunlop Super 2 series as well.
Number 64. Going to go the long way, potentially. No, cuts to the inside. This is fantastic racing between these guys. Bruce drops back 1 place in the 154, so pushed back to 6th position, crossed the line in 4th, and already by the time gets to turn number 1, Sala sliding, turning into the corner, runs wide, and despite the 181 and the 154 battling away for position, it's now 64 up front, but Sala slots back up the inside at turn number 3. It's a difficult one, that one. If you haven't got the move done at 2, they can slot back up the inside at 3, and that leaves you vulnerable at 4, but if you can stay there, you will have the inside at this corner. Turn number 5, it really does lend itself to great side-by-side racing, does this Sydney Motorsport Park venue, and we are seeing that in spades early on in this motor race. As we see side-by-side again, these 3 have at least been too wide at every single corner so far this lap, and just I say that, finally they get back in line around Corporate Hill and down into the very tricky turn number 8 hairpin. Into the turn they go. It is a tricky one, that one. Of course, used to be a bit more grass out there. We saw the famous incident with Russell Ingall and Mark Scaife all those years ago. There used to be a bit more wriggle room on the exit. There's a bit more wriggle room on the exit these days. But it still is a really tough venue, that's for certain. As we look back, there's the 111 of Gary Hodges driving in his son's machine this weekend, which is really, really cool to see, and entrenched in a battle with a couple of fellow Masters cars a little bit further down the field, but a good battle for around about 20th position, just inside 20th position. He is in 17th, so 17, 18, 19, 20 and 21 coming around the final corner. As they come down the straight, might be able to hear a bit of breeze. It is a really blustery day here today. It's really sunny yesterday, real UV. You had to be careful not to get sunburnt yesterday. Today, very different. Quite overcast. There are patches of sun, as you can see. Real crosswind at turn down pit straight, and it means that there's a huge tailwind coming down here into turn number 2.
We'll just keep an eye on the radar as well. There was a bit of rain forecasted, and the clouds have been hovering over, but we're dry for now.
Yeah, that's good news, and it does seem like it is clearing. We've had the smallest of small spots, but nothing to be concerned about so far today. And yeah, we expect it to clear from here. As we see, the 71 has taken Hodges. And there's a replay further back. Sala, whoa, look at that, getting up on 2 wheels and still sliding towards the wall. Is he going to hit it? Just a graze and a knock at the mirror, but that could have been a lot worse.
Absolutely, he was very, here we see Shannon Williams, either he got turned around or a mistake on his own, but he's what part of the track? Where he turned 3 there.
No, it's a bit further around, that's turn 8.
Oh, turn 8, sorry, that's apologies there. we might get a replay on that, what happened with him there. He was in the battle there with Ambrose and a few others a bit further up the field. But yeah, like you said, I was very lucky to get away with that. We saw a few weeks ago at the Super Series, Tyler Collins had a bit of a similar incident as well.
Yes.
So I was lucky not to nosedive and flip over.
Yeah, that was spectacular for Sala. It looked all right to start with, just a little slide, but dug in a little on the grass and had two-wheel moments at very high speed. It's such a fast corner, is this one, and if the tail starts sliding, particularly in a front-wheel drive car, very hard to try and catch it. It's the 48 machine, slings it up the inside. That's Patterson on Ambrose, can't make it stick there, but Ambrose right in the thick of the action. Whoa, round went the rear end under brakes. Rare to see that in a front-wheel drive machine.
It is, yeah, just all on his own. Maybe a bit of a lock-up there, maybe an adjustment needed for the drum brakes at the back before the next race, but lucky to get away with that one.
There certainly was. A few positions lost, but no real damage done. Just a damaged ego, you'd say.
Absolutely, and he's on camera, live TV as well. So I'm sure you can rewatch that later on Blendline TV. We're live on the MRA Facebook page as well, the YouTube channel. Stream us from anywhere, really.
And the Blendline TV website as well. So yeah, many platforms to watch all of the action on as we head down into the turn number 8 once again. Up the inside comes Britain on Gavin Faulkner, who, as we say, is really battling the trophy guys at the moment, but did so well in qualifying. I noticed the Faulkners, we got one Faulkner, Jackson Faulkner in trophy, and Gavin Faulkner in Masters, and all qualifying long, Jackson was towing his father around the course and really gave his father a fantastic grip position. Obviously got to have a bit of driving talent as well, but really good thinking from those guys in qualifying, and it really did give a phenomenal qualifying position for Gavin Faulkner. There it is. So yeah, under brakes, around comes the rear. Good save. Lost 3 positions, 1, 2, and another one on the run to turn number 9, but no damage done. Play on. We continue without damage, which is what we want to see. Sala rejoined without damage and sits 16th at the moment. A lot more positions lost than what we saw from the Williams machine, but good news is that he is back on the racetrack. He was fighting in and around that 4th position, and now sits in 16th. So 12 positions lost, but plenty of time to make up that lost ground in that particular machine. The 181 machine is just doing it solo as well, so he'll know how the car's handling. That's one of the things in these 2-driver races. You're handing in over the car to somebody who hasn't driven it for a few hours, not quite sure how the car is behaving, where the tyres are at. That is one advantage of having the single driver. It
is, for sure, and I've done one enduro myself, but you have to obviously try set up the car to suit both of you. When you have a 2-driver car, you might have different sizes, heights, getting the right seating position as well, so there's a lot to think about you know, when you're sharing the car with someone. But thankfully with a 3-minute compulsory stop, they can have a pit crew person there, get the other driver comfortable. You don't want to be rushing seat belts and safety gear.
Yeah, absolutely. As they turn it into the turn once again. You may have heard us saying how much motor racing is to come. I'll come back to that point in just a moment as Tabitha Ambrose moves up the inside of the 48 machine. I think they've exchanged places a couple of times already in this race. So Ambrose up the inside of Patterson, and that's the number 29 machine of Thomas McLeod at the wheel at the moment. Thomas McLeod will be handing over to last year's TCR Australia front runner in Bailey Sweeney in a few moments' time, so that'll be a car to look out for. But the fight for 4th continues, with now the number 28 machine coming on into this battle. Up the inside though, or defending I should say, Roberts going the long way around. If he can stay there, he will have the inside for turn number 3, and there is going to be a bit of an overlap. Slots it up the inside, great race in between them, and he takes the place in the 1 of 5 machine. So Roberts moves up to position number 4, demotes the 154 of Bruce down one position. And then the number 64 machine, just sitting in behind as well. That is Caleb Heffron. Oh, sorry, no, it's not Heffron at the wheel in this first stint. This is co-driver of Dina Lessie, but yeah, Heffron, another front runner in New South Wales Excel, so expect that car to continue up the pointy end in the second half of this motor race.
I've just had a look at the clock in the top left-hand side of your screen. We're down to 41.
Big
what
slide.
a slide.
Saves it. Sorry to interrupt you there,
That's
Lisa.
okay. That was a fantastic slide. I think the 154 nearly went sliding with it, actually, just following at the back. We see the 154 of Bruce come up alongside the number 115 as they make their way.
There's a slippery surface flag.
We've got the lack of adhesion flag, and I saw a yellow light there as well. I was just going to make note that we are under yellow flag and the pit window is open.
Safety car has been called in this race, and not quite sure why at the moment. We will see cars come into the lane, and we will do so right here, right now. Pit window is open and has been, as you say, for 5 minutes, but everybody has to serve a 3-minute compulsory pit stop, and I imagine all 25 cars will be doing so, and this is the reason for the safety car. I think that's on the exit of no, that's towards the final sequence corners. That's on the run from turn 8 to turn number 9. Not quite sure which car that is. I'm sure we'll see it falling down the timing screen, but that's not the start to the weekend that they'd want.
Yeah, it looked like they're the number 68 of Monique Scriberus and Will Longmore, just from the colour of the car, but we'll get an update for you as soon as possible. That's a really unfortunate one. Monique's been driving extremely well. We've got a replay here for you of the slide. That is a fantastic save. As they say, if you're sliding, power on, and I guess that's what he did to get through that.
I like the more catchy, if in doubt, power out.
Oh, I love that. Love the rhyme.
Which is very much the motto, I think, of Excel Racing. This is going to get congested in the lane. Tabitha Ambrose struggling to squeeze her way in there, but she's done so successfully. Gavin Faulkner might have even more difficulties, and it's going to be a problem for the car behind Gavin Faulkner when the 3 minutes are up, as we see an in-car from the 111 machine. That is, of course, Gary Hodges. As he comes to a stop. So, it's 3 minutes from the moment you enter the lane till you exit the lane. If you do it in under that time, you'll be dealt a very severe penalty.
Great to have the onboard camera there. Thanks to Crisis Transport and Logistics, as well. A great partner of the Sydney 300. We see Gary trying to get out there of the car, and
I think he's a one driver. So I suppose 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Might as well take a stroll, stretch your legs. So we can see several driver changes taking place at number 65, and there is Gary just getting back in. Maybe he thought somebody else was going to jump in the seat for him, but no, yeah, he's doing the full thing. 38 minutes still to go on the clock. And he's chatting to his team. So that's good to see. And there is the Goodrich car. We've got a change of driver in that machine. That's the number 99 car.
He's driving with Scott Morgan there, and they're both trophy class drivers. See the pit crew watching the time there. So we're still on the safety car here. We haven't seen the car that we thought was stopped on the side of the track there. Now here we've got it's one of the Faulkner cars, which is stopped outside.
Oh, that's a big no-no. That is a huge no-no, reversing down the lane. I think they've mucked up the 3-minute window, and then this is absolute chaos at the end of pit lane. This is absolute chaos. So everyone's just waiting at the pit lane, waiting for the 3 minutes to elapse. That's not the idea of it at all. You're meant to drive down the lane and try and judge that 3 minutes perfectly. So that's not being executed at all. And instead you've got a sort of qualifying queue at the end of drivers waiting for it to go back to green. So we'll wait and see who's been over, who's been under, but that has been absolute chaos down there. Everyone's now leaving the lane, but goodness knows what has happened down there. Who's going to be over the time, who's going to be under it? But the fact that they're all going out there now at similar times says to me that that 3 minutes has now elapsed. But that was quite an interesting sequence of events, shall we say. But the one no-no for me was reversing back up pit lane. I'm certain there will be a penalty for that one.
Absolutely. We see the field here under control by the Cherry Motors SUV. The safety car donated by Cherry Northern Beaches. So thank you for supporting and supplying our safety car there. It definitely stands out in the cherry red. Of course, we hope to get underway soon. 35 minutes and 51 seconds remaining for this race. Hopefully we can get an update. I would have thought every car's come in now to do their stop. It makes sense to come under safety car and reduce the amount of time that you have to wait and join onto the back of the queue.
I'm just actually having a look at the timing. See if all the stops have been completed, and I believe they have. So that's good news out there. So that means it'll be a half an hour, maybe 35 minutes, we'll see. But it will be effectively a normal sprint race to the finish. So it's a 25 machine that leads of Colin Breiter, as he was before the pit stop sequence began ahead of Harradine. So that was a change because it was the number 12 car that did lead the opening sequence of corners, but Colin Breiter made the move. And look, everybody, the safety car is pulling away, the Cherry safety car, and that means that we are just moments away from the recommencement here of race number 1 of the Picture Partner Sydney 300 weekend. The first one anyway being streamed on the Blendline TV channels. Where is Colin Breiter gonna go? He has Harradine just behind him. I imagine it's now Muggleton in that car. Timing still says otherwise. Oh, actually, the top 3 have elected not to pit. So they have come around at the end of that lap and not pitted. So they need a safety car to bring them back into contention, really. So our race leader of the ones that have stopped is the number 26 machine, which is 3rd in the line. There it is. That's, in theory now, the race leader. The top 2 in this queue need a safety car to bring them back into any sort of contention. I saw when the safety car came out, a couple of cars stayed out. I thought those cars were going to come in the following lap, but they didn't. And, oh, that's tight. That's tight. They're not even on the same lap. That is the 26 machine getting back on the lead lap of the number 12. So, oh, this is really tight further back now. Lots of different speeds as they're all out of position, or a few are. Anyway, that's for certain. So I'll just come back to the strategy a bit more in a moment as Tabitha Ambrose looks up the inside of the Heffron car. It is now Heffron behind the wheel of that machine. The 64 has made the pit stop. Look at this, 3 wide down into turn. Oh, that's tight. Number 6. Ambrose sticking the nose up the inside once again, just ahead of Shibaris. A good 2 experienced Excel drivers there as they come around the turn. This is awesome racing. Awesome way to start off the stream, that is for certain. As Shibaris comes up the inside of Tabitha Ambrose, daughter of 2-time Supercars champion Marcus Ambrose. That's the black number 199 machine. And there is the slippery surface flag. So maybe I'm putting 2 and 2 or 1 and 1 together and making 2 a bit too presumptuously, but maybe the car stopped on the exit of this corner is the reason for that slippery surface flag.
So the number 64 there get hung out to dry on driver's right, managed to slip his way back into the line of cars as they make their way down the long Sydney Motorsport Park front straight, and look at them dive and weave and follow, try and get the slipstream as much as they can.
So Jones has come into the lane, the 490 machine, so that leaves just the 25 and the 12 yet to pit. Oh dear, trying to keep it in a straight line. We've had a bit of rain overnight and does so. That is the number 16 machine tumbling down the order. That's Billy Britton who's just got behind the wheel, or has he handed over the car to De Bono? It is De Bono now at the wheel, across the line in 5th, but will have lost a handful of places there. Costly error. Lap number 2, still cold tyres.
Absolutely, yes. We didn't actually get a temperature update of what it is out there, but we know it's cold.
Cold,
You're in a t-shirt.
yes.
We've got a replay here of oh goodness, he was very lucky there not to dig in as much as Preston Bruce did. Kept his foot in that one, the number 16, and was able to rejoin. But very bumpy out there. You don't really notice with the long grass.
Yeah, absolutely. And now holding up a train, Roberts, Ambrose, Shibaris, Heffron. The line continues. That is a great battle group just outside of the top 5. So they swing it into Corporate Hill, and up the inside comes Ambrose. She's locked up, she's missed the apex. There's contact with Roberts and with the number 16 machine of De Bono as well. That opens the door for Shibaris to come through. It also opens the door for Heffron as well. You're gasping next to me. That was quite a turn of events, but Ambrose went up the inside, locked up and made contact with not one but 2 machines. Fortunately, they've all managed to keep it facing in a straight line, and of all the cars, it was Ambrose that lost out the most there.
I was just gasping at the number 16. He was facing sideways there to the track there, but managed to collect that.
Certainly did, just about anyway, as they roar down the pit straight. Laps are just flying by. What an entertaining race this has been so far. Exactly halfway distance as I look down on the timing screen. Here's the recovering William Sala. The good news for Sala, though, is that he was far enough back to be able to come in that pit straight away, and that's what caught out the top 2. More lockups, though. Roberts this time in the 115 machine locks up, and De Bono slots back up the inside of the overlap. There's now damage on the front and the tail of the number 16 machine, but it's still performing strongly. Just that one unforced error last lap for the 16 car, but other than that, it has been a good race so far for that combination. Ambrose, though, it's all about the recovery. Quick reset, and away we go. Can't get too heated and in the moment with a mistake like that.
No, absolutely, and I think it's a big mental game as well. Like Ambrose is one of the drivers who are a single driver entry for this event as well, so having driven already 30 minutes, another 30 minutes to go, it's going to be a big challenge mentally, physically, to be fresh at the end.
Yeah, certainly will be, that's for sure, and that's going to be a big talking point of the 300 as well this evening, as we could see into the hairpin once again. This time Ambrose is the one being attacked as well as attacking. She's done nicely there, fought off the challenge from McLeod, and now attacking the number 65 machine of Neve. Into the turn they go. Oh, that was close to contact, and look who's drawing into contention. It's Sala in the 181. Ambrose looks up the inside, and Neve again there.
Bit of a touch there, the left
Very
rear
tight
quarter panel. They come onto the front straight. We got 2 wide, Ambrose and Neve. We got Sweeney in the car behind, is it now? And the number 91 as well, trying to make his way down. Oh, he thinks about it, but thinks better off to slip in behind. 2 wide they go.
Noah's Ark style around turn number 1. This is awesome. Oh, lock up for Shibaris further forwards. I think got away with it. And did, but yeah, further back. Ambrose being re-overtaken by the 29 machine of McLeod. Oh, sorry, it's Sweeney now, of course, behind the wheel of that machine. Sweeney doing a really nice job, but actually leave himself vulnerable to Sala on the exit of the corner. And through comes the 181 up the inside, but if Sweeney can hold it there, he'll have the inside for the next one. And regains the place. This is great side-by-side action, which we're used to seeing around this section of the Sydney Motorsport Park venue.
Just having a look at our timing screens there. It must have been the number 36 of Justin Smith, who would have been recovered during our safety car period. And also a note, the car of 132, Scott Ford, he unfortunately didn't start today's race due to a blown engine. A bit of bad luck there for Scott Ford, who also had an incident at the Bathurst 6 Hour last month.
And one of the people really that work behind the scenes to make the Excels race here in this part of the country. So yeah, a real shame for him. But yeah, it should be back out in coming events. But yeah, Scott Ford, the secretary of the New South Wales Excels in this part of the world.
A bit of a shout out to Picture Partners, our naming rights sponsor for the Sydney 300 event as a whole. There's a lot of signage up as well. The stickers look great on the Sydney 300 cars, and we thank them for their support of this event.
Absolutely, absolutely we do. And that rear tail that I saw was tapped on the Heffron car. It's beginning to come a little more loose there, I can see, on the right rear corner. Oh, this is brave. This is ultra brave from the 115 machine up the inside. How's that for a pass from Roberts? Can he hold it there? Oh, 28's going to have a little bit of an overlap on the exit of the corner. So Ho retakes that place. But that was a 2-for-1 deal down there into turn number 2.
Certainly was. Yeah, these battle packs are going on, and these guys, where are they? They're fighting for the lower top 10 positions, are they? Or they're down the back a bit further?
No, a bit further, just inside the top
there we go,
10.
7th, 8th, 9th and 10th there. So all points are important points. Obviously the winner of the Memorial Trophy will be the combined winner of both races.
Yeah, exactly. Accumulated points, the sort of usual round system, which of course we've seen in years gone by, of course, in supercars. These days, though, they've gone to more of a race-by-race format. But, oh, that's close again. You just hear the tyres being scorched, and you're looking for who's got the lockup and where a potential bit of contact could be made, but they just about got away with that. Notably, the 490 machine of Jones was on that lead lap, pitted, and lost 2 laps under green flag conditions. That's going to be vitally important because Colin Breiter and Harradine are going to be in the same boat. So they are the race leaders. They've dominated this race so far, by far and away the fastest 2 drivers on the racetrack. But they are going to go down a lap because they did not serve the 3-minute compulsory pit stop under safety car. They're just going to keep staying out there for 9 minutes and hope that another caution comes out. That's the only way they've got any chance of winning.
It is the only way. They can take that risk, and then if it gets to the 45th minute mark, they're going to have to come in and serve that compulsory 3-minute stop, and that's going to drop them down a lap. We still see the cars are still quite close together after that first safety car period, so we will wait and see.
Yeah, 3.2 seconds, just as we say, it's 3.8 seconds, the margin between those two out there on the racetrack. Both of them comfortably inside the 55s. The only other person inside the 55s is Jackson Faulkner, car number 26, who will take the lead of this race, and he is right in the group. He's second in the queue at the moment. So they take turn number 7. Of course, that corner used to have a bit of a chicane in it back in the day when it was known as Eastern Creek, but reprofiled was the 90-degree now corner to be the shape it is. That was to improve overtaking when it was relaunched to Sydney Motorsport Park, and it certainly has done so over the years. It really has created an extra overtaking opportunity down there at that particular corner as you go over the crest and take that quite slow left-hander. One of the great things though about this track is every single corner is an overtaking opportunity, and we're seeing that here. Oh, we nearly saw an incident, but the 154 had a look. Ward really poked the nose up the inside of Patterson, but there was no door ajar. The door slammed shut down in towards the final corner. It's an interesting sequence of corners, that the fast turn 9, and then it's almost a double apex left-hander, but it is classed as 2 different corners, turn 10 and then turn number 11. As we see more side-by-side action, it's in that same group as well. It's the Heffron number 64 and the number 16 of De Bono, and round the outside comes Bailey Sweeney, sliding it two wheels, the rear end slide around there, and looks up the inside of Tabitha Ambrose. Can't make it stick. Ambrose goes quite defensive, but runs wide. Heaps of understeer mid-corner. You can see the tyre smoke coming off. There was that much understeer. That probably needs to be altered for race number 2 later on today. You don't want that much understeer.
No, not at all. Obviously, the adjustments they can make, and we see Bailey Sweeney having a look and a good, halfway through the corner. Looks like a good move there. He's on the outside now, the next corner.
Squeezed Ambrose really tight, and that's so he can go wide and get the undercut up the inside at the very next corner, and that is exactly what he's done. This is the corner I was talking about before that's being reprofiled. He's ended up the inside. There's contact with Ambrose. Ambrose bumps her way around turn number 7 and towards Corporate Hill, just about holds on to things. But great racing between these guys. Sweeney now just trying to hold on to Sala behind, who himself now fires up the inside, makes the apex of the corner. They're going to be too wide on the exit of the corner. How kind is Sala going to be? Very kind. Nice racing between those two. Sometimes you see them squeeze each other up onto the grass. But that was great gentlemanly driving between those two. And that means that Sweeney now will be able to swing it back up the inside into these final couple of corners. This is absolutely fantastic racing between a Hyundai Excel front runner in William Sala and somebody who's really making a name for himself in national motor racing competition in Bailey Sweeney. Down in towards turn number 1. Sweeney, TCR Australia front runner last year, was so unlucky to win the title at the final round at Bathurst. Sala, I don't think had any idea there's 2 cars on the inside of him, and through comes Sweeney. Ambrose trying to go or hold it around the outside. And look at this, Faulkner's getting involved. The Masters competitor Gavin Faulkner taking it to some of the best Excel drivers in the country.
He is. We just saw out our commentary window the car number 65 of Neve came into pit lane, was travelling slow down the front straight as that battle pack went through. Oh, and who did we have off there in the grass on driver's left?
There was that didn't look like it was tracking right to me.
No, the 115 there of Adam Roberts, who was in the battle pack with Ambrose.
I thought it was Heffron car that was tracking slightly odd. There's a couple of slower cars. That's the Jones car, who's down a lap, moving out of the way. So that's good heads-up driving from Jones. But we look a little bit further back. They look okay now. But yeah, certainly it didn't look quite right. Oh, there we are. Oh, good save.
The back of the 64, very good save.
And it seemed like it was tracking perfectly, so apologies there. It's because we cut to it midway through, I think. But yeah, no issues there. How many saves have we seen already in this race?
So many. I reckon at least half a dozen there. There's high speed corners, great saves, a lot of good car control. And as you said, if in doubt, power out.
Yes, exactly right.
We have our leaders. Number 25 has made its way into the lane as we go to Dave in race control.
G'day, thanks Lisa for the handover there. I'm actually up here in the Sydney Motorsport Park race control. This is the nerve centre, the epicentre for all the communications, all the operations that go on in a sporting context when you run a race meeting here in the west of Sydney. So it's often referred to as the hamburger. We'll try and get you an exterior shot a little bit later on. But this is where our senior motorsport volunteer officials find themselves when they're running an event. So everyone in this room has volunteered their time. They're not doing it for a big paycheck. They're doing it because they love the sport and they love contributing to it. A number of the people in this room have been competitors in the past. They've worked their way through from working in timekeeping or an event secretary, flag marshalling, pit lane, and they find themselves in the race control building. We'll talk you through some of the different stations that are here in the race control building. Will follow me around. Over here, we've got the RaceSeaver system. So all the drivers and the co-drivers in the Sydney 300 and all the categories, we can actually talk directly from race control to the competitors in their cars, which helps to speed up and ensure the safety of the race meeting. Things like calling safety cars, calling red flags, and keeping drivers clear of any debris or lack of adhesion out on the racetrack. As we work a little bit further around the building, it is very busy up here, as you can see. We've got some additional advice from the driving standards advisor for the Hyundai Excels in Emily Duggan, who's up here with us. We run 2 stations for communicating to all the flag marshals around the circuit, who are the primary means of communication with all of the drivers via the flag signals that they've got. So we have a communicator and we have a logger to make sure that every communication that's sent out to the drivers gets logged as a means of ensuring the safety and the consistency in terms of how the race control is run. Moving further around, hi Emily, nice to see you. We've got our clerk, of course, Matt here, who's looking after basically it's his race meeting right at the moment. He's on the X. He's making sure that everything's run according to plan. We've got communication with our senior officials, people like the starter, our pit lane personnel, safety car, course car and things like that. It's being run through this station here. One of the unique features about Sydney Motorsport Park is one of the first facilities to feature an on-track lighting system. So in addition to the flags, through some of these terminals over here, we've got both live GPS tracking of a number of the vehicles around the circuit. We've got a CCTV system that's linked in with that GPS system. So if a car slows down dramatically or isn't doing what it's meant to, the CCTV system will automatically pivot and pick up that car. And then over here we've got our lighting system. We can communicate directly to the drivers. Some of the flag points have got individual control of this as well, but they can also turn it on and off from race control as well. So if you're running a low intensity event like a drive day or a car club day, you can actually run the event with very few trackside officials. One of the important things to do these kinds of days. And if we look out the windows, you can see pretty much the entire circuit. There's very few areas on the circuit that you can't actually see from up here in the nerve centre and race control. So this is just a short highlight of some of the amazing work that's done by our volunteer motorsport officials here at the picture partner Sydney 300 for Motor Racing Australia.
Thanks ever so much, Dave. That's brilliant insight into exactly what goes in at race control. That's really, really fascinating stuff out there on the racetrack. We also continue with some fascinating racing action. And our 2 race leaders have come in the lanes. So the Columbrita machine and now the number 12 as well. So a couple of changes of position. So that will mean that the number 154 car will jump back to jump to the head of the field for the first time in this race as we ride on board with Jeremy Hodges' father.
14 and a half minutes remaining, and the compulsory pit stop window is now closed, and we did see our leaders. They have dropped down to 20th position there actually after their compulsory pit stop. So that's the price you pay for obviously having to stay out and not being able to do it under safety car.
I haven't been able to really talk about what happened there as we see Gary Hodges making a move up the inside of the number 19. Great move into turn number 1 from Gary. So takes that position and makes another one up the inside now of the 71 of Gold as well. So brilliant racing from Gary Hodges.
In the car by himself as well. So as we saw in the in-car camera that we've got, he had to step out of the car for his compulsory stop and then step back in, a bit of a stretch.
See that the Neve car's come into the lane for a second time and has been there for quite some time. I think you mentioned that, so that's a real problem with that car. And up the inside, Gould, trying to reclaim that position. Can't quite do it there, down in towards turn number 5. This is some two-wheeled action there, over the curb, understeer on the exit. Gould certainly trying everything to reclaim that position on the 111.
He is, and we saw there the rear shot of the cars. They're all running the stickers, the 111 decal, which was, of course, Jeremy's number. So a great little initiative there by the club.
And not just his number, that was the very car that he has raced the last couple of years. So his father jumping in his son's car for his son's Memorial Cup, which is really, really nice to see. We sort of touched on it before, but he meant so much to everybody up and down the lane. He was everyone's best friend.
Yeah, he was. I didn't know him personally. We didn't know him personally, but he sounded like a very genuine, very friendly person. A lot of natural talent as well. He raced at Bathurst a few years ago. He and his dad bought the car and they built that up together. So a real family atmosphere, and we saw down in the paddock themselves the amount of family and friends that were around the car supporting each other. It was really good to see.
And he was pretty fast as well. That was not just a great guy, but a real great driver as well. And he's got side by side, we can see Sala and Roberts. Roberts will have the high ground, the inside turn number 5, and just about holds on to that position. But Sala has the pace, but struggling to really make it through the field at the moment. Certainly having to fight tooth and nail for every single position out there on the racetrack.
We've got just over 11 minutes to go in this first 1 hour enduro, and we see Bailey Sweeney there ahead of the number 199 of Ambrose, ahead of the 115, and Sala at the back there as well. This battle pack has been inseparable this whole race. And then at the back there, the Queenslander of Gavin Faulkner, his son leading towards the front. We've seen the Faulkners do quite a bit of racing across the border, New South Wales State Championship as well, so that's great to see. With Excels, as always, you can race anywhere, anytime, most weekends of the year actually.
Yeah, absolutely. As we say, Excels, just Blaine Line itself has been going around all around the nation following Excels, and there is Excel Racing absolutely everywhere in the country. There are so many of them, as here comes Ambrose up the inside. She had a good look there at Bailey Sweeney, but to no avail on that particular occasion. And here comes Sala now up the inside into turn number 2. These three certainly have some really good pace. It's a continuation. Where you finish this one is where you'll start next one, and Ambrose struggling to find a gear there on the exit of the corner. I could hear some revving in my headphones. I think she really struggled to find second gear there and get the drive out the corner. She's lost 2 places in just a single bend.
We're seeing here there's a mechanical black flag for car 16 from race control.
Yeah, come into the pit lane.
That would be the rear bumper, I think, hanging off.
Yes, absolutely right. So that's real cruel, because they were right up the pointy end of this field, and that is going to be a real pain, that's sure. But the pointers, yeah, trying to make us where you finish this one is where you start the next one. So very important to end this race strongly, and we're going to see 2 of the fastest drivers come from outside of the top 20 in the next race if it stays the way it is at the moment. A real jumbled up field, but there's no doubt about the race leader out front, or the top 2. It's the 68 and the 154, and they are nose to tail, with Patterson only just behind as well.
Will Longmore there only has a lead of about half a second, and actually that's the car that they share with Monique Skibberus, so that's a great result for those 2 as well. Both really close friends of Jeremy Hodges, and obviously a very important, touching time for everyone as they commemorate his life.
Absolutely. Well said there, Lisa. So they roar in towards turn number 2. Sala again. How many times have these 3 or 4 drivers swapped positions? It's remarkable. So Bailey Sweeney is pulling away now. Now it's the 115 of Roberts, first in the queue, second in the group, then Sala, and then Tabitha Ambrose after that moment not too long ago. Is now trying to recover. It's a real look about some of these Excels, isn't there? There's quite a few tribute liveries these days. These 3 electing not to. But Tabitha Ambrose, a real front runner in Victorian Excels in recent times, and really good to see a second generation Ambrose driver out there.
Absolutely it is. I haven't spoken to her for a while, but I think the case is just to get as much seat time as possible in as many different environments and different tracks, and that's what she's certainly doing. And obviously the team at a Macro Racing.
Whoa! Good save. Just about kept it facing in the right direction. don't know if that was more luck or judgment, but decided to stop braking and just let it run wide. I think that was a real smart move. If Roberts kept on the brakes, the back would have gone ahead of the front and would have been facing 180 degrees the wrong way. So good thinking there. Come off the brakes, stop the rear end slide. You will run wide, but there's no gravel, there's no grass out there. You'll just lose a couple of tenths and a couple of positions, and you're able to play on no problem. Whereas obviously if you spin in front of the field, you've got to get it back facing the right way. It's going to cost you more time and potentially more damage as well if another car comes around the corner unsighted.
I'll be keen to hear from a few of the competitors or the changes that they make in between the two races. They'll know obviously the track surface and conditions and seeing how the cars performed and what they come back with for the next 1 hour enduro, which is coming up a bit later today on Blendline. Oh, a bit of a lock up there.
Sala now running in deep. Ambrose back up the inside once again. And the 115 machine right on the tail.
You can't pick it.
No, you can't.
6 minutes to go, you can't pick it. Who's going to come out on top?
No, exactly right. So they roar down into turn number 4. There's quite a few corners where you go downhill here. This is another one. Falls away from you into turn number 5. Up to turn number 6, you go up the hill. And you think, oh, the next corner must be uphill, but no, it just falls away from you again down into the next one. So there's really 3 consecutive corners where the track's falling away from you. It's a tricky track, this Sydney Motorsport Park layout, as Sala just proves that, running a little bit wide into Corporate Hill. Roberts has the inside line. Such a tricky spot to overtake. Sala holds it round the outside and they'll give him the inside. Oh, the 154 from right up the pointy end of the field led this race a few laps ago. Ward has come to a stop on the run towards turn number 9. What has happened? Lost a couple of positions, fell down to 3rd over the last few laps, but race has come to a sudden halt for Lachlan Ward. What a shame for the 154.
That is a shame. Very good awareness there to pull off at the Marshall point in the gap as well, so we should see green flag conditions continue.
How many contenders have we seen really hit problems in this one? So Maastricht and Maastricht and a little bit further away, Muggleton, they both missed the pit stop opportunity. They did an extra lap under safety car, and that really cost them. And then as well, we've lost the 16 of Heffron with the mechanical damage. Had to serve a pit lane penalty to get that fixed. And that's the latest of the front runners to hit problems. So I'm expecting 4, potentially even 5 really fast cars, race-winning cars to come from the back of the field later on this afternoon. If this shows one thing, this afternoon's 1 hour race, or this evening's 1 hour race, we should say, is going to be an absolute cracker.
I think so too, and how good to see the single driver entries of the car 48, Blake Patterson, and Jackson Faulkner, also another single car entry, both up there, 2nd and 3rd. Great driving for them for the last 57 minutes.
As the 177 passes Hodges, that is for position a little bit further down the order. That's for position number 13. And we're right on board with Gary Hodges aboard the 111 machine, who's gaining back on the tail of the number 177. But yeah, what a immaculately presented machine the 111 is.
Sponsored by MD Steel. So they bought this car. It was actually donated for about a $500 prize as such. So yeah, it's cheap as it gets for cars, and that was back in 2018. Obviously, Jeremy, he was a rising star of the category quite a few years ago as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. But yeah, can't get a cheaper car than winning one in a prize. That's for sure. Hyundai Excels do. They are a cheap grassroots level category. Our Excels a real step out of go-karting, but yeah, don't get freebies like that too often. They take their way around the corners. You can hear tyres protesting further back down the field. Just 2 minutes to go now in this race. Absolutely flown by has the time of course, racing all the way through this evening and well into the night. We expect the 300 finish around 10, potentially even 10:30. If there's a few safety car conditions, but it's Sala and Ambrose once again going at it. They're both now, though, comfortably inside the top 10. So Ambrose, the 199 in 7th, Sala in 8th position. And it wasn't that many laps ago that those two were fighting for 15th, 16th position. So in this stage of the race, they really have come home strong.
They have. We see the number 29 there, share Bailey Sweeney currently driving, sharing with Thomas McLeod. That car has come way up the field, currently in 6th position. It's going to be a good one to watch in the second race and see how far they can move up as well.
Yeah, we're almost going to see a reverse grid race. Longmore certainly got the pace, and so's Patterson and Faulkner. But it's going to be fascinating that we've got these groups, these chunks, where there's so many fast cars towards the tail of the top 10 and then just inside the top 20. It's going to shape, as we say, for a fascinating race later on. But lots of points on the line for this one. And Roberts is keen to get those points. Up the inside of Sala, there's bumping down the pit straight. Door handle to door handle. 115 up the inside of Sala. Roberts has the inside in the blue machine and will take that position from Sala. So that moves him up to 8th. But Ambrose is just ahead. Both of these two can see 7th, and in fact Roberts is going for it straight away. Big lock up. There's a big load of contact there, and around goes Ambrose. Oh, what a shame. Hopefully she can get it back facing in the right direction and won't lose too much time. But Roberts stuck it up the inside there, and there wasn't really any brake lock-up, but there was contact, significant contact made.
Yeah, significant contact. Came from a long way back, and Ambrose was committed to that corner. We just saw a shot there of our race leaders at the moment as the clock ticks down to 0.
Yeah, it certainly does. So not too many laps to go in this one. Everyone's completed their compulsory pit stop. That's going to be no problem. In fact, a couple have made a couple of pit stops. Yellow flags down there into the final sequence corners. I assume that's still for the Ward machine, wasn't it, that came to a halt a few laps ago.
This is a great story. The number 68, I don't know if it's common knowledge to a lot of people, but Monique has been racing in the category for a while with her dad as well, and her dad's been quite unwell, Brian, who was a Masters champion last year, so this is fantastic to see her doing well, and Will Longmore also in the car at the moment.
Late checkered flag coming out there. I could just see the leader had already passed the line when the checkered flag came out, but checkered flag has been waved. Will Longmore takes the race victory. Brilliant performance from him in the number 68 machine alongside Monique Shibaris. Those two drove faultlessly in that one ahead of Patterson and Ho.
And that is Kerry Hodges there waving the checkered flag, or a family member as well, the Hodges family. So
pay more respects to Jeremy Hodges, of course, who they're racing in remembrance of this weekend. A real lovely lad was Jeremy Hodges, taken from us too soon, but brilliant to see all of the family here, and they are enjoying themselves so much. And here is his father, Gary Hodges, coming across the line, waves to the checkered flag. That's a very emotional moment for that family, and I'm sure that Jeremy will be watching down with a big smile, and I'm sure he thoroughly enjoyed that race.
that was very entertaining. The battle there between number 29, Sala, Faulkner, and Ambrose, that was great to watch. We saw a lot of great saves.
This is a replay of the accident on that final lap. Up inside, you could see that Roberts was looking in the left mirror a lot on the run to the corner. Not sure if he thought Sala was coming up the inside or what, but wasn't really looking in relation to where Ambrose was. and I think he's realised he's at fault, and he's actually waiting for Ambrose on the exit of the corner. I think he's going to redress that position. Whether or not that's going to be okay is another thing. And look at that, we don't have just people watching the action, but the kangaroos can't get enough of Hyundai Excels. And to be honest, there was nearly as much bouncing at turn number 2 as what a kangaroo would do in a day. There was quite a lot of off-track excursions in that one, but it is Monique Shibaris and Will Longmore that took the race victory in that one. And Will Longmore, a really, really good mate of Jeremy Hodges. That will mean a hell of a lot to him.
Absolutely, that was a great drive by them. 5 seconds ahead of Blake Patterson in second position, and third Marwick and Howe. Jackson Faulkner finished in 4th there, ahead of Heffron, Alisi, McLeod and Sweeney. That was a great combination that moved up a lot of positions. Can't wait to see in the second race. William Sala, Gavin Faulkner, Williams and Gagan, Tabitha Ambrose rounding out the top 10. Adam Roberts, great battle in that pack ahead of Britton and Vinks. The Crossland brothers had a bit of bad luck there. Gary Hodges in their number 111. Drew Gold, Tom Dazil, Muggleton, Hardadine, Goodridge, Morgan, Maastricht and Columbita disadvantaged there with the pit stop. Britton and De Bono 1 lap down. And rounding out the top 25 there, Wayne Jones, Brewston Ward, Neve, Justin Smith and Scott Ford didn't start the race there.
That was an absolutely fantastic Hyundai Excel race, and that is just the start of things to come here this afternoon as we head on well into the night here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Up next, we have Sydney 300 qualifying. All 60 cars will be out for that first segment, 25 minutes in length. It's all about being in the top 36, though, for Q2. So that's a 15-minute session. And then the top 20%, 12 cars, will be in Q3 to determine pole position for the this evening's Sydney 300. Of course, prize money on the line as well. $500 up for grabs in each of the 3 classes. So we look forward to all of that qualifying action to come on the other side of this quick break. Welcome back to coverage of the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. Qualifying is about to commence, and there we can see on the outgrid all 60 machines there lined up, ready to take to the grid. So we are not too far away from that. You can see so many competitors, production cars, improved production cars, production sports cars. There's little Mazda MX5s, Nissan Pulsars, although that isn't a regular in the Pulsar series. That is a very improved production Nissan Pulsar. So yeah, we are just moments away from seeing them roll out onto the racetrack. I'm Dan McCarthy, and alongside me for what will be a fantastic Sydney 300 later on this afternoon is Lachlan Mansell. Great to have you alongside me, mate.
Hi, Dan. Great to be back with Blendline TV. Great to be back at the Sydney 300. It's one of my very favourite events of the year. I mean, the whole 300 concept, it all started at Wakefield Park. You have to go all the way back to the year 2008. And after a number of very popular and successful Wakefield 300s, the concept then expanded. We had some 300k races at Winton starting in 2011, then a few up at Queensland Raceway and at Lakeside. We've seen 300k races held down at Phillip Island and more recently here at Sydney Motorsport Park. This is the 5th running of the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. We had the inaugural race in 2019, and since then we have run every year except for the year 2020, which was obviously cancelled due to the COVID-19 pandemic. But biggest ever field for the Sydney 300, and in fact the biggest field to start a single race in the history of all of the 300s at any circuit. We are expecting 60 cars on the grid for this evening's 77-lap 300-kilometre endurance race. Just a bit of a clarification, if you go back to the Wakefield and the Winton 300s in 2014 and 2015, we had more entries for those events, but it exceeded the grid capacity, which meant that we actually split the field into a couple of races, the A main and the B main. So 60 cars in a single race, that'll be the biggest track density that we've ever had for a 300k race, which, seeing 60 cars blast off under lights at 7:30 tonight, that is going to be something truly spectacular.
Yeah, certainly will be. As you say, traffic management is going to be a term that we refer to quite often later on this evening, I expect. Yeah, 60 cars can't beat a capacity grid of cars. And I hear that Dave Stillwell's down there in the lane.
I am, guys. What an incredible sight to see the full field for the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300 making their way out. Front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, turbocharged, supercharged, normally aspirated, fast road tyres, slick tyres, semi-slick tyres. It is an absolute smorgasbord of cars down here at pit exit. I cannot wait to see what the first part of qualifying unfolds before we keep moving through this qualifying session. It's set to be an amazing sight.
Certainly is, Dave. Certainly is set to be an amazing sight. As we say, this is all about being in the top 36. Got to be in the top 60% to make Q2. So we expect to lose all of our Division E and Division Division D and E competitors in this one, and quite a few potentially of our C's as well. We'll come on to the divisions in a bit more length later on, but that'll play a key factor as we see a stopped car on the exit of pit lane. That is the 311 machine.
That's James Hay and Tim Janke, who've come down from Queensland to run this weekend. That car was actually looking pretty speedy during the practice sessions that we had earlier on, but hasn't made it that far into this session before pulling off to the left-hand side of the circuit. And it'll be interesting to see if that car in that position actually triggers a red flag stoppage.
Yeah, fingers crossed it doesn't, but yeah, it's not in a particularly good spot, shall we say, down there at turn number 1, or the inside of turn number 1. Very strange that that's happened straight out of pit lane. So as soon as the pit lane speed limit has gone off, that car has come to a stop pretty quickly.
So, as you said there, it's all about, in this first segment of qualifying, doing a lap time good enough to get yourself into the second segment. It's a bit of a Formula One style elimination format, where we'll start off with all of the cars on the track. In fact, this is the first time all weekend that we've had the full field of cars out on the racetrack all at once, because up to this point, it's been split practice sessions. We split each of our 2 practice sessions into 2 groups. So this is the first time that the drivers are going to get an understanding of what it's like to be out on the circuit with all of the cars out there at the same time. And one of the unique things about this race, Dan, and it's been something that's worked very, very successfully in all of the 300s that we've had over the years, is that unlike production car races like the Bathurst 6 Hour or events in the Australian Production Car Series, there are no technical regulations per se for this event. It's what we describe as bracket-based racing, where the division that you are allocated into is based upon the lap time that you can achieve. And what that means is that we get a wide variety and diversity of cars, as Dave Stillwell spoke about a couple of moments ago, all able to compete on a level playing field.
Absolutely right. So each bracket, you've got a lap time within the bracket. There's a 4-second bracket for Division A. It's from 1 minute 38 to 1 minute 41.999. Division B is 142 to 145.999. So each division has a 4-second bracket. If you break out of your bracket during the race 3 times, you'll be moved up a class. Oh, that's a spin for the Holden Astra of Butt. So that's a big moment there. Fortunately, brings it to a stop before even touching the grass, but a big lose there down at turn number 4. Certainly some scorched tyres for that machine. but fortunately looks to be able to continue. We should touch on as well, there's solos, there's 2 driver combinations, and there's also a couple of 3 driver combinations as well, Lockie.
There are indeed, and the 3 driver combinations, they're running in divisions A and B, which, as we will discuss throughout the afternoon and the evening, the cars that qualify in the fastest 2 divisions do have to make a pair of compulsory pit stops. The cars in divisions C, D and E only have to make the single compulsory pit stop. That car of Hay and Janky still parks there at pit exit. It's actually not fully made it out onto the circuit, but it's still a separation there, a driver out of the car. So unfortunately, that car is not going to take any further part in qualifying, which means it will be starting in 60th and the last position on the grid.
Yeah, that's not.
And in fact, it's now a red flag, so the officials have decided that that car is not in a safe position, and because the driver has extricated himself from the car, that is actually going to bring the session to a stop. Let's check out a replay of this spin for the Oscar Butt and Troy Derwin Holden Astra, or HSV Astra VXR. That was the car that was formerly owned and run by Ryan McLeod in the Bathurst 6 Hour. Formerly, Oscar and Troy were running in a VW, but they've shifted across to the Astra. They've actually been very happy with its performance so far this weekend, but hopefully they haven't flat spotted the tyres too badly, because one of the regulations is you're not allowed to change tyres during qualifying.
Yeah, I was talking to a few competitors, and a lot of them deciding, yeah, they'll go straight into a new set of tyres and use that same set for the race. And I believe, Dave, you're down there in the lane again.
So we're down here at turn 1. We never want to be down here, particularly this early in qualifying. The number 311 of Tim Janky rolled to a stop. Drivers reporting a loss of power, but you would have seen before our volunteer motorsport officials signalling to the radio operators with their hands outstretched with their palms down. That's indicating the car needs a flat toe. So we've got the team from Clark Motorsport Safety on the scene, nice and quick. They'll bring that vehicle back into the paddock via the turn 4 exit road. We'll be back underway in qualifying in just a few moments.
That's quite a big story already, Lockie, because that is a Class B car. We expected that car to easily sail into the next segment of qualifying, and was likely to also be a contender in the top 12 Q3 session as well. So that's a real surprise that that's happened.
Yeah, not the setback that they needed. And I mean, qualifying typically, we say that it's not massively important for an endurance race like this, but when you've got such a big field, having to start right at the back of the grid, particularly in the early laps of the race when the field's going to be tightly bunched together, giving away all of that track position to your rivals earlier on will definitely be a disadvantage. And also having to start back in the pack, it's going to leave you a bit more vulnerable to the cut and thrust of the mid-pack, where we do expect to potentially see a bit of drama this evening. The pits are absolutely jam-packed, the field all lining up, getting ready to head out onto the track. And the thing is that the clock keeps ticking under this red flag period, so there won't be any time extension, and people have really not had the chance to record a representative lap time yet before the red flag came out. So it's going to be a fair bit of urgency in amongst the pack once this session restarts, to make sure that you get yourself into the next phase of qualifying.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? Particularly for the Class A and Class B. Just get a time. Doesn't have to be flash. It should be quick enough to get you through to Q2. And that is going to be the talking point of this one. But there is still plenty of time on the board. 15 minutes still remaining in this session, so 10 minutes down, 15 to go. Should be a quick recovery, a nice quick tow away, and then we should be back going once again. So not too much of a delay, and in fact we are back going, Lockie. Green flag already. Great work from the volunteer marshals and officials to get that back out there. And Dave, you got an update for us in the lane?
Qualifying back underway. Sorry guys, it's very windy down here at turn 1. Turn 1, a critical component of the lap. Drivers already hard on the throttle out of pit exit. And if you look in the background of pit exit, you can see where the turn 1, it's not banked. There's plenty of rubbish offline. Turn 1, the cars will approach at speeds over 250 kilometres an hour throughout the picture partner Sydney 300. Some cars with aero and full slicks will be apexing the corner at over 200 kilometres an hour. I know I'm a grassroots racer myself, but I can't tell you how exciting it is when the car makes it through turn 1 and it just holds on the way down to turn 2. Back to you guys in commentary.
One of the other reasons there'll be a bit of urgency at the moment is that there are some showers of rain. I know we've been talking about this a bit throughout the day, Dan, and the showers have mainly been off to the east coast of New South Wales, but just having a look at the weather radar at the moment, and there is quite a large and heavy weather front passing just to the east of Sydney Motorsport Park at the moment around the Homebush and Bankstown area. If there was to be some moisture on the racetrack, if that arrives and you haven't banked a lap time yet, that is going to ruin your session. So that'll be the other motivation for the drivers to get on with it here.
Yeah, certainly will be. This is one of the front runners in this race, but there's so many. We were discussing this earlier on, weren't we? There's at least 10, I'd probably say a dozen cars that can win this race this weekend, or this evening, I should say. It's going to be absolutely fascinating. Strategy is going to be vital.
We'll talk about strategy a lot, and even in qualifying there's strategy as well, because of the time brackets that we talked about. You want to be doing lap times that are right at the pointy end of your division, but you need to be a bit careful, because if you break into the division above, A, you'll lose the prize money for taking pole position within your division, but B, you will also potentially, if you move up from, for example, Division C into Division B or Division B into Division A, have to be spending extra time in pit lane in the race. So there is that tactical game to be played as well. Big thank you to the sponsors that have come on board. Drive Finance, our sponsor for Division A this weekend. MJS Electrical Products and Supplies for Division B. The Live and Learn Group supporting Division C for us. Crisis Transport and Logistics Division D. And Encon Enterprise Connect, our sponsor for Division E. $500 cash for the pole sitter of each of our 5 divisions. And then when we get to the race, it'll be $1,000 prize money for the winner, $500 for second place in each of those divisions, and $250 if you finish in 3rd position within your division. Now, speaking about the pit stops, the cars in Drive Finance Division A will have to do a pair of 5-minute compulsory pit stops. The cars in MJS Electrical Products and Supplies Division B, a 5-minute and a 2.5-minute compulsory pit stop, which you can do in whatever order you like. The cars in divisions C, D and E just have to do the single 5-minute compulsory pit stop. But one of the other regulations that has been a constant fixture of these 300s is that any pit stop where you add fuel to the car, you must be in pit lane for 2.5 minutes. So if you want to get late in the race, find that you're running a bit low on fuel, you can't come in and just do a quick splash and dash. You have to be there for 2.5 minutes. So making sure that you calculate your fuel correctly is the other thing that is very important, to make sure that you don't get caught out late in the race.
Absolutely. Supercars, they're always talking, aren't they, in the fuel races about critical lap number. Now, the difference we have is everybody has a critical lap number, but everybody's critical lap is different depending on the car that you're in. For example, the Pulsar will be a very different critical lap to the 2 BMWs on the screen.
And some of the teams have put long-range fuel tanks in their cars because of that. Because the thing is, if you get a safety car relatively early in the race, you need to be able to put enough fuel in to be able to get to the end from that point. Otherwise, you're at a disadvantage. If your fuel range is only good enough for half race distance, yes, you can get through on one stop, but it gives you no flexibility about when you take that stop.
Absolutely, yeah. As you say, I've spoken to a few competitors and they've gone, oh, compared to last year, yeah, okay, it's a bit more weight, but we've got an extra 50 litres this year compared to what we had last year. And that just gives them that flexibility mid-race to allow them to pit that bit earlier under safety car and make it home to the finish. And it will be a crucial point of the race. There's 60 cars in the grid this year, 13 more than what there was last year. It's going to make for such a hectic racetrack. As we can see on the screen at the moment, there are just cars absolutely everywhere, all the way around. Nobody in this session, the A's, the B's, nobody's going to get a clean lap in this particular qualifying segment simply because there's that many cars on. And the marshal's going to be getting sore arms from waving the blue flags all session long.
Indeed they are, and having a look at the lap times at the moment, Todd Herring was the fastest driver on the racetrack, so he had punched out a lap time of 1 minute 38. That was the fastest time that we'd seen in the session so far. In fact, it's 1 minute 39.3. At the moment, 4 seconds quicker than any other car on the racetrack, so it's a pretty good effort considering that the racetrack is so heavily congested at the moment. But Todd Herring, two-time winner of the Sydney 300 with Andy Harris in a dramatic finish at the end of the 2019 race when he overtook the ailing Ed Kramer and Stephen Thompson Mitsubishi Evo, literally out of the last corner on the run to the checkered flag, and then he came back and won it again solo, dominated the race in 2021. Not surprising to see him running up the top of the order at the moment. Daniel Kapitanovic moving up into second position in the Pinnacle Automotive BMW 328i that he's sharing with Adam Thompson. Those two drivers actually have the record, Dan, for the lowest grid position that a 300k race has ever been won from. They took victory in the Wakefield 300 in 2022, coming from 16th position on the grid.
You mentioned there about grid positions and about Herring, of course. In 2022, he had an issue before the race start. He did take the start, but he had to do it from the back of the grid. He marched forward on that day all the way to finish on the podium. So it really does show that. There in the Lancer is Chiara. Now she's, I had a chat with her yesterday. You'll see that on the broadcast later on this afternoon. She's really got into racing. Just 16 years of age. She raced in the Sydney 300 last year, but this time doing it solo for the first time. She's also doing double duties because she's racing in the MX5 Cup as well this weekend.
Indeed she is, and we've seen her doing some racing in the Mazda RX-8 Cup Series as well, but she's being mentored by Dennis Panner, former driver in the Commodore Cup National Series, who is also running in at the Sydney 300 tonight, and another one of our drivers competing solo in the number 888 Mazda MX5. Speaking of Commodore Cup, just wanted to send out some condolences to the Holdsworth family, former competitors in the Commodore Cup National Series, Lee and Brett Holdsworth. Their father, Glenn, who'd been battling some health issues, very sadly passed away on Thursday, and I know that over in Western Australia, where we've got the Supercars event happening at Perth this weekend, the Walkinshaw Andretti United team are running a tribute to Glenn Holdsworth on Chaz Mostert's supercar, which has actually taken pole position for this afternoon's supercar race. I won't talk any more about that because I don't want to spoil it for people who might be planning to watch it a bit later on, but we do send our condolences to the Holdsworth family. Lots of cars coming into the pits at the moment. One of the things, Dan, in these endurance races is that unlike professional motorsport categories like GT racing or supercars, where the teams have got lots of resources and lots of spare mechanical components that they can throw at cars during or in between sessions, because this is grassroots motorsport, teams typically have limited budgets and limited resources. So the key thing here is you don't want to use up too much of your car too early in the weekend. So particularly in this first segment of qualifying, if drivers are happy that they've banked a lap time that's fast enough to progress them into the next stage of qualifying, they will park up and save their cars, save all the mechanical components for later on.
I'm just looking, 14 minutes in the lane. Lap number 1 came straight in is Curry. I'll come on to that point in a minute, but there is an A-Class car towards the tail of the field. Dave, I believe you're down there in the lane.
Thank you, Daniel. I'm down here with the number 79 of Jet Herring, who has done just quite enough to make it through to the second part of qualifying. How are the conditions out there after the red flag?
Yeah, they're pretty good. The tyres I've got on it at the moment aren't the best, so it's pretty slippery and slidey, but it's looking pretty good for the race.
Now, speaking of the race, Jet, you're going to be attempting to do the whole 300 Ks or whatever number of laps you get done on your own. Have you got much practice ready for that?
I've done one Winton 300 and half of a Sydney 300, so I've sort of got an idea, but I think I'll be right.
Just make sure you pace yourself and have plenty of orange slices before you get on. Have fun tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Dave. Great update down there in the lane. He was doing really well last year, wasn't he? And then a mechanical failure, sort of about the half-race distance, really robbed him of what would have been a good result. Is that a really slow pulsar? It is on the racetrack. Here's a replay of what happened. Oh, big lose on the exit of turn number 1. Is he going to hit the wall? Yes. Oh, I think really, considering he's hit that concrete wall, he's sort of got away with that.
Jonathan Hovey and Richard Baskus in that car, and he's come back in to the back of the paddock area on driver's left at turn number 4. Good to see Richard Baskus back. We saw him sharing a car with Jason Miller in some production sports car races a couple of years ago, but he's made his return to racing in the form of the Pulsar series and lining up on the grid for the Sydney 300 this weekend. And catching up with Jet Herring there, he's trying to follow in the footsteps of his father, isn't he? His father's won the Sydney 300 solo. Jet will be trying to do the same thing tonight.
And it's his father that sits at the top of the timesheets at the moment. But it's not really about who's top of the timesheets. You just need to be in the first 36. And that was the point I was just going to make before we went down to Dave. The Kouri car, who's sharing with current TCR Australia reigning series winner Josh Buchan. That car has been in the lane for 17 minutes and there's only 3 minutes left. If that car doesn't get out in the next minute, one of the potential favourites for the race, a Class A car, might be knocked out in session number 1. So I'm really not sure what's happened to the number 31 machine, but that is a really bad start to their race weekend. I don't think it's planned. If he's been in now for 17 and a half minutes, I do not think that this is a planned pit stop and they're going to do a one-lap blast at the end. It's too risky.
Yeah, well, they're going to be out of time. It's as simple as that. So clearly there's something a bit more sinister with that car, which was very fast in the practice sessions that we had earlier on. So that will be an assignment for our pit reporter Dave to chase up what's happening with that car. So potentially we're going to have some quite heavy hitters starting well down the order. Charlie Kouri and James Hay, 2 cars that we expected to be figuring somewhere towards the pointy end, not getting a time in this session. They will be relegated to the rear of the field. May end up choosing to start from pit lane. We've seen that in the past. Teams that have had problems in qualifying, starting from pit lane, A, it minimises the risk of getting caught up in first lap shenanigans, and B, it means you can actually top up the tank with an extra lap's worth of fuel because you don't have to do the formation lap, which might just give you a bit of extra strategic flexibility. But yeah, not good early signs for either of those 2 entries.
A lot of the top runners have now come into the lane. There are a couple of class or division competitors that haven't quite determined their division. All the divisions will be locked in at the end of this session, but as we say in the race, if you set 3 laps faster or outside of your division, you will automatically move up a division.
So let's have a look at some of the cars that are out. So all of Division E will be out, and at the moment it's Parry Anastakis, one of the veterans of these 300k races. In fact, he is the veteran. He's done more of these 300s than anybody else, lining up, would you believe, for his 26th 300k endurance race, sharing that car with John Taylor, the 144 Nissan Pulsar. He's looking very good right now for pole position in Division E and $500 courtesy of Encom Enterprise Connect. Division D, it looks like there could be 1 or maybe 2 cars that actually scrape through in terms of our crisis transport and logistics Division D runners. The number 179 entry of Jamie Martin and Mike Kelsey, them as the MX5, and also the Daniel and Jeff Tierney Toyota 86. It looks like those cars might make it through to the second segment of qualifying. Cars that look like they're probably going to be eliminated: Ben Oldfield and Malcolm Steele in their Mazda MX-5, currently sitting back in 37th position. Also Ben Hanrahan, looks like he'll be out. The Subaru boys from Bathurst, Grant and Harry Inwood, the Subaru WRX, they're out as well.
Just seeing on the screen at the back, the 311 machine that we saw towed back to the lane with some mechanical issue has gone back out there onto the racetrack. That first time though, only good enough for 44th. That will still be a Q1 elimination, but he's got one final lap to make a difference. This lap is absolutely crucial. He's gaining on the back of the Golf though, the number 75 Golf, who runs a little bit wide there, but This is good progress being made. We said everybody's going to be suffering from this traffic. This looks like a good lap so far. So everybody now coming to the end of the session, setting their laps to try and make it through to Q2. 36 is the magic number. We'll lose 24. 36 will go through to the next one. And here it is, the 311, the bright pink machine. Turning into turn number 8, the hairpin on the back of the VRAG Commodore that you may be familiar with if you regularly watch the Bathurst 6 Hour. Always in the class fights it's the number 42 VRAG Commodore. But a final couple of corners to go. This is the big question. Will Hay make it out of Q1? Or will there be a Q1 elimination for this machine? Got the toe. This is perfect. Going to gain a few hundredths at least is the 311 as it comes to the line, Lockie. Where does it jump to? There we go. Very nice. Into 10th. He is safe from Q1 elimination. The big story, though, the big shock, the number 31. And Dave, I believe you're down there, mate.
I am, thanks Dan. I'm down in the garages of DNA Autosport. Very experienced team here, running two very different automobiles. We've got the pole sitter from last year's edition of the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300, the number 82 B&W M4. Marcus Liddell behind the wheel, did just enough to get through to the second part of qualifying. Very different story though for the number 31. Charlie Curry in the Honda Integra. Unfortunately, shifter cables became detached and unfortunately unable to select any gears aboard this K-swapped car. Unfortunately, wasn't able to take part in qualifying and will be starting towards the rear of the grid for the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300.
Starting at the rear of the grid, I think you'll find, because they're the only team that did not get a lap time in that session, but not necessarily a bad thing for us, from a spectator's point of view, because that's a very fast car that will be charging forward. Just having a look at what I was saying about Division E a bit earlier on. Division E, of course, brought to us by Entcom. Enterprise connects this afternoon. The top two cars in Division E have broken out, so they will be moved up to Division D. They also will not be eligible for any prize money within that division. So that means that your pole sitter for Division E will be the Hyundai Veloster, which has got the Agar boys on board.
Yes, good spot there, Lockie. And it looks like in D as well, just looking, a 1 minute 50.04. Can you get, or 03 even, can you get any closer to breaking out? So I think no is the answer there. 1 minute 50.03. And it sneaks through, does Martin, in the 179 machine. So the 179 car, that is the another MX5. So just about makes it through to the next segment as well. 36th position, and sneaks through to this Q2 out on the racetrack, and we have gone green already. This is a lot shorter session, and this is really where we do determine a lot of the class pole sitters. So we've determined E, this will determine D, and then from here I imagine we'll also determine C in this segment as well, unless there's a real surprise in this session. And there is the current Winton 300 winners heading out there on the racetrack, although down to just a solo driver. It's only going to be Jason Boydell this weekend.
Correct. So his co-driver unfortunately suffered some injuries, and that meant that it's Jason Walsh that we're talking about, who won the Winton 300 with Andy Boydell last year. Jason Walsh out injured, so Andy Boydell will drive the race solo in that car. I had a chat to him earlier on. I said, what do you think your chances are of an outright win here at the Sydney 300? And he said, honestly, not as good as at Winton. He said the field is a lot more competitive this weekend, and he also said that our Mazda MX5 doesn't have the straight line speed around here. Not so much of a disadvantage at the tighter technical confines of Winton, but here at Sydney Motorsport Park, particularly with the long mains train, you do need something with a bit of top-end speed. So they're just looking for a division win in that team this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd agree. I think probably an outright win is probably a little bit beyond their grasp, but they are certainly in contention for Class C victory here this weekend. Here is the 861 BMW out there on the racetrack of Keptenovic. Great to have them a part of the Sydney 300 this weekend. As you've probably already seen, there is so much variety up and down the lane in this category of the Sydney 300 endurance race. So it's open to improved production cars. It's open to production cars like you see in the Bathurst 6 Hour. It's open to production sports cars, and then your one-make series, your Mazda MX5 Cup series, your Nissan Pulsars, your Hyundai Excels, your BMW E30s, or even E36s. It's a real wide variety, but you can't just bring whatever. You can't bring a V8 supercar or a Carrera Cup or anything like that. There are certain regulations, but it is very open.
Yeah, so there are some cars that are not eligible. So basically it does have to be a car that is somewhat production-based. So you're not allowed a GT4 or a GT3 car. Of course, they're not considered to be in the sports of in the spirit of the regulations. But certainly a lot of those cars from other categories that you mentioned, Toyota 86 Series is another category in terms of one-make series that has contributed plenty of cars to the 300s over the years as well. And on screen at the moment, a couple of cars that we expect to be contending for outright pole position and probably outright victory in the race tonight as well. Benny Tran, our defending winner in the BYP Honda Integra, supercharged engine under the bonnet of that car. He had to work hard for victory in the Sydney 300 last year. Early tyre delamination, which forced an unscheduled pit stop, came in, replaced the tyre, went a lap down, but was able to find his way back onto the lead lap with some canny pit strategy. Did back-to-back pit stops under the first of two safety car interventions that we had in last year's race, and that was good enough for him to fight his way back onto the lead lap and ultimately take victory.
It really did show last year, didn't it? As you say, a lap down early, but a brilliant strategic move to take both of his 5-minute compulsory stops under a real lengthy safety car period early in the race, and it meant that his rivals found themselves pitting under green or under a shortened safety car, and it meant that he really brought himself back into contention late in the race, and by the time all the pit stops had concluded, he was the race leader, and it was just a case then of bringing it home. It was strategy that won the race for that car last year.
Now, Jackson Copeman in car number 86 has punched out a 1 minute 38.2. That is only 0.2 of a second away from the fastest lap time that you are allowed to do. Nobody in any division is allowed to go faster than a 1:38.0 on more than 2 occasions. You actually get excluded from the event if you break out of that lap time on a third occurrence. And the reason for that regulation is to discourage people from turning up with cars that are too fast or not in the spirit of the event. But that number 86 Mazda MX5, you were talking before when we were watching up on the roof of the pit complex during one of the earlier practice sessions about just how fast that car is in a straight line.
Yeah.
And in addition to Jackson Copeman, the very talented Jimmy Vernon, former champion of the Toyota 86 Series, a front runner in the Super Ute Series as well. He is going to be co-driving with Jackson. So that is a car that is 100% a contender for outright victory this evening.
Certainly is. This car is new to this race, but one of the drivers behind the wheel, Will Harris, did drive and won the C-Class in spectacular fashion on the final lap of the race last year. He drove alongside his brother in that race. His brother a bit unwell, bit under the weather, so sitting out for this weekend. But in his place steps their father, Bill Harris, who is the owner of this car and has owned it since brand new back in the early 90s.
And we've seen this car doing lots of racing in sports sedans over the years. Despite the fact that it's a sports sedan, it's not a V8. It's actually got an old Heavy 6 Valiant engine under the bonnet, but it's been tuned up to produce a fair bit of horsepower, and that car certainly has plenty of straight line speed. Will Harris, his brother Brad, we've seen them doing impressive things in TCR. In fact, Brad Harris was the overall round winner in the last round of the Super Cheap Auto TCR Australia Series down at Phillip Island, but as you mentioned, not here this weekend, or not racing this weekend due to a couple of minor medical issues during the week, but certainly Will and Bill Harris will still be a good combination. We've got a Lotus in the field tonight as well. That's the 173 car of Glenn Townsend and Aaron Wemyss. We've seen that Glenn Townsend has raced in a lot of these 300s in that car over the years. The car's been on the podium at the Wakefield 300 on a couple of occasions. It's been on pole at the Winton 300 as well, running the supercharged version of the Honda motor. And that's another car that is going to be somewhere there or thereabouts, you would imagine.
I'm just hearing that Dave is down there with our Class E pole sitter.
I am, guys. Thank you so much. Well, it's smiles all around here in the Agar and Agar garage. They've had a car swap from a Hyundai i30N down to the Hyundai Veloster. Slight shrink in engine capacity, but that means they're right at the front of the Enterprise Connect Division E. So we've got the brothers here. Now, Nick, you were behind the wheel. Talk us through that qualifying session.
Yeah, it was pretty good. A good lap. It was pretty close, like 1/10 before breaking out, so we can't go any faster than that. But yeah, conditions are good. Truck was good. I was a bit worried when they did the red flag. I had to cool everything down, but yeah, I got it done in like 2 laps, so happy.
Really great job there. Less than half a tenth of a second separating the top two in Division E. And of course, we did also have someone break out. And of course, one of the benefits this year in the Picture Partners Sydney 300 is we've got real cash prizes thanks to Lendrive Finance. So here's Lisa Tatani from Motor Racing Australia presenting the cheque for $500 to your Division E for Enterprise Connect, your pole sitters for the Sydney 300 this afternoon.
They're absolutely delighted, that as they should be. That car is immaculately presented.
It sure is, and well done to the Agar brothers. As mentioned, a change of car. You'd expect that the Hyundai Veloster's not going to be quite as fast as the turbocharged 2-litre Hyundai i30N that they were originally scheduled to race, but still competitive. All right, let's have a look at our current positions. We've got 6 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in this second segment of qualifying for the Picture Partners Sydney 300. And Jackson Copeman with a 1 minute 38.2 fastest at the moment, ahead of Benny Tran in the Honda Integra. Marcus Liddell third in the BMW M4. Then it's Todd Herring fourth. Miles Jones sitting in position number 5 at the moment. Now, he nominated to be in Division B, but he has broken out. Miles Jones, he has punched out a 1 minute 41.8. Fastest you're allowed to go in Division B is 1 minute 42. So he'll be moving up into Division A and therefore copping an extra 2.5 minutes on one of his compulsory pit stops. He'll now have to do 2 5-minute stops. Glenn Townsend back then to Graham Elliott in the Fast Track Commodore. Chem Ucell, we saw that he and Ian Salteri had a great run to second place outright last year in their VW Golf. Drew Hall in 9th, Max Gagan in the BMW rounding out the top 10, but it's really, we need to focus on the top 12 because the cut-off point to get you into the third and final segment of qualifying is position number 12. Everyone from 13th down will be eliminated, and at the moment, James Hay, who we saw pulling out that great lap to get himself out of Q1, is on the bubble in position 12 on a 1 minute 43.1. So at the moment, a 43.1, that's the time that you will need to eclipse if you want to book yourself a spot in the third and final segment of qualifying.
Did set a PB in Sector 1, but doesn't improve that time around, so stays in position number 12. There's a few PBs a little bit further down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 I can see PB sector times, so he could be threatened. That car on the screen, the 777 machine you just saw, that is the car that you were just referring to, has broken out, so that is why that was on the screen. As we see the cars continue to come through. 4 minutes, just over 4 minutes left on the clock. Notably, all of the A-class cars are already through. So that's, or already in the top 4, I should say. No issues there. There's no dramas. So the remaining 4 A-class cars have all come in the pits and are just sitting tight, ready for the top 12. They do not feel threatened. There's a little bit of a change further back. Vucevic, in the number 73 car. That's just moved up a couple of places.
Tom, and I don't like to correct you on air, but I am in this occasion because it is quite a tricky surname to pronounce. Wayne Ornger always used to correct me when I got it wrong back in the day when he was racing in Aussie racing cars, but it is Vacečević is the pronunciation for that one, and he's sharing that car with Bob Popovac, one of the Honda Civics that's being prepared out of the BYP stable this weekend. Also, interesting to note that a few cars in Division C have broken out. Now, Michael Ricketts and Josh Haynes, they were planning to run in Division C, but the fastest permissible lap time for Division C is 1:46. They have punched out 1:43.5, so they have well and truly broken out. And based on that, you would have to say that they will be elevated into Division B. So at the moment, the car that is on pole for Division C, it's not going to be the Ian Joyce and Ben Sheedy Commodore, because it's broken out as well at 1:45.4. To go back to get to the fastest Division C car that has actually done a legal lap time, you have to go back to Jerry and Lee Burgess, who are currently sitting in position 25. All of the other cars that had nominated Division C have broken out. So we're going to end up with not as many cars in Division C, and I think a few more in Division B than perhaps we were expecting.
Yes, yeah, absolutely right there. And that could happen in the race as well, potentially a few more changes as we go. So that's what all the different colours mean on the left-hand side on the timing chart there as well. We'll talk you through them a bit more as the race goes on, but effectively green is A, the light blue is B, and then the darker blue with the yellow numbers inside is C. So as you can see, there's a couple there that are certainly higher than where they should be. But what I like is with the Burgesses, they really stay out of trouble. They're 300 veterans. They know the drill. They know if you break that time, you'll break out, you'll go into a higher class. They're regularly C drivers. They're C division drivers, and that's exactly where they've set their limit to.
And they've parked up as well.
Exactly.
They've gone, you know what, if we go faster by 100th of a second, we're going to break out, so let's put it away and let's focus on the race. So I'll tell you what, I can't remember a 300 before where we're going to have so many cars having to do 2 compulsory pit stops. That is 24 cars that are going to be in either Division A or Division B. So a lot of cars that are going to be required to make 2 visits to pit lane tonight. That is going to throw things wide open in terms of race strategy this evening.
Certainly will. And I hear Dave's now down there on the lane with our Division D pole sitters.
Thank you, guys. Well, it was a mad first part of qualifying, particularly for Crisis Transport and Logistics Division D. The minimum lap time for that class is 1:50.0000. And Jamie, you managed to do a 1:50.03. Now, did you have some sort of sixth sense to like just lift the throttle across the line, or you just knew what the car could do?
Well, I do challenge Bathurst regularity, so I was keeping an eye on the lap time. I was still pushing pretty hard, and I thought I just got to get it down the straight and like keep it at this pace, and I should be able to do it. So, yeah, I had to make up a bit of time just coming around the back because I was on a 1:51, and I thought I need to go hard, and yeah, so I'm really stoked. Yeah.
Well, the efforts for you and Mike have been rewarded. We've got a $500 cheque from Lendrive Finance for you guys to share. Now, you've done a 50.03. Don't go any faster than that tonight because we might have to come back and take the cheque off you.
All right, I'll try my best not to.
Thanks, guys. We've got a really great and happy team down here in the garage for Division D.
Just a little bit of an oddity, that isn't it, Lockie, that if you do break out during the race, you do get that pole award taken off you because you're no longer in that class. It's no longer yours to keep.
I'll tell you what, though, if you're going to break out, it's better to do it in qualifying than to do it during the race, because at least now those teams that have broken into perhaps a higher division than they were planning on, they can go, all right, well, we've moved up a division, we can now calculate our strategy based around that, whereas if you were to break out, for example, from Division C into Division B during the race, that means all of a sudden you might have to do an extra pit stop that you weren't planning on doing, And if you break out late in the race after the pit window has closed, that means you'll actually get retrospectively penalised for not doing a pit stop that you were supposed to make.
Yeah.
So you are better off breaking out in qualifying than in the race.
Oh, I've just seen Kiara
Zavatakis.
Yes, she just improved a couple of places, but unfortunately just shy of the top 12. She ended up in position number 17, but a PB on the final lap there. Are there any big names that I can see? There's certainly a few B-class cars that haven't made it, but we did expect that the B-class cars would be sort of split, some making it through and others not, and we will see at least 5 or 6 B-class cars fight it out for their class pole, along with A's in the final segment of qualifying. But should say Division D, brought to us by Crisis Transport and Logistics. Each division has a sponsor, which is really, really good to see. So many sponsors jumping on board for this ever-growing event.
Fantastic, and we can't say enough about the effort that Terry Denovan puts into this event, as well as all of the other MRA meetings that he promotes throughout the year, and the fact that the entries filled so quickly when they were opened is testimony to just how popular these events have become. So it's now a case of, and then there were 10 minutes on the clock, and this is the 12-car shootout to decide who will take outright pole position for the picture partners Sydney 300.
And the 2-time race winner is the first one onto the track, and followed by the defending race winner. We have 3 winners of the Sydney 300 this weekend. Harris returning for the first time in a number of years as well, so it's a really good quality field of competitors. The 818 machine just heading out there. They've been a runner-up in the Winton 300 in the past, just missing out. Did Jimmy Tran, that's Benny's brother, just missed out with late race heartbreak a couple of years ago in the Winton 300. But this is it. This is the final 10-minute session to determine pole position for this afternoon's or this evening's picture partners Sydney 300. Already 1 minute has elapsed, and there's still not all of the cars out there on the racetrack. Important numbers to note. Division A cannot go faster than 1 minute 38, and Division B cannot go any faster than 1 minute 42. We'll be looking out for that.
We saw last year that it was Josh Buchan in the BMW M4 that this weekend has been shared by Adrian Wilson, Anthony Saul and Marcus Waddell did break out last year and went faster than a minute 38, and based on what we saw in qualifying session number 2, that Jackson Copeman and Jimmy Vernon Mazda MX5 is dangerously close. So you do have to be a little bit careful that you don't get sucked in to battling so hard for pole position that you forget about the overall objective of what you're trying to achieve, because if you're in Division B and you break into Division A, you'll miss out on the prize money. You'll also end up with having to do an extra compulsory pit stop, and equally, if you're in Division E and you break out, your lap time will be disallowed, and once again you'll miss out on that pole position prize money, and you'll also have a strike against your name, which counts towards 2 more, and you're out basically. Now, one of the other points that I want to highlight is that we do actually have 1 reserve entry. So the grid position capacity is 60 here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We've already had 1 car move up from the reserve list into the race as a result of the demise of the Dimitri Agathos Full Gas Racing Subaru WRX that had some problems in free practice yesterday. And we do have 1 more car on the reserve list, which is the David Bailey and Aaron Lloyd BMW E36. So if any more cars have problems during qualifying and can't make the start of the race, David Bailey and Aaron Lloyd will be drafted into the field and start from the rear of the grid as we start to get some sector times, and it's Todd Herring who's fastest through sector number 1. Benny Tran out on the circuit at the moment, and he's only less than 1/10 of a second away from Todd Herring through the first sector. Drew Hall out there as well, the car that he's sharing with Jimmy Tran. That's the second of the BYP Integras, but it has a naturally aspirated engine as opposed to the supercharged motor that's under the bonnet of Benny Tran's car.
I just saw there, speaking of Benny Tran, using going all four wheels off on the exit of that corner, the tight hairpin. Were track limits mentioned in the driver's briefing this morning? You went there. Was that mentioned? Because there are several places where track limits could be a factor in this final session.
Yeah, and that corner there, the exit of turn 8, is definitely one of those corners where officials will be keeping an eye on people exceeding track limits. The other one is the exit of turn number 5. If you run wide out onto the right-hand side there where there's that big tarmac extension, that's the other spot where you can gain an advantage, and you will potentially have your lap time disallowed if you run too wide, as Benny Tran punches out a 1 minute 38.2, 38.3 for Todd Herring. So they're pretty close to the fastest that you want to go. Jackson Copeland moving up into 3rd position. Yet to see a representative lap time by the 4th of our Division A runners, which is Marcus Liddell in the BMW M4.
Just watching Herring absolutely flinging it around the back section of the course. Sun really setting now as well. You can see his eyes in the hairpin. Look at that MX5. It just squats down out of the hairpin and it flies down towards turn number 9, 10 and 11. Will he be slowed down by the traffic ahead? I think he's just about going to get away with it. In fact, he might be in the perfect reach of a toe. So what is Herring going to do on this lap? He's already done a 38.3, can't go too much faster. He's going to be up the inside of the 777, and it is a 38.16. That's pretty close to the mark. That's pretty close. That's going to be hard to beat with 5 minutes to go. How much do you risk it? That is one of the questions. How close can you get to the 1 minute 38 bracket? So you've got 3 drivers within just half a second.
You wouldn't want to get much closer than that, would you? He's within 0.16 of a second of the fastest lap time that you're allowed to do. Very good afternoon to Shane Otten, who was tuning into our live stream on the screens of Glenline TV this afternoon. He's watching the live stream. A former winner of the 300s at both Wakefield Park and at Winton with David Radatz. In fact, David Radatz is here this weekend working on a few Mazda MX-5s. His son, Zach Radatz, is driving with Stephen Head in one of those MX-5s. But Shane saying to me in a text message that he'd love to get back with David Radatz for a throwback entry. Well, you know what, Shane? I was actually mentioning that very fact to David earlier on today, and I 100% agree. Would be great to see you guys back together, so hopefully see you back next year.
Yeah, it'd be great to see them back. Absolutely echo those remarks, Lockie. Just saw the 818 getting a little bit squirrely down at turn 2 under brakes. This car currently sitting in position number 7, 3rd in the B class. But notably, I'm looking, the 777 has broken out 1 minute 41.1, and that means that the Golf, the 222 Golf, is really the Class B pole sitter at this point in time ahead of this machine. Now, gotta say, the 222 Golf is in Class B, right up the pointy end of Class B, but with pure consistency, staying out of trouble last year. They finished 2nd outright. It was an unbelievable performance.
But once again, their plan will be absolutely to try and run at the front of Division B all night. You can see that having punched out that 1 minute 42.1, they have parked that car up. They do not want to go any faster than that. They will be quite content to sit there. So, like you said, they're Miles Jones breaking out, and that car now looking like it will be making 2 5-minute compulsory pit stops. He already broke out in the previous session anyway, if you remember. So he was already going to be in Division A as it was.
So effectively now he's fighting those ahead of him, and unfortunately 2.5 seconds ahead of him, those green labelled ones in the top of the screen. This is the number 86 that we were talking about not too long ago, and he is now within half a second of the top time set by Todd Herring. But Copeman, I'm surprised it says Copeman's behind the wheel, because I spoke to Jimmy Vernon just 10 or 15 minutes before our stream started. And Jimmy was saying, I'll be jumping in for qualifying. So he'd only done 6 laps in practice. Didn't do many laps yesterday. Didn't do many laps in practice earlier on today. So he'd only done 6 laps. He said qualifying is going to be my time to get used to the car. So I'm surprised to see the Clubman name next to the 86 car on the screen at the moment. As we see Gagan moving up to position number 6 in the 555 machine. PB there, 41.9, another one to break out. But with Gagan, they didn't actually specify a class, so they haven't necessarily broken out in the 555, but that locks it in to the A-class division for this afternoon. Here is that 86, the really nicely presented MX5. It certainly doesn't look like one. It's got a huge rear wing at the back, incredible aerodynamics at the front as well, and it flies down the straight. Possibly the fastest car in a straight line here this weekend. It is something quite special, that machine. Stays on the 1 minute 38. That was a slow lap that time through. I'm just hearing that Dave's down there in the lane. Now got our Division C pole sitters.
Thanks, Dan. So I'm down here with our Live and Learn Division C pole sitters. Just like in the other divisions, this one was decided by Mr. Burgess, managing to stay just 1/100th of a second above the Division C floor lap time of a 1 minute 46. So did you have a bit of premonition with that one, or you just rotated off the throttle for a microsecond as you approached the line? Predictive lap timing, what got you there?
Look, probably a bit of luck. There was two laps to warm up, just to try and dial in. And then the last one, it was close, but probably a bit of luck as well.
Now, I had a chat with Burgess Senior in the lead up to the race. Now, you guys only want to do one stop, but your fuel window's fairly small right in the middle of the race, isn't it?
That's right. If there's a safety car about mid-race, that'll be very fortunate for us, but otherwise we're in trouble a little bit for safety cars.
But we do know from the Winton 300 that you guys are still pretty competitive, even when the car's only running in a single gear.
Yeah, look, we hold Evo 9. She's brought us home a bit wounded a few times, but we've finished most races. So I reckon, tonight good cold air, and we'll get stuck into it.
Fantastic. So I'm going to bring Lisa in with the $500 check from Lendrive Finance. What a great job by the Burgesses in the number 33 Evo.
And of course, Division C sponsored by Live and Learn Group. Well done to Lee and Jerry Burgess. They're going to be the highest placed car on the grid that only has to do a single compulsory pit stop in tonight's race. While that was happening, the checkered flag came out, and congratulations to Todd Herring, who takes his second pole position at the Sydney 300 and his fourth for the 300k endurance races. Last time he started this race from pole position, he went on to win. Could it be a good omen for him tonight? We'll find out the answer to that question a bit later on.
I noticed he set a faster lap on the final lap. He was only 1/10 from breaking out prior, but he improved, fastest in the final sector, and set a 38.05. They're finding these minute margins, aren't they, of just about not breaking out. We've seen a few break out, but our class winners have done a mighty job at getting so close to that mark. So it will be the two-time race winner, Todd Herring, that will start from pole position tonight. He will start alongside the Wilson-Liddell combination in the number 82 machine. The defending race winner, Benny Tran, I don't think he'll be too disappointed with that out of position number 3, ahead of the MX5 of Copeman and Jimmy Vernon. Miles Jones, we think, has now moved up to Division A, and same with the Vincent Gagan combination. Beyond that, Ucell and Slattery in the 222 Golf. Then the 311 machine. What a roller coaster of a qualifying that session they had. Remember, just moments into Q1, they were stopped on the side of the road.
Good recovery for those guys, and very shortly we'll be having pole position presentations for Division B, presented by MJS Electrical Products and Supplies, and also Lendrive Finance, who are our sponsors tonight for Division A. We've got some more support races coming up for you as well the Clubman Championship, their third race of the night. Not too far away, but very well done to Todd Herring. By my calculations, 6 cars then to compete in Lendrive Finance Division A and another 19 cars in MJS Electrical Division B, which means that there will be a total of 25 cars making 2 visits to pit lane tonight. That's the most cars that we've ever had having to make 2 compulsory pit stops in the Sydney 300. Here's a look at what's coming on for you throughout the rest of your afternoon and evening. We've got Clubman's Race 3 up next, also the Alfa Romeos and the BMW E36s coming out for a 20-minute race. Mazda MX5s, then we're back into the Hyundai Excels, the second race of the Jeremy Hodges Memorial event. It'll be Lisa Totani back in the commentary box for that one. And then the feature race of the evening, the Picture Partners Sydney 300, getting underway at 7:30 this evening.
Absolutely, plenty of action before then, but yeah, we'll be up with the Clubman Championship after this quick break. We are just moments away from the next race, heading out there onto the racetrack. Brilliant view from turn number 2, one of the iconic sections of this track. Turn number 1, Lockie, is so crucial to keep momentum, and it really does set up a great overtaking opportunity into that corner.
Indeed it does. Turn 2, one of the key overtaking spots on the racetrack. Turn number 8, the hairpin, one of the other good passing spots. And since they changed the configuration of the circuit quite a few years back now, where they took out the kink before the left-hander, it used to be turns 6 and 7, but now it's basically just turn 6 because it's just a single left-hander. That's really turned into an overtaking opportunity as well. The Clubman Championship, good to have the Clubmans here supporting the MRA this weekend. They're coming out for their third race of the evening.
I believe Dave is down there in the lane with our Division B pole sitters.
I am, guys. Now, they put in a giant killing performance at the Bathurst 6 Hour just a few short weeks ago, finishing 4th outright and 1st in Division A1. And they've brought that class-winning or division-winning performance to qualifying at the very least for the Picture Partners Sydney 300 tonight. I'm down here with Ian Salteri and Jem Usel from Harding Performance aboard their VW Golf. Only a 10th in it to the breakout of 1:42 in that lap time floor, but you did quite well.
Yeah, I'd love to say we had another second to go catch the guy that broke out, but that was about our pace today, so really happy with that. I think it was only 4 100ths to the car behind, so really close and a couple of tenths back to the next one, so it's going to be a great race tonight.
Now, we saw you have the run last year where it was a bit of a sort of an under-the-radar run, putting a lot of development work into the car after your, shall we say, not so bright and starring performance in last year's Bathurst 6 Hour. Boy, you've turned things around the last 12 months. What do you attribute that to?
Yeah, we've been working really hard on the car. Guy from Harding Performance has done a great job helping us set up the car. Running slick tyres and a bigger turbo in this kind of race, but as opposed to the 6 Hour, the 3E rules makes a big difference to our overall lap pace. And Jem, who manages the car and also is my co-driver, has done a great job maintaining it throughout the year. So yeah, it's little bits here and there. We haven't changed a whole lot, just little bits.
We'll go across to Jem. So you've got the job of driving the thing like a metronome tonight, but you do have that small issue of having to run both a 5-minute pit stop and a 2.5-minute pit stop being in the front of Division B. Is that going to be something you're all set up to run tonight?
We're set up for the pit stops, all ready to go. So we're confident. We've done this many times, endurance racing, so this is what we're good at. So and this car is set up for endurance, so I don't think it'll break us wet today.
Well, you certainly got plenty of practice in at the mountain a few weeks ago. Nothing to stop the Harding Performance boys in their golf this afternoon. We'll bring Lisa in with a cheque from Lendrive Finance, $500 to the winners of the pole position for Division B.
And we are just about to go green. Clubman Championship race number 3 underway. We've got a staller.
That was our pole sitter. That was Ivan Schraber, who's won both of the races that we've had so far there, Dan. So stalling on the grid out of pole position, and Jos Kroon from the western suburbs of Sydney will lead them down into turn number 1. So, yeah, Ivan Schraber, who not only has been the race winner, but also had the fastest lap in the couple of the races that we've had so far. He's going to have to work for it a bit harder in this one because he's given the rest of the field a massive head start.
He's been the dominant race victor so far by over half a minute in both of the first 2 races. So even if he starts half a lap behind, he's still got a chance at taking the race victory in this one, that is for sure. So Clubman Championship out there on the racetrack. We've got quite a few laps ahead of us, but our race 1 and 2 winner has a lot of work to do in the number 61 machine, that is for certain.
Oh, big brake lock-up coming into, that was the car running in second position of Russell Butler there, with a lock-up heading into turn number 6. Managed to get that wheel unlocked and get it into the corner, but these cars are very popular amongst automotive enthusiasts who like doing a lot of work on the cars themselves, because they're cars that generally come in kit form, and we've seen that over the years a number of these competitors have basically designed and built their own cars. They have a very good power to weight ratio. Typically they run rather, small capacity and lightweight 4-cylinder engines, but you don't need massive engines in terms of capacity in these cars because they are so lightweight.
Look at that already. The 61 has overtaken these 2 machines. The 777 and the 171. Grant and Woodcock have already been overtaken, and now he's got the blue machine of McBride as well. So already he is shot back up through the field and sits in position number 3. Remember, Lockie, just over 3Ks ago he stalled on the line.
So it just goes to show the pace that Ivan Schraber has had in that PRB Clubman S4 so far this weekend, running the 2.5 litre engine. We see engines from a variety of different manufacturers. There are some who have run with Toyota engines. There are others who have had Honda or even Mazda engines. Some of the older ones are running the air-cooled VW Beetle engines as well. But the Clubman community here in New South Wales, it's always been quite a passionate community. There are a few cars missing from the field this weekend, so drivers like Glenn Coutinho and Sue Tahir, who you would normally expect to be competing, not here, as we see another move from Ivan Schraber as he gets up the inside of Russell Butler, and that is into second position. So it's only taken a lap and a half for him to recover all but one of the positions that he lost by stalling on the grid. Next man on his hit list will be Jos Kroon.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, another big lock-up, trying to get it turned in. The car wasn't having it. The front left absolutely scorched there, down on the run towards the hairpin. But nevertheless, Butler able to continue without any more issues, but he'll be driving around on a 50-cent piece. He'll be losing all of his fillings. That's for sure. You can really feel it, particularly on such a smooth circuit like this Sydney Motorsport Park layout is. Butler, an interstate traveller, everybody else from New South Wales, but Butler has made the trip from down south in Victoria up into New South Wales this weekend, and great to have him a part of the series.
Fastest lap of the race, unsurprisingly being recorded there by Ivan Schraber, 1 minute 42.9. And that was more than 2 seconds quicker than our race leader, Jos Kroon. So won't be long, I don't think, before Schraber reels in our race leader as back up in the top spot.
I'm just hearing Dave, you're down there with our Sydney 300 pole sitters.
Well, they may not have painted the car black. Sorry, they may not have painted the car red, but it's certainly no red herring down here with our pole sitter, Todd Herring, aboard the number 77 Mazda MX5 Turbo. Todd, you're planning to run the race solo tonight. It's a little bit easier to run the race in the front. You've got the cheer squad in the background. Tell us what this means to you and the team.
Oh, mate, I'm a bit lost for words. Really wanted this pole position. Just hoping that pole position curse doesn't strike me.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll cut you a deal. You do a really good job, and I'll make sure the commentators never talk about you so we don't curse your performance at any point this evening. Look, have fun tonight. We know that last year's Sydney 300 you were mired with some fuel pressure and fuel pump issues. I know that you've done a lot of work to solve that. Tell us what we can expect tonight.
Mate, hopefully just flawless running. Hopefully that was the plan. All the work I put in the car over the last few months. That's all it was for, just flawless running. Got diff coolers, gearbox coolers now, different hub setups, so hopefully I'm there at the end as strong as I was at the start.
It sounds a little bit like Grandpa's axe. Everything's original except for the handle and the head. We'll get Lisa to bring in the $500 check for our pole position winner in Lendrive Finance Division A. Great job down here for the pole sitter, Todd Herring, for Herring Performance.
That is our picture partner, Sydney 300 pole sitter, and here, while we're away, was the overtake for the race lead. Second lap in a row, he's made the move at turn number 6 and made it look easy. He's already bolted, fastest lap of the race last time through, 41.4. He's got a lead of over 2.5 seconds already, and as you can see, the sun is setting quickly.
It has actually pretty much set and disappeared over the hill behind the Blue Mountains, so the artificial light here at Sydney Motorsport Park starting to take over from the natural light. Not really a surprise there to see Ivan Schraber carving his way through to the race lead, and Jos Kroon didn't even bother to fight that position. He stayed up well out wide and allowed Schraber to slice through on the inside. 10 minutes down, 10 minutes to go in this Clubman race. Final race of the day for the PRB Clubmans.
Absolutely. They've had a busy day, qualifying first thing this morning, and then from there 2 races, and then this, the final third encounter. So yeah, busy day for a lot of our sport categories. Straight into quali, and then going through. The XLs are a little bit different. They were straight into quali, but they've only had the one race because they have such long races. 2 1-hour endurance races for the XLs this weekend in remembrance of Jeremy Hodges. And that first race in XLs was an absolute belter. It really was. And it really, with strategy and where the safety car fell, cost our 2 fastest drivers, and it means that they'll be starting from the back of the field. So it's going to be a really exciting Excel race. But in the meantime, we're watching this fight for position number 5. It's pretty close between McBride and Woodcock. Both of them set PBs last time through. A 48 flat for McBride, but a couple of tenths faster was Woodcock that time by. And in fact, they are both catching Grant as they come down the straight. Oh, a bit of bodywork coming off. I saw that on the grass, and it's only just happened then. I'm not quite sure which machine it is. It's this one. Where's that come from, Lockie? Somewhere towards the back of the car anyway, on the number 77 machine of Butler.
Good thing that it ended up on the grass there and not on the racetrack, and it's actually come off. It's the front guard of that car that's gone missing. So yes, good thing that it came off and ended up on the grass rather than on the racetrack. So that means that we're not going to need a safety car interruption to remove that from the circuit.
So yeah, just around the headlight, as you say, configuration, it's ripped off. There's a whole little patch missing right at the front of that machine. As we look to the race leader, doesn't this thing sound absolutely glorious on pit straight as it roars down? Such a long pit straight is this one here at Sydney Motorsport Park. There's been a lot of racing here over the years. Of course, the 500cc World Championship had races here. Even the very popular at the time A1 Grand Prix, where nations fought against nation. And a bloke called Nico Hulkenberg won a couple of races here. He's gone on to do all right, hasn't he?
Indeed he has. So those A1 GP races were a highlight. We had them here for the first time in 2005, and then they were here in 06, 07, and actually, no, it was early 08 rather than late 07, and that was the final time that we had the A1 GP cars here. But yes, Nico Hulkenberg made a name for himself. Nicolas Lapierre from France won a couple of races here as well for the A1 GP, and they were certainly well attended from a spectator's point of view as well.
Certainly were, that is for certain, and that was the time when, of course, IndyCar was, or champ car as it was on the Gold Coast as well, on Australian shores. Great period of Australian motor racing. Look at how dark it's getting now. The number 49 machine, though, is definitely catching up to the 777 ahead. So he's gone from looking behind, and now he is looking ahead. The number 49 right on the tail of Grant. Woodcock has dropped back.
We check out a Picture Partners replay. So this is a moment that's happened at turn number 1 on the run down to turn number 2. And has he sailed around the outside? Or has there been another issue up at turn number 3? We'll stay with this shot.
No, we're just showing another angle of that intense battle for position. But staying the same, it's Grant from McBride, the 777 from the 49 in the fight for 4th position. But at this stage, this person is just that bit further ahead. This is the number 19 in 2nd place, 16 seconds behind the race leader and about 6 seconds ahead of this car. Butler, PB last time through, a 1 minute 46.4. A couple of seconds notably faster than the driver in 2nd place. But is it a bit too little too late? 6 seconds the margin. There's only 5 minutes to go. But at a couple of seconds a lap, if he keeps that up, he might just get there. It's going to be close, that is for sure. But the 77 swings it around the turn. And are we missing a car? Not quite sure there. No, I think the other one had already gone through. But yes, the 777 from the 49. 4 minutes, just over 4 minutes left on the clock. Look at all the fans in the car park at the back of the shot as the floodlights come on for the first time around the venue this evening. It is so cool to see this Sydney Motorsport Park venue under lights as there's a bit of smoke at the bottom of the camera shot. I think there's been a lockup for one of the top 3 runners. But here we go, a challenge on the outside. McBride trying the long way. You can see the Rego plates on the back of some of these cars. Yes, these drivers drove their race cars to the circuit this morning. Quite incredible. Around the final couple of corners. Where can he make the move? Got a good run, a lovely run around turn 10, and he's kept that up around turn number 11 as well, and roars down the pit straight, down towards turn number 1. But the 777 has the legs in a straight line. The 49 certainly quick around the bends, but he does not keep up with the 777 down the straight. So the 777 pulls away, and it was another PB for the 777 ahead last time through. 45.7 from him. But this fight, they are so evenly matched. Grant and McBride, just 4 tenths between them last time through. And last time it was actually Grant that was 4 tenths quicker. But this is where McBride's strong, the technical section of this circuit.
And this is an example of the types of battles that we'll be seeing this evening in the Sydney 300, where there are cars that are going to have strengths and weaknesses in different parts of the circuit. So you'll see there will be some cars that will be quicker in a straight line. There will be other cars that will have better mid-corner speed, or cars that will have strengths under brakes. And you can definitely see that the number 49 machine of McBride, yes, around the tight and technical twisty bits of the circuit is where he's able to gather up. But I think he might have missed a gear there coming out of turn number 6, because he lost a lot of momentum.
Has he found a gear still? I'm not sure he has,
Lockie.
Lockie.
Problem.
He got that tail happy moment, and then he couldn't quite get a gear, and I'm not sure if he's lunched the box. No, it seems to be a bit of drive in there again now. Or is it? This is not good. No, it's coming to a stop. It is coming to a stop. Yeah, he's trying to reset it and everything. It's all gone astray. It was just that slight little moment on the exit of the corner. Couldn't get a gear. All the electronics are now playing up, and that car, number 49, from position number 5, McBride, coming to a stop with 2 minutes left to go this weekend. That's a real shame.
At least he had the presence of mind. Oh, as we see another block up, that flat spot on that front left tyre for Russell Butler, causing him some issues down at turn number 2. for McBride, though. At least he had the presence of mind to get the car off the road, well out of harm's way, and into a position where it's not going to cause an interruption to the race.
2 top 5s to start the weekend, but a DNF sadly to finish proceedings. But yes, Butler, the big lock-up there, as you say, it's just getting worse. That's often the case, isn't it? When you make a big lock-up, you just find that flat spot again and again.
Yeah, and it gets worse and worse and worse, up to the point where it can end up being right down to the canvas by the end of the race. Here is your runaway race leader, Ivan Schreiber, in car number 61. It's been a pretty dominant performance for him, even despite stalling on the start line. He has just had the raw pace to be able to drive back to the front of the field and then pull clear, and he will be commencing the final lap this time around.
As he crosses the line, well, we could say he made hard work for it. You know, he stalled on the grid, fell to the back of the pack, but he carved through them like a knife through butter, retook the lead again by the 3rd lap of the race, and from there he has marched on into the distance. He's over 20 seconds ahead now of any of his closest rivals. 19.8, sorry it is, as Kroon set his PB last time through, and that is the first time all race long that Kroon has gone faster than our race leader. Down into turn number 4. Absolutely glorious sound from the PRB Clubman S4, driven by Ivan Schreiber. And it really has been a dominant performance. Fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 41.4267. And he has just waltzed off into the distance, made it look easy. You can hear on this lap, he really is cruising it home now. The one light's a little bit lighter than the other, but that's about the only thing that has really not gone right for him this weekend. It's been a phenomenal performance. Yellow flags out for the McBride car that's stationary on the side of the circuit. And I see also that the Woodcock car has come to a stop also. So down to 4 at the end of this race. But no doubt about the race winner this weekend, taking all 3 victories by over 15 seconds. That's what you call a dominant day in the office. It's Schreiber that takes race number 3 in the Clubman Championship and the round victory as well. It'll be Kroon that will come across the line next in the number 19 machine, and for him that's a weekend of 2nd place finishes for him. He comes across the line. In the end, the official margin. Oh, we've got a slowing car. That's the Butler car.
Yeah.
From 3rd. Can he cross the line? Fingers crossed. Or will he lose out to the 777? It's going to be a strange drag race to the line. Who's it going to be? Has he stopped? No, he's coming into the lane. Oh, no. He only had a couple of 100 metres to go, and he'd have got himself a round. He'd have got a round podium, but as a result, he's not going to get that because the number 777 is going to cross the line ahead of him. Oh, look at this. It's a drag race in pit lane and on the track, but it's the number 777 that steals it from the 777. Is the 777 of Butler, though, going to cross the start-finish line in the pit lane? It's the slowest finish to any motor race ever recorded. Come on. No, don't pull in the paddock. Don't pull in the paddock. No, he's not going to make the finish. No points, unfortunately, for the 777 machine. That's a real shame.
Yeah, you're actually, if you cross the finish line in pit lane, it doesn't count. So when he made that decision to pull into the pits, it was always going to be a DNF at that point anyway, I think you'll find.
So Michael Schumacher's Silverstone tactic in the late 90s wouldn't work anymore, is that what you're saying?
That is correct. So in the end, therefore, we only ended up with 3 finishes. Schrader taking the win ahead of Jos Kroon and David Grant coming home in position 3.
The rest of them failing to make the finish. Butler, McBride, Woodcock, and John Moyes didn't even take the start of that one. As you can see, the moon is certainly out now. The sun has gone. We are in to the evening part of proceedings. Up next, we have Alfa Romeos and BMW E36s. We'll be back after this short break.
Great to have your company at the Picture Partners Sydney 300. Lockie Mansell in the commentary box with you for the next couple of support races. And we've got the Alfa Romeo Twin Spark Cup and also the BMW E36 Racing Series, a combined race for those two categories coming up very, very shortly. And then we'll get into the third and final race for the Mazda MX5 Cup, the second of our Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup Excel races, and then we'll be getting into the Sydney 300 at about 7:30, the kick-off for the feature race of the evening. But joining me in commentary for this one, it's a very good evening to Peter, who is a representative for the Alfa Romeo's Twin Spark Cup. And we've seen that what used to be known as the Alfa Romeo East Coast Challenge has gone through a few, I suppose, evolutions. But this Twin Spark Cup, it's a new concept. Tell us about how it works.
Yeah, great to be here, Lockie. Thanks. So Alfa Romeo Racing, I guess, is typically quite a broad category with the sort of covers 50-odd years of Alfa Romeos. This little bit smaller field tonight, but we've got predominantly the Twin Spark Cup cars, which is a sort of one engine, not just one make, there's a few different cars, but they're common sort of engine, very sort of standard cars based on the 3E production car category. So it's all about the driver and the setup, not about the budget.
Alfa Romeo Racing still attracts some very passionate enthusiasts, and I think one of the things that we'll see when we look at the cars that are out there is that we have gravitated towards the more modern style Alfa Romeos. As we have a look at the grid positions, we've actually got BMW E30s occupying the first 5 positions on the grid, with Jeff Barnes on pole ahead of David Bailey, Aaron Lloyd back to Sean Penwarden out of position number 4, Russell Phelan rounding out the BMWs, but a driver who's had a lot of experience when it comes to Alfa Romeo racing in Urs Muller will start on pole position for the Alphas in his 156 Twin Spark. He's been a long-standing Alfa Romeo racer, and his son Tom has done some racing in Excels and various other categories as well.
Absolutely, and a couple of times Twin Spark Cup champion as well, so you're exactly right, Lucky. It's good. Lots of experience there.
So he's in a 156. Matthew Kukuza is in position number 7 in a 147. Then we've got Andrew Wilson and Brad Wilson. Back to Richard McGee and Rick McGoffin. I'm guessing he's a relation to Bill McGoffin.
He is indeed, yep. son of Bill McGoffin, long-time Alpha peddler, and yeah, Rick's probably one of the newcomers to the Twin Spark Cup and working his way up. Every meeting he's getting a little bit quicker, so great to see new people coming into the sport.
So is the idea that the Alphas are going to run in a combined field with some of the older cars, or is the idea of the Twin Spark Cup to encourage more of these newer model Alphas in?
Well, it's a little bit of both. So we do often run as a subclass amongst the larger field of Alphas. A bit of a quick turnaround. We were at the Bend a couple of weeks back, so some of the more traditional Alphas haven't backed up. Here, a little bit more complex and not quite as simple as the Twin Sparks to run, so not as easy to prep for this. But so a little bit of a mix, but the fastest growing part of the category is definitely the Twin Spark Cup. Italian XLs, I guess we think of them as, and they do similar lap times, the XLs as well. Sort of a little bit more power, but a little bit more weight, and probably a little bit nicer on the eye, at least from my perspective. Maybe I'm a bit biased.
Now, I believe that there are going to be 2 separate race starts here as well. So the BMW E36s will get underway, and then we'll have the Alphas starting after that, just waiting on confirmation for that as we get the field into position. The E36 series cars, no, we're going to start all of them together. One start, it turns out, but the E36 is all running the 1.8 litre engine that powered the 318i BMWs, which were very popular in the early to mid-1990s. But we've already got a couple of the Alphas battling it out with the BMWs as we head down towards turn number 2. So it's going to be a breaking duel when we get to the hairpin on this opening lap.
Looks like Wilson getting a good run on the outside there.
Trying to go the long way round on Urs Muller. But it's Muller who will sweep across into turn number 3. Or will he? No, Wilson wants to make a fight out of this. Those two Alfa Romeos are still going to be side by side on the run down into turn number 4 with Wilson on the inside. Muller hanging tough on the outside. That'll give him the preferred line when they get to the left-hander at turn number 5. Battle's still not resolved between the two because it's Wilson who carries the extra momentum on the outside. Russell Phelan in that BMW in there as well. Wilson gets ahead, but Muller back down the inside. This is a great contest between the two Alfa Romeo 156s. They've been side by side pretty much since the start of this race. I think Muller might finally have the ascendancy. Yes, he does, as they head around Corporate Hill through turn number 7. And should now be in a good position to defend his line. Oh, Wilson gets it wrong and rotates. That's a shame. That was a really good battle between those two cars, but Wilson getting it all wrong under brakes there on the run down into turn number 8.
Yeah, a little bit of a error in judgment there from our current Twin Spark champion Andrew Wilson. But hopefully he can get that thing going again and get back onto the tail.
So he come out leading BMW E36 competitors down the main straight to complete what will be the first lap of the race. And it's Barnes leading the way at this point. He's been the winner that we've had so far. Of the 2 races that we've had so far, I should say.
Those BMWs quite slippery in a straight line compared to the Alphas. They definitely pull some of those legs down the straight.
So here's a replay of the incident here for Andrew Wilson at turn 8.
And he's just locked the rear there going in there. Got going very quickly.
Do these cars run ABS brakes? I know that certainly as road cars, the 156s and the 147s came out with ABS.
They do traditionally, yes, but it's now an option. You can disable it. So it's a bit of a individual choice. Some like to run it, some don't. I don't believe Andrew does run it. So
that makes sense. Maybe he wished in that circumstance that he had chosen to leave it connected.
Exactly. I'm sure he'd agree with you there.
Good battle between a couple of the BMW E36s running around Corporate Hill. So Barnes continuing to lead, but Penward and Bailey, this is a good contest between these two cars. David Bailey on the reserve list for the Sydney 300 and will start at the back of the grid if one of the other entrants is not able to take the start of the race. He's in behind Sean Penwarden at the moment. And couple of other A36s entered in the Sydney 300, including Marcus Rumler, who will drive the race solo tonight. We have seen some Alphas in the 300k endurance races in the past as well. There was actually a 156 GTA that was running in some of the 300s a couple of years ago.
Yes, you're right, that car is still around. He was going to run at a recent event, but had a last-minute problem, so stopped it entering. So it's still around.
Down the inside, move at turn number 1. So that was Bailey getting the job done on Penwarden. That is the move for second place outright, and now Bailey will have to run the defensive line down into turn number 2 to make sure that Penwarden can't switch back. The experience of David Bailey coming to the fore there, and he is through and up into second position. Aaron Lloyd 4th at the moment. Urs Muller still the highest placed of the Alfa Romeo runners, sitting in position 5. Back then to Russell Phelan in his BMW. Kakuza now the second best of the Alphas, ahead of Andrew Wilson, who has recovered to be the 3rd of the Alfa runners after that spin that we saw at turn number 8.
Yeah, and I noticed a little bit further back there, but Rick McGoffin and Richard McKee in the 147s look like they're very close together there. And Brad Wilson, I'm not sure if Brad's...
I don't think he's made it out. According to timing, he hasn't actually started the race there, Peter. So
last-minute technical issue.
So what are the plans to grow this class? You mentioned that it's a bit like Excels, but for Alfa Romeos, and there were certainly plenty of 156s and 147s sold here in Australia.
Absolutely, yeah. And what we've tried to do is support this all the way up through super sprinting. So there's sort of quite a few of them in super sprinting. We're trying to coax some of those super sprinters out and get them into full circuit racing. It's quite a relatively easy step to make, but yeah, there's a few in the wings that we're hoping to come online fairly soon. There's also a couple that are for sale. One that's sold quite recently for a reasonably low value, I think. And I think one of the old GTVs, which was the front-wheel drive GTV, which was originally sponsored by Spares Box. Some people might remember seeing that.
Yes. Yeah.
That is for sale again, and I think it's about $6,000 if anyone's looking
That's
at
a
getting into
very
this.
cheap
And I don't
race
think
car.
you could get into motorsport for much cheaper than that.
How do you find they are with reliability? Because let's be honest, Italian cars don't have the best reputation when it comes to build quality or reliability.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean with that, but they've proven to be fairly reliable and fairly easy to look after. A couple of little problems with things like we've cracked a few sumps, getting the right sump guards on these cars, and they do ride fairly low. Couple of other funny little issues. I was recently at the Bend and retired one of the races there where I broke the accelerator pedal. Sorry, a little bit embarrassing, but a few little bits and pieces like alternators and stuff like that. But generally speaking, they're quite reliable.
What model Alfa are you racing?
I've got a 147 Twin Spark as well.
Yep.
Just couldn't get it ready. I'm one of the ones that were guilty in that turnaround from the Bend and didn't quite get it together. I sort of lost an alternator and a couple of other bits and pieces, a CV joint. So another one of their sort of weak points. I guess typical front-wheel drive race car. Need to replace drive shafts every so often. But otherwise, they're servicing these things. If you can service your own simple car at home, you could pretty much run one of these cars and predominantly look after it yourself.
I remember when the 156s came out, they were launched here in Australia. One of the gearbox options was the cell-speed gearbox, which was basically an automated manual transmission is the best way of describing it. But I'm going to take a wild guess that you don't race with the cell-speed gearbox.
We haven't. No one's tried it as yet. We always they were never quite as reliable as the good old manual box, and I have to say, considering the abuse we give these gearboxes, they're fairly reliable. We have lost a couple. And actually, that's given me a good reminder that Brad Wilson actually had lost fourth gear in his gearbox and was going to go out there, and he was reinforcing that with me to make sure that I had called that out on the telecast so that people didn't think he was losing his mojo.
That was actually a change for the lead in the Alphas there. Kukuza up the inside of Muller. So the 147 goes to the front, runs very wide though through turn number 2. But Kukuza with a good turn of speed at this stage of the race.
Yeah, and that's a great piece of work from Matthew Kukuza. He's quite new to the ranks as well, and he's finally sort of got this thing really humming. And as you can see, if he's competing with up there with us, then yeah, he's as good as any.
Yeah, that 147's very fast at the moment. Lap times last time around, Kukuza with a 2-minute 0.4. He was almost a good second and a half quicker than Muller on the last lap.
Yes, so times have gone off a little bit, I guess, as the track cools down, lose all the UV. They were sort of down under. They were in the 158s, I think, earlier in the day.
Best lap time that we've seen so far in the BMW E36's Aaron Lloyd, who currently sits in 4th place, punched out a 1-minute 57.1 last time around. Barnes has pulled clear in terms of that A36 battle, but David Bailey, Sean Penwarden and Aaron Lloyd, those cars all quite close together at this point. Back to the main straight. Here's an idea of what the margins are like at the moment. Our race leader Jeff Barnes, and then this battle for positions 2, 3 and 4 with Bailey, Penwarden and Lloyd all locked together.
Yeah, this is definitely a watch this space with about 7 minutes to go. These guys are getting down to the pointy end.
And Bailey just having to run that slightly defensive line once again into turn number 2. Because the camber of the road down there, it's a little bit different on the inside compared to the outside. We've seen a few lockups in some of the other categories there so far this weekend. So if you do run offline, you do have to be careful when you get into the braking zone to make sure that you don't lock up.
The artificial light has now well and truly taken over from the natural light here at Sydney Motorsport Park. The sun has set. It's now dark conditions for the drivers to have to encounter, but the lighting system at Sydney Motorsport Park, absolutely state of the art, means that there's very few sections of the racetrack that have any sort of shadows, and the visibility even in these nighttime conditions is quite excellent.
Yeah, it's really transformed this venue, this new lighting that we've had over the last couple of years. And events like the Sydney 300 are fantastic under lights. It's a whole new concept.
You're going to see any more Alphas running in the Sydney 300, do you think? They're a big, suitable car for it.
Yeah, they definitely are. It's a good... there has been some discussion about it in the past. I guess speaking of that reliability end of things, we've got to focus a little bit on that, I suppose, and maybe get a couple of people together and try it out with a couple of them. It's be a good idea. Looks like it's a nice over sort of subscribed field.
Yeah, 60
so
cars to start tonight.
Certainly not shrinking in popularity, is it?
No, it has become extremely popular.
And I can see why. Fantastic events, so well run. We're quite close to it because we're lucky enough to support a lot of them, and yeah, great thing to come along and do and see.
Sean Penwarden with a very good run through turn number 1 on this occasion, and again Bailey having to go defensive, but Penwarden looking down the inside. All 3 of those drivers right on the braking threshold as they headed into turn number 2, and they still remain line astern. Talking about the Alfa Romeos again and the future of the category, I'm just curious to know, we've seen a lot of those drivers that have raced the older, the GTVs or even the Alfettas from back in the late 70s and the 80s. Those drivers, do they want to keep those cars running, or are there plans to transition into more of the newer model cars that are a bit more reliable and easier to get parts for?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a combination of that sort of changing of the guard happening, actually. There is a few of the guys considering that changeover, and one of the things, as well as the difficulty with parts, some of those cars are becoming more and more valuable as time goes on, and it's fantastic to get those classic cars out there and see them in the field, but at the same time it is a bit stressful driving around in cars that are so valuable. The Twin Sparks, as I mentioned, there's Muller and one of the E36s, Phelan, getting a bit of a close quarters there. But yeah, that does take a little bit of a load off. The Twin Sparks being a much cheaper and affordable car. We've got a lot of us have like a second car, and like it's literally $1,000 car, sitting in the corner of the workshop or something somewhere.
That you can replace.
Parts, yeah. And I think Andrew Wilson, who's still sitting in 3rd place in the Twin Sparks at the moment in that 156. A couple of years ago, wrote off a shell. And he's replaced, pulled everything out and put that in a new shell for very, very low cost. So that's another huge attraction. So there is a few of the guys looking at it from that perspective as well.
And I think one of the other things about the older cars as well is we've actually heard word from race control that this will be the last lap of the race. But for those older cars, some of them are now eligible to run in historic categories such as Group S, which is for historic production sports cars.
Yes. Yeah, so you do notice that sometimes around our meetings, if there's a historic meeting, the week after or the week before, sometimes you'll get low attendance for that reason as well. So there's a bit of a separation there as well. Good point. These guys are still staying in their nice little group of 3 here.
This has been a good contest between these drivers. The E36 series, it's a compact but very passionate group of people who run in this category. It normally runs as a subclass within the Super TT series here in New South Wales, and we do see these cars running in the 300s as well, but tonight we've been able to run them in a combined field with the Alfa Romeos. This battle for second continuing, and it's Aaron Lloyd who looks to the outside of Sean Penwarden coming out of turn number 8 on this final lap. That's just given David Bailey a bit of breathing space as they head up into the final sequence of corners, but here is the driver who has dominated the BMW E36 class this weekend, Jeff Barnes. He's going to make it a clean sweep of 3 wins from 3 races. And I'll tell you what, it might be a compact field, but there's certainly plenty of driving talent within the BMW E36 ranks, because Rob Bowden, who was a front runner in this series, he's gone on to do some very good things in the Formula RX8 category. He won the round here at Sydney Motorsport Park a few weeks ago, and we've seen him competing in the Bathurst 6 Hour as well. Barnes taking the win. Really good performance there. Bailey Lloyd getting ahead of Penn Warden there at the line. Managed to out-drag him coming out of the last corner. The final margin between those two cars was only 0.05 of a second. And it's going to be Kakuza.
Yeah,
who gets his first win of the weekend in the
Alphas.
Alphas.
Of Muller there. Well done, Matthew. Congratulations. I think that's Matthew's first in class, so that's fantastic.
That's really good, yeah.
And Andrew Wilson coming in third. Bit of a recovery after his spin there, or half spin in turn 8.
And then we go back to McGoffin and McGee rounding out our finishers for the BMW E36s and the Alfa Romeos. They are done for the night. Thanks to the representatives from both those categories for bringing them here to support the Sydney 300 this weekend. Thanks for your company and commentary as well, Peter.
Absolute pleasure. Thanks, Lucky.
Let you get back down to the pits. We're going to grab a break here on Blendline TV. Confirmation of your final results. Barnes, Bailey, Lloyd, Penn Warden, your top 4 in the E36s. Matthew Kakuza winning the Alphas ahead of Urs Muller and Andrew Wilson. MX5's not too far away. This is the Picture Partners Sydney 300 on Blendline TV.
Welcome back to Sydney Motorsport Park in the heart of Western Sydney for the final race for the MX5 Cup, forming part of the Picture Partners Sydney 300. I'll be one of your commentators this evening as we look ahead to the grid. Jet Herring in the number 79 Herring Racing Newell on MX5, head of the 98 of Stuart McFadden. Row 2, Andrew Cook and Aaron Herring aboard the 34s and 169s respectively. Row 3, position 5, James Burge in the Shields Automotive number 5. He'll be alongside Rob Krilitich in the number 72. John Fraser, 62, in the numbers P7. Benjamin Cathcart in the 111 in position 8. Row 5, Shane Ploll and Brad Smith in the 666 and 55. They'll be ahead of G. Wren for Max Euro and Richard Barham in the Medical Property Advisory position 12. Sarah Medley and Matilda Mravicic, an all-female row 7. Ian Coombs and Craig Barney in row 8, positions 15 and 16. Position 17, Sam Hobe, Sam Silvestro in the number 18 S Sport Racing. Look for some fast moves from the number 85. Brett Lansley in position 19, aboard the number 26. And position 20, Tim Herring. It's been a big night for the boys from Herring Performance. Chiara Zabatakis aboard the number 21 in position 21. Dennis Panner, the 888. Very lucky number for some. Brad Herring. Geez, the Herrings up and down the field. 121 in position 23 and the 177 in position 24. And our last car on the grid tonight, car 25, position 25 for Track School, it's Robert Herrick. Just waiting for a small timing issue to be resolved. We've got the emergency vehicles rolling around at the rear of the field and the cars coming to the grid for one of our last standing starts of the evening. You can see on the right side of your screen on drivers left as they head down this downhill long straight at Sydney Motorsport Park. We've got our volunteer motorsport officials. We say a huge thank you to them and all of the volunteer motorsport officials around Australia and across the world, without whom motorsport just doesn't happen. This will be a 20-minute race, the final sprint race for MX5s, and just like for the picture partners Sydney 300 tonight, there go the Top Fuel dragsters at Sydney Dragway in the background. I can hear them. I don't just hear them through the headphones, folks. I can feel them as our commentary booth rattles and vibrates the sound of 4,000 horsepower being launched down the 1,000-foot strip. Electronic lighting boards going on board all the way around Sydney Motorsport Park. Beautifully presented. There's our pole sitter, the number 79 of Jet Herring, up alongside the number 98 MX5 Cup car as well. So getting set here for one of our final standing starts of the evening. What has been a tremendous day of round 2 of the Motor Racing Australia State Championship Series. I'm joined in commentary by Lachlan Mansell, who's frantically got his laptop punching away at the timing screen as we get set for race start. And as we go, there they are away. The first row, good jump. And it's a nice clean start from all of the cars. No cars stalling off the line, Lachlan.
No, so one of the interesting things here, Dave, is that some of these cars will also be taking part in the actual Sydney 300 a bit later on, so there's probably a bit of self-preservation in the minds of some of these MX5 competitors just to make sure they, A, they don't damage their cars, B, that they don't unnecessarily wear out too many of the mechanical components. Now, interestingly, we've got all of the generations of MX5s represented in this field. We've got the NA, which is the original MX5s, the NB, which came out in 1998, the NC, and also, for the first time, we've now got some ND cars running in the MX5 Cup as well. The current model Mazda MX5s now starting to find their way onto racetracks.
Now, generally, when you see generations of car go on later and later, they tend to get a little bit bigger, a little bit heavier. We did see that very subtly between the NA and NB. And then when we went to the NC, the car did get physically larger. It's got more rounded curves to it. When we got to the ND chassis, the most recent chassis, Mazda did a huge amount of development work to strip weight out of the car. And the car actually got both smaller physically in terms of the overall dimensions, and it shrunk from an overall weight perspective. So Mazda's to be credited for keeping the zoom alive in this miniature 4-cylinder roadster. We've actually got, we can see on screen in centre, the very happy smiley face of the number 55 Group ND chassis, chasing down some NA chassis. The NA chassis, of course, very popular for the pop-up and down headlights. Of course, one of the signature features of some of the Japanese performance cars of the late 80s and early 90s.
Tim Herring with a really good run out of the last corner. That car started at the back of the grid and has charged its way up into contention, making the move on a few cars there down the main straight. One driver that it's really good to see her back in the field this weekend, Matilda Mravicic. She's been out of racing for a while, but I caught up with her earlier on and she said, yeah, I'll bring the car back out to see if I still love motor racing. She said that by the first practice session, she realised that, yes, she still loves motor racing. So she's been having a blast this weekend.
Regardless of how many times you and I as racers can sit behind the wheel when something's gone wrong and go, this is a stupid hobby, why do I spend all this money turning it into a noise? All it takes is that one perfect day when the tyres come up and the car hooks up and it puts a big massive smile on your face, and it doesn't really matter that it's cost you everything in your house and your life and your mortgage. It's fun to go motor racing.
It is fun to go motor racing. No question about that. There is one of the NDs on screen there. That's Ren in the number 11 car. Here's Shane Plol looking down on the inside of Triletich. Quite able to get the job done there. A couple of the older NA MX5s battling for position. It's been such a popular car in Australian motor racing, and it's not a surprise to see why, apart from the fact that there's so many of them out there and available in so many different configurations. Just the inherent balance of the car, the chassis, really well suited to racetracks. You know, not a massive amount of work that you need to do to turn it into something that's going to stop, go and handle well and give you an absolute ball.
Well, Mazda has such a great history of participation in all levels of motorsport in Australia. As we got drivers swapping lines on each other, very different lines through the final corner complex. And of course the lights here at Sydney Motorsport Park so bright that the number 666 of Plol doesn't need to have the headlights on. He can keep the headlights down and improve the straight line aero efficiency of that early model MX5.
Yeah, because of course in one of those NA MX5s, if you pop your headlights up, you wreck the aerodynamics.
We see that a lot with cars like the 944 Challenge out of Victoria, Lachlan, where in order to make sure they can have some lights on but keep the aerodynamic styling, they take the pop-up lights off and put small lights in the corners of the front bumper bar just to make sure they can still have some lights, but make sure that the clean, smooth lines of the car aren't ruined by having to pop the headlights up. And then, of course, trying to get 35-plus-year-old plastic components to work, lift racing and lowering headlights is a challenge in itself.
What's the vibe down in the Sydney 300 paddock? We are rapidly counting down, of course, to the start of the Sydney 300. It's coming up now in less than 2 hours' time.
Well, I think as you and Dan were discussing earlier, Lachlan, there's a genuine sense of, like, where the hell did that come from a lot of the car performances? You know, particularly as some people are running outside of their normal categories. They might be running on different tyres to what they're normally running on. They're running in the car in a different configuration, be it performance or aerodynamics or fuel capacity to what they'd normally run. What people are finding is that, you know, they've nominated for Division C, they're not meant to go faster than minute 46, and then somewhere out of nowhere they're doing minute 45s and minute 44s, automatically bumping them up to Division B, which of course changes their whole strategy for the night, because it means you go from having to run 1 5-minute pit stop to having to run 2 pit stops. One, of course, was only 2.5 minutes long.
So I've ended up with 25 cars that are going to be needing to make 2 compulsory pit stops tonight, which is the most ever.
I'm glad I got myself a new set of shoes at DFO a couple of weeks ago, Lachlan, because I'm going to wear them out, making my way up and down the lane to cover all those pit stops. It is going to make, you know, any appearances by the Cherry Northern Beaches safety car very much a critical component of some people's race strategy.
So a couple of the, we just saw a couple of the ND Mazda MX5s having a battle. Brad Smith in the number 55 and Jai Ren in the number 11. The ND MX5s available with both a 1.5 litre and a 2 litre engine. For racing purposes, predictably, you go for the larger capacity motor.
But you tell everyone it's the 1.5, it's just really good at carrying corner speed. No, that's always been one of the hallmarks of the MX5. It's not about a power to weight equation, it's about a power to weight to happiness equation. I mean, even look at the styling language in the cars. They always look like happy, smiling cars. I've never seen an upset person driving an MX5. It's certainly one of the cars that, you know, it proves you don't need 200, 300, 400 kilowatts to have fun. You know, I wish I'd learned that lesson before I'd spent all my time chasing 400 kilowatts in a Mustang.
Tim Herrig getting the move done there on James Burge, moving up another spot into position number 4. Now, James Burge, he's an interesting character. We saw that he went very well in the Legend Cars Australia Series a few years back, and he's also raced Formula Ford, but he has monocular vision. It's a condition that he was born with. He can only see out of one eye. Doesn't seem to affect his performance on the racetrack, though.
It doesn't seem to affect a whole bunch of Collingwood supporters either there, Lachlan. So. But really enjoying some of the paint schemes on the cars. They do glow up quite nicely under the lights here at Sydney Motorsport Park. The number 78 of Herring, really well presented, and a huge night for the team at Herring Performance down the pointy end of pit lane. Of course, we know they had a huge amount of struggles in the 2023 edition of the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. A number of fueling issues, a lot of debris found in the fuel tank. Running E35, which of course tends to attract a lot of water separation issues. They've resolved all that, whole bunch of new fuel system components, and they've put in a really good performance in qualifying for the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. Now I'm noticing that hazard lights starting to go off on a lot of the ND chassis cars. It appears that they've still got the factory active safety systems on board, which is when the drivers brake really hard and they get into the ABS and the car's G sensor goes, you're braking really hard, we should probably warn the people behind you. It's firing off the hazard lights. We've tended to see that in a lot of late model production car racing. Some of the BMWs at the front of the Bathurst 6 Hour are notorious for firing those hazard lights on under heavy braking.
Possibly a bit of smoke from the Richard Barham number 77 car as well, so I'll just keep an eye on that. He's engaged in a pretty hot contest with Jai Ren in that red ND Mass MX5, and yeah, you can see a bit of smoke out the back of the number 77 machine there.
Not quite sure whether that's going to be tyre rub or whether it's going to be something mechanical. Nothing when they're going in a straight line. And as they go around a right-hand corner, yeah, I reckon that's a tyre just starting to catch on a fender liner somewhere there. So fastest lap of the race so far, a 1:42.9 for the number 78 of Tim Herring. So that'd be a pretty good time to be running in Division B of the Sydney 300 a little bit later on tonight. But he's keeping Jet Herring. So I still think that one of the Herrings needs to paint their car red, particularly Mazda Soul red, because then we could say, oh, no, that's a red Herring.
And down the inside, so this is for the lead. Tim Herring up against his nephew, Jet Herring. And in fact, it's Herrings now 1, 2, and 3. Jet ahead of Tim, ahead of Aaron Herring. And it's Jet Herring who moves across and defends to the inside of the circuit. And for now, manages to hold on to the race lead, but Tim Herring with the fastest lap of the race, 1:42.9. At one stage, he was lapping more than 2 seconds quicker than any other car on the road, but he has a huge lock-up heading into turn 8. That front left-hand tyre was locked up for a long time on the entry into that corner.
And as Jet Herring's just starting to back them up, we're bringing in the number 98 of McFadden and the number 5 of Burge, just starting to maintain contact with the back end of this chasing front 3 group.
That lock-up didn't really seem to affect Tim Herring too much though, because he's gone through to the lead. Made the move through on his nephew there, heading up into the final sequence of corners. And he has come from the back of the grid to the front, still with a bit over 5 minutes remaining on the clock.
So let's look at the lap time. So I was about to say one of the Herrings. So Tim Herring in the 78, capable of a 1:42.9 best lap. His last lap that time by a 45.7, and similarly Jet Herring fastest lap time of 45.4. Well, he managed a 48.1. So the drivers really losing a lot of time to each other on that most recent lap. We should point out that there could have been 2 more Herrings in this race. The number 177 of Todd Herring, of course, we saw down at the end of handing out the pole position checks just earlier in the Blendline TV coverage. He would have also been joined by the 121 of Brad Herring. So we could have 5 Herrings out there today.
Yeah, there are a few drivers who've elected not to start this race, and I think that's a case of making sure that they're ready to go for the Sydney 300. Kiara Zavatakis hasn't taken the start, neither has Dennis Panner. We know that Dennis Panner will be driving solo in the 300, and so will Kiara Zavatakis, albeit in a Mitsubishi Evo tonight.
You'd wager that this probably would have been good warm-up for what the first 10 or 15 laps of the Sydney 300 is going to be like, Lachlan. You know, drivers are going to be pushing so hard in those early couple of laps to establish dominance, particularly those drivers who haven't qualified quite as well as they'd hoped.
One of the interesting things, though, so we heard about the gear linkage problem for the Charlie Coury and Josh Buchan Toyota Civic, but that's fairly straightforward to fix. Yes, it's annoying, but it's something that they'll get fixed, and there's no doubt that that car will be back out there. I can't think of any other cars that have had mechanical problems today that have put them out of the race. So David Bailey, who has been sitting on the sidelines, hoping that, as you would normally see in a race like this, there would be at least one car that would have some sort of problem that would rule them out, and it hasn't happened. So it looks like we will get our 60 cars all starting, and poor David Bailey will be left to watch on the sidelines.
That's not to say that there's, as we'll see later in the coverage, there's plenty of stories of woe of people having to fix things, intermittent things, try to squeeze a lap out of a car that might have had the oil coolers taken off it to stop a leak. You know, yes, it's a bit like a time attack car. It'll do that lap time once, and then we've got to park it and get the coolers on it to make sure the engine doesn't expire.
The two NDs going at it once again down into turn number 1. Side by side. Oh, and off the road goes the number 55 car. That's a big high speed off of Brad Smith there at turn number 1. Jai Wren was down on the inside. Smith tried to hold station on the outside, but ended up getting forced out into the grass. Managed to wash the speed off it before it turned into a large accident, thankfully, and just eases his way back onto the track on the approach to turn 2.
And the turn 2 brake markers survive a car running wide on the exit of turn 1 once again. We saw last year quite a number of those braking markers sacrificed in the name of spectacular vision from some of the Excel and support category racing in previous editions of the Sydney 300.
Oh, how's this battle? So Aaron Herring under pressure from Stuart McFadden, and James Burge has brought his way into this contest as well.
Different generations of Mazda MX-5. Again, no headlights having to be run, even on the car that doesn't have the pop-up ones, because it's so bright. You know, the level of intensity of the lights here, it's very difficult to describe. On TV, it looks like daylight, because that's what it's like out there. That's why the pictures that you're getting via Blendline TV are so spectacular tonight. So feedback now from some of the socials. Got our mate Liam asking Lachlan, are we going to see a grandstand finish tonight in the MX5 Cup? Certainly looks that way, Liam. Glad to know that you're tuned in live and free via the Blendline TV YouTube and Facebook streams.
Hopefully we see a grandstand finish in the Sydney 300. We've had a couple of them in the last 4 editions of the Sydney 300. Certainly the inaugural one in 2019 was an absolute blockbuster finish with the lead change on the very final lap coming out of the last corner, and also 2022 we had that epic late race battle between Chris Sutton and Dylan Thomas with a late passing move for the lead and the win on that occasion as well.
And if things go the way that the Herring family might like things to go at the far end of pit lane, might be an MX5 crossing the line in first in the Sydney 300 as well as in the MX5 Cup races today.
I would hope that an MX5 would be crossing the finish line first in the MX5 Cup races today.
Very different lines being taken by all 3 of the cars there. And of course, massive error. Checkered flag is out. So the number 78 of Tim Herring taking home a victory in the final sprint race for the MX5 Cup. 5.3 seconds ahead of Jet Herring. And rounding out the Herring podium, the 169 of Aaron Herring aboard the blue NB MX5. Further down, it was McFadden over Burge, the 98 over the 5, Cook and then Fraser coming across the line. Cook making up 13 spots. Might have had a small timing issue with the transponder there. Fraser, Ploll, Cathcart in P9 as we wait for the number 72 of Rob Kriletich in the white MX5. He's being chased home by the number 369 of Sarah Medley, who's done a great job to chase him all the way home right across the line in that NB chassis MX5. Working down, and again, what a great colour, the Soul Red, absolutely gleaming in the night time. That's the number 11 of G Ren. I absolutely love that colour. it was incredible on the Mazda Furai, the Le Mans prototype concept that Mazda put together quite a number of years ago. Would have loved to have seen a car like that appear under the new Grand Touring prototype regulations, but Mazda, being very coy about the future of its top-level motorsport programs, put a huge amount of energy into the MX5 series in the US. And there's the confirmation of the final results for our final MX5 Cup race. Tim Herring taking home by 5 seconds from Jed Herring. Aaron Herring in P3, chased home by Stuart McFadden and James Burge. Andrew Cook, John Fraser, Shane Ploll, Benjamin Cathcart and Rob Kriletich rounding out the top 10, 54 seconds in arrears. Fastest lap time of 1:42.9 by your race winner Tim Herring. Sarah Medley ahead of G-Ren, Brett Lansley, Matilda Ravicic, Brad Smith, Craig Barney, Sam Ho, Sam Silvestro, Ian Coombs and Richard Barham, a lap in arrears in the number 77.
And that completes the MX5 Cup races for today here at the Picture Partners Sydney 300. We've got one more race left on the program before we get the Sydney 300 underway. That is the second race in the Hyundai Excel Racing Series. We'll grab a break here on Blendline TV. Dave and myself will vacate. We'll bring Dan and Lisa back in, and they will bring you all of the action from the Excels very soon here on Blendline TV.
Sun has very much gone. We are very much under the nighttime sky here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Myself, Dan McCarthy, and Lisa Tortani joining me for this second and final 1 hour Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup race. Race number 1 was an absolute cracker. There was action all through the field, and there was quite a bit of action under safety car conditions as well. We saw lots of pit stops and a couple of strange incidents up and down the lane, and in the end as well it did alter the race outcome, because a couple of the leaders in the first stint missed the pits and they had to make the stop under green flag later on in the race. There was no doubt about the winner though. That was Will Longmore and Monique Shibaris. They finished ahead of the number 48 of Blake Patterson, who simply just stayed out of trouble and came home in second. Markwick and Ho will come out of third ahead of the Heffron Alessi machine. Number 64 is in the thick of the action throughout. Bailey Sweeney and McLeod did well to finish fifth after dropping down quite far down the field at one stage in the race. Same can be said for William Sala. Gavin Faulkner, the winner of the Masters category in that last one, a brilliant performance. He will come out of grid position number 7 alongside the Williams and Gagan combination in the number 55 car. Beyond that, Adam Roberts comes from 9th alongside Tabitha Ambrose, who I reckon's been penalised a couple of places, but we'll get onto that in a minute because she finished well above 10th position. Then it's Britton and Vinsk, then the Crossland brothers from position number 12. Beyond that, Gary Hodges, Drew Gold, then Tom Delzell, Moggleton and Harradine were two of the leaders that really lost out and finished in 16th ahead of Goodridge and Morgan. Maastricht and Columbrita, same thing. They were right up the pointy end until a badly timed safety car for them. Billy Britton and De Bono, they had a mechanical black flag and finished down the order. And then beyond that, Jackson Faulkner 21st, Brewston Ward 22nd, Neve and Brown 23rd, and Justin Smith out of position 24 ahead of Scott Ford, who I believe is out for the remainder of the weekend, unfortunately. Alongside me, as I say, is Lisa Tortani. She is heavily entrenched in Excel racing all around the country. You said to me just prior that there have been a few penalties from that first one.
Yes, there have. Good evening, Dan. Great to be back for the second race. I'm really excited. Just going by the first one, how eventful that was. As you said, car 199, Tabitha Ambrose got a 15-second penalty for the contact that we saw down at. She got penalty. No, it was contact at turn 2 actually. That happened there. Number 36, Smith blew an engine, so we'll wait and see if they were able to replace that in the time that we've had since the first race. Car 65 had some clutch issues, which is why they didn't finish, and they will be back on track for this second race. And car 26, they got a 5-lap penalty, exiting pit lane too early from their pit stop.
Yes, that was the one that we were really confused about, because they went past and then went backwards again when they realised they'd made the mistake. So yes, I think an understandably hefty one there. We should explain there's one driver but also 2 driver combinations over this hour-long race. You have to be stationary, or let me rephrase, from pit lane entry to pit lane exit, you must be in there for at least 3 minutes. That car wasn't, came out of the pit lane, and as a result of that has been dealt a 5-minute penalty. That is a very substantial penalty. So you're much better off staying in there for an extra 5 or 10 seconds rather than leaving early, that's for sure.
That's right, and as we saw, reversing the pit lane is a big no-no, any motor racing events around the country. But number 26, Jackson Faulkner, he'll be one to watch. Obviously a young gun from Queensland, so he'll have the pace and speed to hopefully get back up there.
We've seen this so far today. It shows what great job the officials here do at MRA race meetings. We use the short track back around to the grid, so rather than go around turns 6, 7, 8 around that corporate hill section, we just cut through, rejoin where the exit of the hairpin is, and then they've only got a couple more corners. So it really does slash the lap in half, and it means that we can get more racing action on the circuit, but also stick to the program, which we are doing very nicely at this point in time, which is great news. Of course, we are doing this in remembrance of the late Jeremy Hodges, who sadly passed away last month. And he was so loved up and down this field, just over 20 years old, wasn't he? In his early 20s. So a real commemorative weekend in Excels for him.
It is, and to commemorate that, his dad, Gary Hodges, are driving his car, number 111. So Gary did a great job. He's starting 13th from this race. Earlier today, the competitors did a parade lap around the track in memory of Jeremy, and that was really touching to see.
Absolutely. Cars coming around the final couple of corners, and all 25 of them, or maybe a couple less, but nearly 25 of them. The answer to your question is the Smith car has not been repaired, and Ford, same thing. So we are down to 23, but don't let that put you off. It was an epic first race. Strategy playing a big factor, and will do so again in this one, I'm sure. Pit window opens 15 minutes into the race and closes with 15 minutes to go. So half an hour window in the middle of this race. And as we say, got to be stopped for 3 minutes. As we can see, the shot from the start line. And we are just moments away. Final couple of cars coming into position. Names to watch towards the tail of the field. Muggleton, number 12. Colin Breet at 25. Billy Britton, number 16. And Jackson Faulkner, number 26. Oh, and the 154 as well of Bruce. Crikey, half of the front runners in that last race are coming from the back. Front row left vacant in memory of Jeremy Hodges. And we go racing for him right here, right now. Green flag at the back, and we are underway. Pretty even launch from the front row of the grid between Monique Shibaris and Patterson in the number 48 machine. And it's going to be Shibaris that will lead us into turn number 1. The 64 machine of Alessi has made up a place and takes the 3rd position off the 28 machine, which has also fallen behind William Sala, who's made a great start, and he's going to continue that around the outside into turn number 2. 2 by 2 a little bit further down the pack. Brilliant racing. brilliant clean racing, which is what we saw in race number 1. Couple of wheels through the grass, but we have got away with it early on in this one. That's particularly surprising considering the amount of hard charges that we have coming back through the field. There's one of them, the number 25 of Colin Breiter up the inside on Gavin Faulkner, and makes that one stick, but we'll have the outside now for this one. Oh, that was close on turn-in, but they have gotten away with it. As you look further down, the number 12, that was our race 1 leader for the first few laps of the race. They've actually gone backwards on this opening lap. The Muggleton car, I expected to charge forwards, but no, gone backwards early on in this one. I also notice that we don't have the 154 Brewst car out there in the field. So we are down a couple more as up the inside. Comes the 5th drive, big lock up, oh, and contact. Big contact with the number 28. There's going to be damage, I think, potentially to both of those machines, but the Markwick car, which started all the way towards the pointy end of the field, now sits stone motherless last after significant contact there from the orange number 71.
That was just a lock up there from Drew Gold, and he tapped the rear end, which was enough to unload and spin the Marwick car around.
Yeah, certainly was. Just lock up, as you say, miss the apex, and bang into the rear right corner. For hopefully Markwick can get that refired, restarted, and back up to speed. But look at this, from 7th on the grid, William Sala is up to 2nd. The 181 machine has had a brilliant opening lap and is well in the position to fight for the race victory in this one now this afternoon. He's got to take it though to our race 1 winners, Monique Shibaris and Will Longmore. Will Longmore brought the car home with great pace in the race earlier on today, and will be doing the same again in this one. But the cars come over the brow of the hill, of course. Bit different for these guys. Their last race was in completely sunny conditions. Now they're doing it in the dark.
Doesn't this track look great under lights? When they put the lights in, it's just added a whole new level of racing here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Certainly is. The Crossland brothers combo has made a good start. They've made up a large amount of positions and sit themselves inside the top 10. They're 9th on the order, ahead of Roberts in the 115 machine, who is right in the thick of the action in the last one. But our protagonists that we expected to come through have done so quickly. There is Ambrose in the 199. She's in 7th, although she's about to lose 7th to our race number 1 contender, the 25 machine, who was the most disadvantaged by that badly timed safety car in race number 1. Colin Breiter has taken that 7th place. As we see just a little bit further forwards, Williams and McLeod. McLeod's going to come with the cutback, but no, it's going to be filled by the number 25 of Colin Breiter. That was a brilliant move up the inside, and he's going to make that one stick. That was a sensational move, really lunged it up there. And there's a challenge for the lead. Shibaris defends on Sala. Surely Sala's not going to go the long way around. He is, you know. As we look a little bit further back, Colin Breiter taking that play. Oh, Ambrose, there was contact there mid-corner, and she's going to come back across the track. Brilliant evasive action from Roberts and from Faulkner, albeit spinning around. Oh, sorry, no, that's the Heffron machine. The number 16, Billy Britton and Heffron. Brilliant evasive action from all involved there. No contact with Ambrose. There's a few damaged body panels, but that's about it as Muggleton comes up the inside a bit further back on the 97. It's all happening early on in this one, Lisa.
It is. Turn 1 is always a hold your breath moment. They're travelling through there, that corner, over 160 k's an hour, so you need quick reflexes, and great job by everyone to avoid the spinning Tabitha Andrews.
Yeah, she was on the outside, the inside, and the 55 just came in to take the race in line. Williams, no problem with that, but I think Ambrose was certainly caught off guard with the gap closing. And yeah, here is a replay of the of brilliant evasive action taken. Oh, the 16 just slammed on the anchors, didn't want to run into the balked cars, avoiding Ambrose ahead, and brilliant evasive action. Nice little 360 spin as well there.
It was. I wonder where the rear bumper of car 16 ended up. He might have lost it prior, because I don't think it was attached while he was spinning at turn 1.
If you remember, that was severely damaged late in that last race, so maybe they didn't have a spare and they've just ripped it off the tail. That's my my theory there.
Run without it, that's fair enough.
As they come around the final corner, the top 5 are pretty much nose to tail. Beyond that, it's a case of if they've stayed out of trouble, they will be there or thereabouts. I can see a yellow flag waving at turn number 1. We're still green, so it's just at turn number 1. Just at turn number 1, maybe some debris from the incident at on the last lap, and Colin Breiter got to be careful, doesn't do it before it goes back to green, or else that will be disallowed. Hopefully he's timed that well. Can't see a green flag anywhere, but he's made the move down into turn number 2. There was the light on the exit of the corner. I think that was just about all right.
I think that was all right once he had passed the flag point of the incident. I'm really looking forward to later in this race between car 55 and car 29. We'll get Max Gagan step into the 55, and we'll get Bailey Sweeney into the 29, which may be the 2 pros going at it.
Of course, Gagan, the grandson of Pete Gagan, of course, Australian touring car legend. So brilliant to have another generation of drivers, third generation Gagan, and a drive-through penalty for the 71 machine. We know what that one's for. That was for the incident down at turn number 8, the hairpin on lap number 1 of the race. So that was for hitting into the side of Mark Wick, who is back out there and recovering, caught up to the very tail of the field. So just right behind Gold in position number 20.
That was a bit of a slide there for Jackson Faulkner. Again on the brakes. We've seen a lot of this, a lot of rear lockups. Not sure what the setups of these cars are, but he was able to catch that and maintain position.
You've driven Excels quite a lot. That's a downhill braking point, and that's where a lot of the slides have come from. Is it a bit tail happy when it gets light at the rear when you're going down a hill?
Oh, I haven't driven this track, but some cars and some competitors love their setups really, really stiff. So, you know, it might help them with turn-in or other bits and pieces with setup. But, yeah, it could be that case.
Colin Breiter, fastest lap of the race last time through, and takes another one. That is third position. And a 1:55.14, the fastest lap. That wasn't the one just gone. That was the lap before. So brilliant stuff from the 25 machine, and already putting the Longmore Shibaris combination under pressure. Notably, Sala has taken the race lead from Monique Shibaris. So our race 1 winners have been demoted down to second in this one and are coming under threat now. An immediate threat. Lunge up the inside from the 25. Brilliantly executed. Makes it stick, but Monique's fighting back. She slots back up the inside at turn number 5. Great race in between these two. Side by side on the exit. 25 out over the outside concrete verge. Holding the position on the outside, lock up from Shibaris there, side by side into the corner. This is brilliant, clean, fair racing in the final race for Hyundai Excels this weekend. Brought to us, of course, by Pitcher Partners. Oh, that's so close to contact, but the 25 has done it. Oh no, there's contact under brakes. Monique Shibaris tapping the back of the 25 machine. She's got a little bit of damage. The front headlights taking a little bit of a knock there, and she has fallen behind the Patterson machine. That was a big lock-up. Had to then come off the brakes, run wide. Only lost 1 place, and she's keen to take that back already. But that could have been a lot worse. Somehow didn't turn the 25 car around.
That was very lucky under brakes. So just lost a position there to Blake Patterson and was coming under threat from Dean Alisi, but was able to hold a position. Here's the replay again, right at the back of the yellow number 25, and just, yeah, under brakes in the back.
I think she was so close. I think she lost her braking point. So as soon as the car ahead. As soon as car ahead has gone on the brakes, she's just been caught out there. Sorry, I saw that damage again and it caught my attention there on pit straight, but she's still in 4th position just behind Patterson, although she's going to come under attack from Alessi down in towards turn number 2 of this race. PB lap last time through for our race leader. The lead now out to nearly 2.5 seconds as Roberts makes his way back through the field. A recovery drive for him.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing here now number 115. He was in the battle pack between 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th in the first race that we saw earlier today. And now he's battling with the number 65 of Jeff Neve and Cameron Brown.
Certainly is. Has anyone told these guys it's a 1 hour endurance race? They are fighting like their life depends on it in the opening 10 minutes of this race. I mean, we're used to that in Excels, aren't we? Wherever we go, Excels are always battling side by side. But this is a 1 hour endurance race, Lisa.
It is the best racing you will see, circuit racing. I've had Excels wherever you go around the country. And we just got a bit of a weather update. So we have had rain lingering, some clouds. It's been very windy here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Everyone's got their jackets on except you. But no, it's pretty dry outside, but we'll wait and see when the Sydney 300 starts at about 7:30 local time tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Only just over an hour away. The Picture Partners Sydney 300, the headline act of this weekend. There's already been some drama. The number 31 machine with Josh Buchan, one of those drivers, will start from stone dead last, 60th on the grid for that race. Didn't set a time. There's some gearbox issues there, so we'll start from the back of the grid in that one. So already plenty of stories, and we haven't even got to the 300k enduro, so that is all to look forward to. Actually, while I had a break in the last race, I caught up with Jimmy Vernon. They had a front upright brake. They said they thought they were out for the race. They weren't going to be able to take part. This happened just at the end of qualifying. Fortunately, they found one, and they are frantically working down in the lane during this race to get that car out. And that's the car that's meant to start from 4th position on the grid.
Well, there you go. It's going to be a record number of starters regardless, isn't it? I think there's still 1 or 2 on the reserve list. And here we go. That's the number 25 of Tim Columbrita making a move for second spot.
They're the lead.
Oh, that's the lead there. Wow, he has caught Sala very quickly there. 47 minutes counting down. We're 2 minutes out from the pit lane opening for the compulsory pit stop.
Fastest lap of the race, 1:55.1 last time through for Columbrita. 1.6 seconds faster than William Sala, who is an absolute gun in these Hyundai Excels, an absolute jet. So to be 1.6 seconds faster, that is simply remarkable. And it's not like Sala's slow. He's within a couple of tenths of everybody else around him. This is where the 25 has got a good run on a couple of occasions down the hill and just lunges, sends it to the inside at turn number 4. Another brilliantly executed pass.
Absolutely. We've seen Tim, they're just overtaking there. Sorry, Drew Gold, who's obviously had a pit lane penalty from earlier today. We're going to see Tim again in the 6 hour in a BMW, I think it is. Oh, no, 6 hours, sorry, Sydney 300.
Yes,
my
that's
events
correct.
wrong. But yes, we saw him in a Pulsar at the Bathurst 6 hour earlier as well. So very versatile driver.
Yeah, so there's two. There's Columbrita and Gagan that we touched on earlier. So both those two jumping out of XLs and both of them jumping into BMWs for the 300k race later on this afternoon. But at this stage, the fight now is for 3rd position. Patterson, the recovering Monique Shibaris, and then beyond that, Alessi Faulkner. We've got to remember Faulkner came from the very back of the grid after getting that 5-minute penalty in race number 1 for not being in the lane for 3 minutes. And then just behind that as well, McLeod. And of course, McLeod is going to hand over the car to Bailey Sweeney, a TCR Australia Series front runner last year. He certainly knows how to drive. The 29 combination is not one to be looked over.
Absolutely, and I think we touched on it in the first race. In 8th position, car 177, Hayden and Ben Crossland, who used to be very regulars here in the New South Wales X3 Championship, but they specifically got a car, acquired a car somehow for this race. That's how much it meant for them to partake in the Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup.
I was speaking to Crossland last week, or sorry, not speaking to him, I was commentating on him last week at Winton in the Hyper Racers series, the Australian Drivers' Championship. So another one of these versatile youngsters that just jumps in anything and is quick in anything. And that really is the trend for these young drivers these days. Just to get seat time, race time, nothing can beat that.
Absolutely. It's great to see, like, you go from a front-wheel drive car to a rear-wheel or all-wheel drive. It takes a lot of skill, as my brother has taught me, or told me actually, to jump from one to another. But when you've got it, it makes it look very simple.
Yeah, I was going to say your brother is a fine example in an RX8 Cup car a couple of weeks ago, an Excel at the Bend not too long ago, and then this weekend in a Toyota 86 in the Sydney 300.
Absolutely. Looking forward to watching him later tonight. And I was going to say the pit window is now open, so we're under 45 minutes. And that will be open for the next half an hour and close 15 minutes prior to the end of this race. They have to make their 3-minute compulsory stop, no fuel allowed, and there'll be a driver change for the 2 driver combinations, and the single drivers will get out. I guess, do they need to get out?
No, they don't. They don't need to.
Yeah.
We did see Hodges jump out earlier on, didn't we? Yeah, there's no need to necessarily do that, but he did in the 111 machine. They head down into turn number 2, what feels like a never-ending left-hander, and then once you finally finish turning left, then you got a long right-hander as well. But the toing, throwing, the lefts and the rights of this first half of the Sydney course make for great racing. Every corner on this track, very rare, but every corner on this track is an overtaking opportunity.
We've seen that with the Excels. They've made an opportunity for passing at everyone. I think, like all tracks, sometimes TV doesn't do it justice, even though Blendline TV do a fantastic job with their coverage, coming to you live and free, obviously on the app, the website, and the MRA Facebook page. There's so much undulation on this track.
Certainly is. I was commenting on that yesterday as we were going around the course, particularly here actually, very deceiving there. It really does go up the hill as it shows. But yeah, I've been here several times, but not for a couple of years, and I really did forget just how elevated this track is compared to a lot of circuits built in this day and age. Shiburis coming under more pressure now, this time from Alessi and Faulkner, and the intensity is rising. What would you do, Lisa, in this situation? The way I look at it, you're better off staying out, and there might be a safety car late in this half an hour window.
I think so. We saw in the first race, our race leaders, they got caught out massively. They might have crossed the control line after the safety car came out, and they were massively disadvantaged by having to go around another few laps. So I think stay out, and you know, you've got time, and if a safety car comes out, then pit then.
Jackson Faulkner taking the position there off McLeod, who locks up. Sorry, Alessi. There was a bit of a lock up there. I was just caught my eye. So yes, moves ahead of Alessi for 5th position outright. Leading the Masters is his father, Gavin Faulkner, in position number 8, and he's in a league of his own. The next Masters competitor is Gary Hodges in 15th position. So really a step above the field this weekend. Really qualified well, did Gavin, and he's continued that in both races so far.
They are very well presented cars, the father-son from Queensland.
Great to see them make the trip down here. It's not a short trip down to Sydney from Queensland, but you see them as well, the Queenslanders. They're very hardy race fans, aren't they? They always make the trips down to Victoria, over to South Australia, but it is everywhere for Queenslanders is a long way to go.
It is, for sure. And we recently saw Gavin and Jackson at the Bathurst 6 Hour as well as another 60 Excels actually. So that was a great event for them.
I can see the number 16 car has come into the lane. I assume that is for the mandatory pit stop, so Muggleton will jump out. Sorry, the number 12 car. Sorry, number 12 car of Muggleton has come into the lane. Sorry, got my numbers wrong there. It's the Billy Britton and Heffron car that is number 16. I was looking at pit numbers rather than that car number, as we see Shiburis up the inside of the 48 machine. This is the fight for third, And if these two battle hard, it's going to drag the two behind into contention. Oh no, Muggleton has just come out the lane. We can see on the right-hand side of the shot, 2 minutes 59.8. Unfortunately, no matter what way you cut it, that is not 3 minutes, and a penalty will be incoming.
Absolutely, yeah, that's like we said before, it's better just to take the extra few seconds and make sure you've got the 3 minutes covered rather than risk it.
Yeah, that's going to absolutely slaughter them in this race. That's a real shame for the number 12 machine, a machine that fought for the win early in race number 1, got caught out by the safety car, and it's the second time that pit lane has really haunted them. They've had the pace this weekend, but now with Harradine behind the wheel, a penalty will likely be served later on or added to the race time. So as we can see then, the pit stops are underway now. If you've got a faster co-driver to come in the second stint, it might be worth taking the risk coming in and just hoping that there isn't a safety car later on in the stint, and that way you're taking advantage of your faster driver.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I've seen in Enduros, people either utilise their faster driver to maintain or gain positions, or it's just a case for you to get some driver training as such, and you still stay out there and get track time. But if you're going for the win and the Jeremy Hodges Memorial Trophy, then maybe it's worth taking that gamble.
That's right, but as we say, safety car will be the potential killer, because if you're serving it under green flag and it goes yellow in a few laps time, they'll be serving it under safety car, and you'll probably end up losing a lap in comparison, as you've served it under full green flag conditions. That's all to play out. At the moment though, we look at the fight for third. Shibarus was attacking the 48 just last lap. Now she is coming under attack from the ever-charging Jackson Faulkner, who's going to go the long way around the outside at turn number 2. Yeah, that's not going to work.
No, it's not. I'm sure he'll try again up here as well. But Monique's really holding her own. She's really come of age and come of herself the last few years, having race wins and podiums. And here we see Jackson Faulkner having another look. That is Tim's spot there. But Jackson didn't necessarily fly through that corner, decided and opted against it. Monique holding the inside there, making Jackson go the long way around.
Monique left room, didn't she? She saw the nose come up the inside, left him room, but that made her defend then into turn number 5, and she's got to defend again now into turn number 6. She's going to squeeze Faulkner towards the grass, but Faulkner stays within the track and will go the outside at Corporate Hill. There can be contact here when this is made. There isn't, and now he's got the inside into the hairpin, turn number 8, and will he be followed through by Alessi just behind in the number 64 XL? No, not quite. Monique's got a great run out the hairpin, using almost a NASCAR banking style to get a great run off the corner, and now slots up the inside into the little kink that is turn 9. And will she swing to the inside into 11? No, not quite, but she will have a slipstream. But that, for Jackson Faulkner, was a very successful lap. And Monique, I think, might be coming to the pits here. She's darted very hard to the left, and she is. Shibarus comes into the lane. She will hand over to Will Longmore, who brought the car home to the checkered flag in the race earlier on today. So this really the first of the lead competitors to pit.
Yes, it is. Yeah, and so her 3 minute starts as she crosses the control line to get into pit lane. And as we see, as she makes her way down, they've each been allocated a spot down the lane, which I guess is okay now because there's clear space, but it was as we saw the first race, there was a lot of congestion when they all came in under safety car.
Certainly was. Another one come into the lane, Williams and Neve, although Neve has been in there already for 1 minute and 55, so only just over 1 minute left for the number 65 machine. So, yeah, pit stops are well and truly underway now. Last time, they pretty much all pitted under safety car. This time, strategies really are coming into effect. And, of course, strategies are going to come into great effect this evening when the Sydney 300 gets underway. Remember, division letter, I should say, A. They have to pit for 2 5-minute stops. And then it goes down to 1 5-minute and a 2.5 for Division B, and then Division C, D and E only have the single 5-minute stopper, rear brake lockup, well front, and then goes to the rear for Jackson Faulkner, who did all the hard work to move up to this position, and now he's finding himself looking in the rear vision mirror instead. And notably the number 12 of Harradine is sticking with them despite being a couple of laps down. Could play a factor later on as we see the change for this machine, the Vinx Britain car. So this will be Britain now jumping, be Britain jumping out of the vehicle. So pit stops underway. Shibaris not too far away from leaving the lane. I can see that the Neve car, 3 minutes 7, that's absolutely fine, no issues there. As the number 78 Herring car, ready for the 300, pushed out into the lane. Here we go though, Jackson Faulkner coming under pressure and another little bit of a lock-up. Makes the apex though, no problem at all.
These tyres might be set aside after this race. There's been quite a few lock-ups happening. But I was going to say that 3 minutes must feel like a long time while you're counting down and waiting. But as we saw, Monique there was helping her co-driver, Will Longmore, get into the car, make sure all the belts are done, the Hans device, and if there's any radios to be connected. We mentioned before, it's really important that both drivers are comfortable in the car with different shapes, sizes, and heights and everything.
The 3 minute thing was introduced to make sure all pit stops are safe. You know, they're not professional race crews. This isn't their day job. They're not like supercars or Formula One teams. So, yeah, just add in the 3 minute little window, the little cushion, and that means people aren't racing to do their pit stops where they haven't got their belts on right, they're not clipped in properly, anything like that, the door's not closed, they don't have their window net up, just little things like that. The 3 minutes allow them to take their time, make sure it's done properly, make sure it's done safely, and that way it's also fair for everybody, so that the regular guys that are used to enduros aren't going to gain a big advantage just because they've done more, whereas the relative newbies will take longer with those driver changes. It's a nice way to be safe, but also fair for all competitors.
That's exactly right, and as we see the three here of Faulkner, Alisi and McLeod making their way into the front straights. I would say, I don't want to talk too soon, but this race has been a little more subtle than the first race. We saw battle packs everywhere, but we've got our little packs now sort of spread out quite evenly, and 32 and a half minutes counting down. It's been a semi-clean race so far.
Certainly has, certainly compared to the last one. The last one was frantic mayhem, I think, to sum it up in 2 words, whereas this so far has just been great racing. Really good racecraft from all. Pretty fair. We did have a couple of incidents in the first couple of laps, but relatively speaking, it's been a clean affair. The 29 machine of McLeod has entered the lane. They will hand over to the former TCR Australia regular and series runner-up last year. And as the cars turn around the corner, sorry, I didn't even say his name, Bailey Sweeney, that was a runner-up in TCR Australia last year.
There we go, checking the mirrors there in the lane as they wait. The rear bumper missing from Billy Britton's car, which he lost in the first race there. Must feel like an eternity waiting for that clock. It's actually very interesting. The mirrors obviously get folded in very easily with the door-to-door rubbing that Excel Racing is.
Absolutely. So number 16 heading out there. Billy Britton has handed that car over as they exit the lane.
We see the safety car there in the four-shot from, who we got here? This is the number 12 of Stefan Muggleton and Reese Hardington. They've had a really bad run since the first part of the race.
Certainly have, and they've taken the shortcut through the short track there, so might be on for lap record pace on this particular lap. I'm sure they'll bring that car in the lane. You don't take the shortcut unless there's some real significant problems. So the Harradine car, who he shares with Stephen Muggleton, will be bringing that car into the lane at the end of this lap, as Faulkner has gone from defending to now attacking, looking up the inside of Patterson down into turn number 1. Had a great look there, but couldn't quite pull it off. and is a little bit too far back to make any sort of move down into turn number 2. A little bit of a lock-up for Patterson. Has left the door ever so slightly ajar, but only about a third of a Hyundai's width wide. And Faulkner, unless he wanted to become a rallycross driver, could not make that one stick, and undoubtedly would have got a penalty if he made a move like that. So stays in behind, but has another look down at turn number 4. What can he do? Can he swing it to the inside at 5? Nope. Falls back in line. I think won't be close enough at 6 either. And here is Gary Hodges racing in memory of his son Jeremy Hodges, and we've got a package about the Jeremy Hodges Memorial Trophy.
Series X3 New South Wales, we're here at Eastern Creek for the Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup. Yeah, it's a huge event for us, under terrible circumstances, of course. You know, the club suffered the loss of Jeremy. His father, Gary, is also with us this weekend. He's been a member for a long time with us. He's also the vice president as well, so we wanted to, you know, recognise Gary and his family and what they bring to our club. Series X3, I feel I've always wanted to make sure that the club is a very family-orientated club, and both Gary and Jeremy really did highlight that importance to us with our club. So, you know, this weekend for me is really important. You know, the young guys, they really do form close groups. It's a really close community with these guys. So, you know, they're really feeling the loss of Jeremy. And so this is a great way just to celebrate Jeremy and what he's done for this club, and they'll do us proud.
Yeah, we send our condolences to the Hodges family, and we can see Hodges driving out there in his son's race car. 111 was always driven by Jeremy Hodges, and a real loss to the Hyundai Excel community, not only in this state, but around the nation as well. Everybody racing with heavy hearts here this weekend. A much-loved racer, in not only racer but friend, family member of the Hodges. But yeah, just he touched so many hearts up and down the lane. Everybody says they were such good mates with him.
Couldn't have said it better there. We still have the 26 of Jackson Faulkner and 48 of Blake Patterson battling it out, and right up behind is number 64 of Alisi and Heffron. The 48 and the 26 are 2 of our single driver combinations, and we see 64 making a move there on the inside of Patterson.
Yeah, been a bad couple of corners for Patterson, and there's some significant smoke coming from the back of that machine. Not sure if that is a result of the reasons why he's falling back down the field or not, but that is not what you want to see. Patterson, who finished second in the race earlier on today, is falling backwards. This has just happened. Oh dearie me. Gould getting that all wrong down at turn number 1. The very fast left-hander, and he found himself going right.
I think he was not sure what was happening there. He sort of committed and then didn't commit, and then he was too far gone through the corner to get through then.
Just looking, several of the lead competitors are in the lane. Sala in the lane. Roberts, who's been recovering, in the lane. Same with Tabitha Ambrose, although just as I say that, Tabitha leaves the lane. 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Nothing wrong with that pit stops. And Markwick also in there, who set a PB lap a couple of laps ago. But having said that, there's lots of time being lost in the lane for Markwick. 3 minutes 20, 3 minutes 21. It's still counting up. So there's some real problem for that machine. That's car number 28. So that's not good for the Jackson, Faulkner and Markwick entry, who'd really got themselves back into contention with a great opening stint from Jackson.
That's true, yeah. The Marwick car there obviously was involved in that contact on the first lap with Drew Gould, so fighting its way back. Pit lane shot here, and we see the Marwick car finally exit the lane after over 4 minutes, 3.5 minutes actually in the lane, nearly 4 minutes.
Yeah, 3 minutes 56 seconds. Sorry, Markwick sharing the car with Ho, the 28 car, Jackson Faulkner in 26. So I apologise for that. This is the 28 machine, but yes, 3 minutes 56.2. There was something wrong there. This car was the one that was hit on lap number 1. Maybe there was damage that they felt they needed to repair. Nevertheless, basically 1 minute extra was served in the pits, and that has plummeted that car well down the field. They are just inside the top 20 in position number 18. Sala rejoins, 3 minutes 6.2, but underneath Roberts, they've got that horribly wrong. 2 minutes 52. That's miles under the compulsory pit stop time. So I've no doubt that the 115 machine will also be receiving a penalty either during the race or post-race.
8 seconds is a lot of time to get wrong and miscalculate.
Certainly is, and we are hearing, because of the smoke, the 48 machine has been given a meatball flag and has come into the lane. That's a real shame, as we say, was second in the race earlier on today, but there was too much smoke coming from the back of that car. Race officials unsure whether that was depositing any sort of fluid or anything like that. So they've erred on the side of caution, as they should do, and decided to bring that car into the lane. Don't want to make it a hazard for those around.
No, that's right. And we look back here to our battle for the Masters. That's Gavin Faulkner making a move there on the number 97 of Lewis Britton and Wayne Vinks. They are battling for...
no, that's 23 lapping the number 97. Sorry. So that's why you're trying to find them together on timing, and you're not doing so. No, exactly. So, yeah, that's just a couple of cars, one that's pitted and one that hasn't. So there we see the 111 of Hodges going underneath us. But the number 23 machine sits fourth at the moment, leading the Masters class, but still yet to stop, importantly. The top four are the only drivers now yet to stop. Colin Breiter, Jackson Faulkner, Alessi, those are the three real competitors up the pointy end yet to stop. And then Gavin Faulkner leading Masters. Patterson looks like that could be day done. Helmet is off. Belts are coming off as well. Off comes the harness device, and there is some fluid dripping from the front of that Excel. That's a shame. Will be out of contention undoubtedly for the Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup.
It is. We see some bright yellow stickers on the front of all the cars, actually. Series X3 New South Wales, proudly sponsored by McDonald's, and Excel's series as a whole is supported by the Dunlop tyre.
Certainly is. There's a national series, isn't there, this year as part of the Hyundai Super Series?
Yes, there is. National series was here at Sydney Motorsport Park, racing under lights just a few weeks ago, actually. Some very interesting racing there, and a few of these competitors would be involved in that as well.
Absolutely. Sorry to make some funny noises across you there. Longmore got that all crossed up under brakes into turn number 8. It's interesting because Sala was ahead of this machine before the pit stops were made. We said, didn't we? Longmore was the first to pit, or it was Shibaris at the time. She was the first to bring it in. Put Longmore in. Longmore set some great times in clear air. Sala was ahead on the road, but has rejoined behind. But now they're very equal and fighting hard for what is currently position number 7.
That's right, making their way down to the first corner there. Always a great sweeping left-hander. They're travelling through there over nearly 170 k's an hour, which is quite fast actually for those 1.5 litre motors.
Yes, certainly is. That is for certain. They might not have some poke of some vehicles, but around the bends there, they're not any slower than some much faster cars in a straight line. This race is all going to start to, the puzzle pieces, shall we say, are all going to start in a moment. I'm hearing the number 71's had a moment, and there it is. And is he going to...
Way off.
Yeah, exactly.
Through the drain.
Yes, absolutely. That was miles off. This 71 machine has been in the thick of the action, but not for all the right reasons in this race.
A lot of highlights or lowlights really involved in an incident in the first lap. It was obviously we saw turn 1 there make that mistake, and that's the third one tonight. So very difficult night for Drew Gold.
I say things come in threes. Hopefully that is it for the bad luck of the number 71. And again, Will Longmore sliding around Corporate Hill. This guy can drive a race car. He drives the Excel on the ragged edge all of the time, and he's slightly, ever so slightly, skipping away from Sala as they head into the final sequence of corners. That is the biggest that margin's been since we joined that battle pack. This is interesting. So there's all different cars on different laps in this particular battle. I think that is an end of proceedings for the number 71 machine. Driven by Gold, we've seen a few off-track excursions, but that looks like it is day done for that particular car. A few little scuff marks and black marks on it, but nevertheless come to an early end. Clearly a problem with that car up the inside of Tabitha Ambrose. It's not Neva behind the wheel of that car now, it's Brown. Nicely executed move. Was that for position? Yes, it was. The car ahead of them, though, is Jackson Faulkner, who is still yet to pit. So Jackson Faulkner and his father Gavin Faulkner, along with Colin Brita, are still yet to pit. So the three cars behind are fighting for position, but the one at the front of this field, who is actually coming in right now.
There we go. We see our leader there, Tim Colin Brita, in the lane. He had a 8-second lead before he entered the lane there, which is a fantastic effort.
I love the way the 65 machine pulled to the inside there as well, just to get that toe as much as possible in the straight line up behind Faulkner. But yeah, as you say, Colin Brita in, Faulkner in of the Jackson variety, and Alessi instead. Only leaves Gavin Faulkner yet to stop. Alessi's been in there now for nearly 2.5 minutes. So he will rejoin the racetrack shortly. Where will he drop into the field? The Alessi Heffron car. And here is the change. Colin Brita out, and Maastricht gets into the number 25 machine.
We see here Maastricht making his way into the car, getting his seating position set up, and they've got a driver assist here who's only allowed to assist the driver as such, not make any changes on the car. At the front of the car we also saw a car controller, and that's just for a safety purpose. The harness going over the Hans device there, being clipped in. This is actually great to see. We don't normally get to see this, or if we do, it's always very rushed, supercars style, endurance GT style. But they can take their time here. 1.5 minutes they've been sitting in the pit lane for. The window net will go up.
Of course, that's a requirement in all motor racing or tin top motor racing categories these days to stop any debris or anything if the window is dislodged of making it anywhere near the driver. So that has to be up, and is so. So many safety requirements in these modern cars these days. You can see the roll cage just towards the front of the vehicle, and the bars across the back as well in that cross formation. They sort of line all around the Excel. They're as safe as any race car out there on the racetrack this weekend.
That's certainly right, and I think Excel's the beauty of the category. You can still build it in your garage at home. If you've got the skills to do it yourself, you can grab the parts, a bolting cage, and off you go.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see that Gavin Faulkner is yet to pit, but has to come in soon. Just 1.5 minutes before the pit window closes. Gavin Faulkner is in the lane as I say it, so the race leader has come in. Everybody therefore has completed their compulsory pit stop. Whether or not they've done it correctly is another matter.
That's true. We're just watching the clock as he makes his way down. Gavin is one of the single driver entries there, so he'll be staying in the car, a bit of a breather before he heads back out, and I think he will still be our leading master.
Yeah, I think you're right. Although the 65 of Brown, although it does have an M on it, is actually a trophy car because one of the drivers is under the age of 45, so they are automatically then in trophy. The next Masters is Hodges, running in 15th position currently. Oh, you're just pointing at the screen, and I can see why. 2 minutes 59.1 for car number 25. The theoretical race leader, Ambrose. That car is up in smoke. There is smoke pouring from the bonnet of the 199 machine. She's come to a stop on the outside at turn number 4. The cut through the short track here at Sydney Motorsport Park, but that car has some significant smoke coming from it, some sort of engine issue or something of that regard. That's a real shame for her. She was tootling her along very nicely around about 10th position, but she has plummeted down the field. Good save for Maastricht, but as you point out, 9/10 of a second under the compulsory pit stop time. Is that 3 or 4 now we've seen in this race underneath that pit stop time? Well, I think they're all going to have to be looked at post-race. I think this race will end with a big asterisk to be decided in the stewards' room.
Absolutely. We've seen quite a few, apart from the 8-second one, very, very close. It just seems like a big risk to take for such a big penalty.
Particularly when you are the race leaders and they have rejoined nearly 6 seconds ahead of the nearest competitor, Will Longmore, 5.73 seconds back. Gavin Faulkner is still in the lane and will be so for another 45 seconds. But these two machines, this front one, and the blue one, the third one in the shot, will go across the line and take first and second respectively. But there is the Gavin Faulkner machine leading in Masters, but does relinquish the overall race lead. But that was to be expected in this pit stop sequence. There it is, the 23. Identical livery to that of his son, Jackson Faulkner. And both of them doing a mighty fine job this weekend. With his father in the lane, Jackson Faulkner will move up to 3rd position onto the podium. You can see he's steadily rolling out, doesn't want to be under the 3-minute window, and that's how you do it.
That's perfect.
3 minutes, 0.7. That's how it's done, everybody. You've seen a few mistakes in this race, but that is how to judge it absolutely perfectly. Left the lane nice and slowly and got on the throttle. Perfect timing as the pit window officially closes. But that's all right. Everyone's done their stops. There'll be no penalty for that. As for whether they were correct, I'm sure there'll be a few post-race as Maastricht is coming under pressure from a car a lap down. This is the 28 machine of Ho that spent the extra 1 minute in the pits. And there's a little
That's
screw.
a wheel nut there. Looks like a wheel nut and a thread that has come off.
So I'm hearing that's in the pits. There is a better shot of it. So what car's that come off?
We
is
did see the 25 going a bit slow, did we? Or
yeah, that's a good point. But here we are, side by side. So the 68 of Longmore has overtaken Maastricht, I believe, off camera. So that is a change for position. So yes, Maastricht has taken over the wheel. Not only have they been under the pit stop time, Maastricht had a save at turn number 6 on the outlap and has now been overhauled by Longmore. Maastricht just doesn't have the pace to compete with the number 68 machine of Monique Shibaris and Longmore as they fling it in to turn number 1. Here is how it was done. A great run through Corporate Hill, down up the inside into turn number 8, the hairpin. Well, that was lovely. That was brilliantly done. Made it look easy. I can assure you it isn't. If it was, I think we'd all be out there, wouldn't we?
we might be out there ourselves, actually. But I think number 25 could see that Will Longmore was coming up as well and managed to give some space, which is always polite to see on the track.
Absolutely. Faulkner and Sala are coming as well and quickly catching Maastricht. So that'll be closed up very quickly. I am sure of that in Sector 1 alone. In Sector 1 alone, Faulkner was 1.5 seconds faster than Maastricht. So Faulkner and Sala will be there in a matter of moments. The click of your fingers and they will be on the tail of the number 25 machine as they go over Corporate Hill. Looks like I've clicked my fingers because Faulkner's there, swings it to the inside and will take second position. Oh, big lockup, huge lockup for Maastricht. That makes things easy for Faulkner. That certainly made things easy and might make things easier for Sala as well. Rear brake lights seem to be on, or the headlights on the rear, showing the headlights are on at the tail of the Sala machine, but no headlights at the front. Look at that. Yeah, it's like the brake lights are pretty well illuminated, shall we say, even in a straight line on the Sala machine, but no headlights at the front. That's slightly odd, but it's no problem if the car's going quickly.
Some home wiring, I think,
yes.
DIY.
The old electronics, always a pain, aren't they? Motorsport electronics, I'm sure we might see, or I'm quite confident we'll see electrical problems later on this evening, as up the inside through comes William Sala to take third position in this race. Maastricht is slowly losing out to the leaders. Heffron's next, but 5 seconds back. So Maastricht will be hoping to hold on to that with just 10 minutes left of this race. Ambrose, yeah, has not got going again. There was no doubt about that. That was some sort of engine issue for the 199 machine. The amount of racing that she has done in the last few weeks, it really is a nod of the hat to the Ambrose family. Of course, daughter of two-time Supercars champion Marcus Ambrose, and of course a Cup Series, NASCAR Cup Series winner in America as well was Marcus. And of course, NASCAR's the talk of the town at the moment with Shane Van Gisbergen, and then also in a couple of weeks' time he'll be joined by Cameron Waters and Will Brown in the same race at Sonoma. Yeah, that's just a couple of weekends away. They've got a weekend in Perth, though, before that to Will Brown and Cameron Waters. But pretty cool to see the former and current Supercars contingents doing so well. Nice to see them going over there and competing in the US. Of course, the big one in the US is this weekend, the Indy 500 qualifying ahead of next weekend's race. But I have very much gone off topic. Hyundai Excels are on the racetrack at the moment and delivering once again here this evening. We've just gone past 7 o'clock local time. There's 8 more minutes of this motor race, and then we will be soon after that into the Sydney 300, scheduled for around about 7:30 local time. Got plenty of coverage though before then. A few interviews I did with a few of the past winners and a few of the youngsters and a few of the old combatants as well. So we look forward to that. But up the inside comes Heffron down in towards turn number 2. Maastricht is not setting the pace of those around him, that's for sure. Maastricht last time through 2 minutes 0.4. Everybody else really around him in the mid 56s. So Sweeney will be next to try and catch Maastricht in the number 25 machine. So Bailey Sweeney on a charge, and no surprise there, certainly knows how to steer a front-wheel drive vehicle. You know more than most.
Absolutely, yes. We've seen in the recent past, Bailey Sweeney's done a bit of RX8 Cup as well a few weeks ago in Winton.
And did very well.
Very well indeed, yes. Now he's jumped back in an Excel. I'm not sure if he's ever done Excel racing before, but obviously we've seen him in the Hyundai TCR, and he did very well then, coming runner-up in the championship last year.
Yeah, so unlucky not to take the title. We've got first and second from the championship here, though, this weekend. Josh Buchan, the reigning champion, will be out there, albeit from the back of the grid. Car number 31 will start from the very back of the Sydney 300 field. So look out for that car to march through the field. Not sure if they'll put Buchan in for the first stint or leave him for the second, but either way, that 31 machine is going to be passing E, D and C class cars like there is no tomorrow in the opening laps of the 77 lap encounter later on this afternoon.
That was a lot of three-wheeling there from the
Heffron
car, that's right, missing the rear bumper. Just jumping and skipping around the corner there as it comes under attack from the number 29.
Yes, down the straight though, it's Bailey Sweeney versus the number 16 of Heffron. No, number 16 of De Bono. Apologies. Two white machines, 64 and 16, getting the drivers modelled up. I think I got that same car modelled up a little bit earlier on as well, so I apologise there. Big lock-up for Bailey Sweeney, but he makes the apex, makes it stick. It wasn't the nicest looking overtake, but he certainly made it stick.
He got it done there, heard the tyre squeal coming around the corner. And as they make their way down, number 16 is not giving up. De Bono and Billy Britton hanging on the back there of Bailey Sweeney.
Certainly are. And the 16 has been in the thick of the action, as you can see, all weekend long, or I keep saying all weekend, it's only been today. A few of these cars, they were out for practice yesterday, untimed practice for basically all categories. Yesterday, 4 hours of practice from 6:30 until 10:30 last night. So they did drive in these conditions. If they were out there in yesterday's practice sessions, certainly wasn't compulsory, but a large majority of this field was.
Absolutely, it was great seeing the cars practice under lights yesterday. A few people said that they gained a lot from it. Others were like, they did a few laps and they sort of packed up. They felt comfortable in their cars, especially the Sydney 300 competitors. But we'll see. Reliability will be a big thing tonight during the race. Really excited to see how the different classes go.
Yeah, it is going to be really, really interesting. But yeah, with the Sydney 300 guys, some of them just rolled it off the truck and didn't do any laps. Others just circulated for 4 hours non-stop. There really was a real range of how they approached yesterday's practice session.
Absolutely, and here we see on screen the number 55 of Shannon Williams leading 23 there of Gavin Faulkner. In the moment, actually, Max Gagan is in the number 55, and they've made their way up to 6th position. So that's a great recovery from the start of the race.
Gagan as another big lock up there from Bailey Sweeney again into turn number 2. Point I was about to make is that the Gagan car, has also driven very well in 86. This is the 86 Scholarship Series, was a real front runner in that last year. And another lock up for Williams. Sorry, not Williams, that's the Gagan car we just spoke about. Turns it around the right and down the hill, pulling away now from Gavin Faulkner, who sits in 7th, a good 5 places ahead of Ho in the number 28 machine. Oh, sorry, no, the next one is Hodges, who's back in the lane. Oh no, just noticed that Gary Hodges has come in the lane for a second time. That's a shame. The father of Jeremy Hodges, who we are racing for here today. So that's a real shame to see Gary come into the lane. But we saw from that package, Gary was waving, putting thumbs up. He's really happy to be here this weekend, and the whole family is so pleased to see such a good turnout to support their son.
Absolutely. They did the parade lap earlier today, and Gary actually used the opportunity to spread some of Jeremy's ashes around the track, and quite a fitting opportunity, seeing as they spent so much time at the race circuit together, built the car up, raced against each other. Yeah, very fitting to see.
Certainly is. Sala got a problem slowing down on the inside of the circuit. The 181 machine, who was sitting in 3rd position, comfortably sitting in 3rd position, is coming to a stop. The last lap was fine through. It's just happened just down that straight. It's got no go, no speed, no nothing, and behind, around goes Maastricht. It's all happening in the last couple of minutes here, but there's no doubt about it. William Sala is out of the motor race from 3rd position. Oh, dearie me. And then the 25 machine has got back facing in the right direction, but Maastricht has plummeted down the order in the last few laps.
A minute and a half to go.
Indeed.
And a 5.5 second lead for Will Longmore.
Absolutely flown by this race, hasn't it? Absolutely flown by. And the Sydney 300, I expect, will be much the same later on. We're hearing more tyres being tortured. That was the car that just went through the shot, so that was just a severe brake lockup. Here once again, the number 68 machine trying to make it 2 from 2 and a maximum of 200 points here this weekend. Oh, Sala, a bit of a control alt delete, and the 181's back going again.
Funny how these things happen.
Oh, doesn't sound quite right though.
No.
So here's a replay. Going to pull over to the left. I'm hearing that the yellow machine is going to spin off. There we go. Quite spectacularly. 90 degrees to the corner at which Maastricht was meant to be heading around. Maastricht has now fallen to 15th on the road. So a real disaster there. But no doubt about it, Shiburis is leading with just 10 seconds to go.
Yes, we are. 10 seconds to go, as Dan said, in this race, and a great effort there by Will Longmore and Monique Skiberis. They are obviously very close friends of Jeremy Hodges, and as we see here, the Sala car has pulled off into a safe position behind the marshal point, and we should actually say a big shout out to our marshals who have been out there today. Thank you for your contribution. As we watch, the clock has ticked down to 0, so this will be the final lap for the cars.
I was just noticed on timing, 5 laps behind for Maastricht, so they've handed the 5-second penalty in the race. So although that car isn't 5 laps down, they've handed the 5-lap penalty. Same for the De Bono number 16 car, and also the same for Roberts. And those are the 3 definitely that were under the 5 minutes. So great that they've done it in the race. Obviously not what those 3 cars wanted, but it saves us trying to work it out post-race. That means we can undoubtedly say that the number 68 machine, for example, is leading the race on this, the final lap of the motor race.
And as you said, winner of our first race earlier today, so they will no doubt be our winners this weekend for the Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup. As they said in an interview earlier, it's not about the trophy, it's not about the wins, it's just about, as we see, Gavin Faulkner going off there. But it's about respecting Jeremy and considering his legacy that he made on this motor racing community.
Absolutely. We'll see if Gavin takes the winning Masters after that. But winning the Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup is Will Longmore and Monique Shiburis, both of them so close with the late Jeremy Hodges. That will mean so much to them to win that Memorial Cup here this weekend. They said to us, didn't they, earlier on today, how much it would mean to both of them to win it, and they have. I'm so happy for both of those two. Jackson Faulkner has come across the line in 2nd position ahead of Caleb Heffrin in position number 3, and then Bailey Sweeney in 4th position. Beyond that, we look a little bit further. So this car has been dealt the 5-lap penalty. The number 25 machine. It started so strongly. Stint number 1 couldn't have been any better, but from there it unravelled. There was the pit stop penalty not being in there for 3 minutes. There was the spin on the out lap. There was another off-track excursion as well, and came home in position number 14. There is Gavin Faulkner, despite the off-track excursion on the final lap. You can see the panel damage. He held on to take the Masters class honours, coming home in 6th position overall, but that final lap was well over 10 seconds slower than what he has done previously in that motor race. So Faulkner comes home in 6th, ahead of Brown and Crosslands. The Crossland brothers doing very nicely in the end there. They started from quite far down the field, but came home, finished in 8th. They'll be really pleased with that.
Absolutely. As we look further down, Dalziel in number 19, Howe 28 in the number 28, Willem Sala. We've got him here as 10th. We obviously saw that car pull off towards the end of the race there.
That car has pulled off again that we saw, but it's just the fact that that car 5 laps ahead of those behind. It was a real race of attrition. Hodges, sadly, we saw unable to make it to the finish. Tabitha Ambrose had an engine issue. She came to a stop at turn 4. Patterson came in to the pits with the smoke. That car never rejoined. Gold had more off-track excursions than a sheep in a paddock, frankly, during that race. And then Harradine and Goodridge also failed to greet the finish. It really was a race of attrition, but Monique Shiburis and Will Longmore took the race victory, not only in this, the second race, but also the first race earlier on today. So 2 out of 2 for them, and they will go home with the Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup. Jackson Faulkner coming home in second. A brilliant drive from very last on the grid in this race to come home in second, ahead of Heffron and Alessi. They stayed out of trouble. They came home in third, ahead of McLeod and Sweeney. Williams and Gagan, good race from them to come home in fifth. Gavin Faulkner won the Masters class, ahead of Neve and Brown. The Crosland brothers in 8th and 9th. Britton and Vinsk in position number 9, and Tom Darzel rounding out the top 10.
As we see the cars, the top 3, they've made their way to pit exit for end of race celebrations.
Absolutely. Eric Maastricht taking the fastest lap of the race, although I think it was actually his co-driver, Colin Breiter, that did that in the opening stint of the race. Mark Wickenhoe finished a lap down, and then from there it was the tale of woes. Sala, I think, will be classed as a DNF, although completed more laps than Britain, De Bono, Maastricht, Colin Breiter, Adam Roberts. Unfortunately, not for greeting the checker flag, that will be a DNF. So Billy Britton and De Bono move up to 12th. They were dealt a 5-lap penalty for not meeting the minimum 3 minutes in the lane. The same can be said for Maastricht and Colin Breiter, and also the car behind that of Adam Roberts. All the rest failed to finish. Hodges, Ambrose, Patterson, Gold, Hardeen, Goodridge, and then the non-starters, Jones, Ward, Smith and Ford. Certainly was a race of attrition, that one. And we can see, as you say, the trophy and also the Masters class winner down there in the lane. But what a race that was, Lisa. That was a lot cleaner than earlier on today, but a really exciting race.
It was. We saw a few battle packs, a lot of people.
I've just heard that Dave's down there in the lane.
Well, let's head down to Dave.
Thank you, guys. I'm down here with an absolutely elated Monica Skiveris and Will Longmore. Monica, just tell us, how was that race for you?
It was a bit, I had a lot of pressure on me. I had to try and keep it at the front, and I did. I only dropped a few spots, so I'm pretty happy about that. And then handed it over to Will, and I knew he'd get the job done, so pretty proud of him.
Well done, Monique. And now she gave you the car in pretty decent condition, and you brought it home strong at the end.
Yeah, she's had 2 great stints in these first 2 races. Can't fault her. She's drove the wheels off this thing and then come home with 2 wins. Especially for Jeremy, I'm very close mates with him. Can't fault it, and really proud of what we could do for Jeremy.
I was lucky enough to meet a couple of his co-workers from out west this afternoon up in the cafe, and just telling really great stories about what a great guy he is. Such a loss to the Hyundai Excel and the motorsport community at large. What a great way to send him off in style.
Yeah, I'm glad that we get to hold the trophy at the end of the day. It means a lot to Will especially, so I'm glad we could do it for him.
Thanks again, Monique and Will. Well done. We'll go to our 3rd place sitters because they've parked up here. I think position 2 had to make a quick trip to the scales. Position 3, how was that for you today?
Yeah, that was unreal. It was awesome, mate. Dean Alessio, I don't know where he's at. He's missing in action at the minute, but he'll be back, I'm sure. But yeah, he set the car up for me. He went out, qualied it. Together we combined, got a good setup with the car, and handed the car over in an awesome spot, and I just got to bring it home. It was unreal. Yeah, he got awesome driving by him. He was consistent all weekend. Couldn't ask for a better co-driver.
So it sounds like Dean's already made a quick trip to the pub there, Caleb. Tell us, was there much more you had left in the tank? Bit more performance today?
I don't think I could have left much more on the table, to be honest. We put it all out there, and we come home on the podium. Can't complain with that. It's a good weekend.
Good night's racing. We'll finish off with position 2. So Jackson, you had to make a quick trip to the scales. Everything all hunky-dory? You had enough pies at lunch, made the minimum weight?
Yep, glad to say everything's all fine there. So must have had enough dinner before racing. So yeah, it was a good end of the weekend.
Now, you've cracked a bit of a sweat out there tonight. Did you leave nothing out there on the table? You have much left in the tank?
I was pushing as hard as I can. I was buggered after the first 1 hour race. So yeah, it was just good to get over the line, get a strong result. So good job to everyone for a whole green flag race, no safety cars. So yeah, congrats to everyone.
Well, fantastic work to you and everyone from the Hyundai Excels. Of course, what a way to pay tribute to our dearly departed friend Jeremy Hodges with the Memorial Cup in his honour. It's about time to get things started for the main event of Round 2 of Motor Racing Australia State Championship Round 2, the signature Picture Partners Sydney 300.
This is it, the moment we've all been waiting for. This is the pinnacle of grassroots endurance racing in this country. This is the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. Kilometres in length, 77 laps. It's the one they all want to win. In the Sydney 300, expect the unexpected. Anything can happen in this race.
Well, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, salutations wherever you're watching on Blendline TV, here locally in Australia or right around the world on YouTube, Facebook, or however you're getting this amazing coverage from Western Sydney, Sydney Motorsport Park. We've got round 2 of Motor Racing Australia Championship. It's been an amazing day of racing. We've had MX5s, we've had Clubmans, we've had Alfa Romeos and E36s, but it's time for the signature event to get started. The Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. 300 kilometres, 77 laps of this 3.9 kilometre Gardner GP circuit here at Sydney Motorsport Park. I'm joined, just in time, by my good friend and compatriot, Lachlan Mansell. Lachlan, what have we got in store tonight?
I think something pretty epic. I think when you talk to people up and down the pit lane, the theme is not only the biggest field that we've had for the Sydney 300, but the most competitive. Number of fast cars that we've got, the number of cars that are capable of taking outright victory, the most that we've seen in the history of this race.
Well, we look forward to some exceptional coverage over the next 2.5 to 3 hours here on Blendline TV, brought to you live and free thanks to the generous sponsors supporting the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. As you can hear in the background, engines are started. We're getting ready for the rollout for the Sydney 300.
Here with the defending winner of the race, Benny Tran. This year, 60 cars, a lot more competitors. How do you think it's going to go defending the title?
It's going to be a tough one to defend the title and go back-to-back, but we're up for the challenge. 60 cars, more cars than area, I tell people.
How do you think it's going to be, the race itself, with that many more vehicles?
Probably a lot more passing, so we've just got to be mindful because this is in Division A. We've got to do a lot more passing, we've got to carry a bit more pace as well just to make up the deficit, pending division times. So yeah, we're just going to be a bit more cautious when we're passing cars, that's all.
Do you think a safety car is more important for Division A cars this year because of that traffic? You won't be able to make the pace up during the green flag quite so much?
Not necessarily. Safety car is going to work for all divisions. So whether you have the fuel capacity or the tyre wear or rate and driver, whether the driver can last the distance. So that's up to the car and crew and stuff to decide. But yeah, safety car it works on all divisions, to be honest.
You've done it solo and with people in the past. Last year, very successful solo. You're doing it again solo. What are the advantages and disadvantages of that?
Just driving solo, because I drive the car 90% of the time. I know what I need to do with the car to preserve it, to push it, wherever we need to do, the car can deliver. Well, if you don't drive this car often, you don't have the track time with it. So you might overdrive it just to get the same lap times I might do at 80%.
In terms of the car, obviously same car as last year. Any upgrades, any performance changes to it?
Yeah, we've done quite a bit in terms of clearancing the bodywork for the bigger tyres that we ran for a couple of years now. So we just had a chance to tear it over Christmas and then just, so they're called tubbing the body. So we did that, just clearance to give it more suspension travel. And then since we had to remove the engine gearbox, we actually retired the other engine, which was initially in since 2019. So that was just a fairly basic standard engine that we ran 350 horses for it. And now we've got one of our built engines, which goes in line with our business, and we've turned up the power quite a bit.
Yeah. Who do you think your biggest rivals are going to be this weekend? Who do you look up and down the lane and think, they're going to be tough to beat?
As usual, Todd's always competitive, so hopefully he doesn't have any dramas this year and we can have a good race. BMW is pretty good. Any car in between Division A, B, and some of the top C guys is going to give us a really good competition in terms of the obviously division times and making us work for it.
What do you think makes this event so popular? Capacity grid this year, as we say. What do you think brings people to this event?
I think just the competition, and obviously you can enter any division and have a chance of winning, and they do celebrate division winners more so than outright, even though outright is also celebrated, which is a huge bonus. So you got 5 divisions, 3, 1, 2, 3. So you got 15 or 20 celebrations there. And on top of that, this year they've got prize money. Track time's awesome. You think about the amount of track time we get for the dollar that you got to spend, and it's grassroots, so everyone's pretty friendly. No one's going to go out there and go T-bone you or send you sideways, or you know what I mean. Like everyone's pretty courteous, and everyone's level-minded and all like-minded people here. Yeah.
As the defending champion, what do you think are going to be the keys to winning the race this year?
Just consistency, stay out of trouble, and hopefully the car holds up. Like last year, we unfortunately had a tyre issue lap 10, and that put us back a bit. So hopefully this year we don't have that drama, and we can run consistently and have a trouble-free race. Yeah.
That shows, doesn't it, that you can have problems early on, and in a 300k endurance race you can recover.
100%. But again, you got to think on your feet. We just had to do a tyre stop, or we could have done a 5-minute stop under green, but then we probably lost a lap or so. Yeah. So you got to think on the fly. So things do happen. It's you and the team. Think on the fly. What are we going to do? If you have a drama along, just keep banging away, chip away, and then see we end up with 5 laps to go.
Thanks very much, Benny, and best of luck for the weekend.
No worries. Thanks, Dan.
And they're still rolling out. I'm here with Terry Denovan, Event Director for Motor Racing Australia, and of course the picture partner, Sydney 300. Terry, this is your signature event. We got 60 cars tonight. What an achievement.
Oh, it's sensational, absolutely. We sold the grid out in one day, like 10 hours. We were at full capacity. We expected a few a few breakdowns this weekend, but look at this. We're starting a 300-kilometre race with 60 cars on the track. It's absolutely fantastic.
And not only have you brought a capacity field of 60 cars here across the 5 divisions, you've also brought on board an amazing array of support partners. If we go down through the list, Division A brought to us by Lendrive Finance, who we saw handing out those magnificent $500 checks with an asterisk, of course, to make sure they don't break out for those awards from qualifying. We've got MJS Electrical bringing us Division B. Live and Learn Group, who of course did an amazing job last year with a lot of the rides with their community integration. Crisis Transport and Logistics bringing us Division D, and of course Enterprise Connect bringing us Division E. We don't know who could win any of those divisions. All we know is that there's real cash money on the line, isn't there?
Absolutely, yeah. We've got over $11,000 in cash prizes this weekend. So between the divisions, every first, second and third place getter on the podium for each of the divisions takes home cash. Not to mention the $500 that we give away for each pole position winner as well. It's absolutely fantastic. And without the continual support from people like Charlie Viola of Picture Partners and then the other sponsors of each division, these events don't happen like this. So it's a massive, massive event, and it's a huge thank you to all those guys.
Well, it's a huge credit to both you, your team, and of course all the volunteer motorsport officials that make these events happen. Our heart goes out to everyone who wanted to be here this weekend and couldn't, and of course everyone who missed the entry deadline. It sounds like you might have to be in within about 5 or 10 minutes of entries opening for the 2025 edition of the Picture Partners Sydney 300.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. We'll go to a quick short break, and very soon we'll be starting the Picture Partners Sydney 300.
Cars coming around onto the grid. We are just moments away from the start of the warm-up lap for the Picture Partners Sydney 300. I am Dan McCarthy. Alongside me throughout this one will be Lachlan Mansell, who's commentated all of the Sydney 300s to date. This one, though, Lockie, is set to be an absolute classic.
Indeed it is. We've got some on-board cameras covering some of the action for us tonight, including riding on board with Charlie Viola, who owns our naming rights sponsoring company in Picture Partners. There he is sitting on the grid. Quite a task assembling all of the cars in their grid positions. Such is the size of the field this evening. But pole position, taking his second pole position in the Sydney 300 in qualifying earlier today, Todd Herring in the Herring Racing Yulon Mazda MX5. The last time he started on pole, he won. We've got Wilson, Liddell and Sewell starting out of grid position number 2. Anthony Sewell will take the start in that car. Benny Tran, reigning winner, out of position 3. He started third on the grid last year as well and went on to win. Then we've got the entry of Clubman and Vernon out of position 4. They actually broke a suspension upright in qualifying, but we know that car's quick. Miles Jones, another one of our solo drivers, out of position 5. David Vincent and Max Gagan in 6th. Then it's Chem Ucell and Ian Solteri. They were on the outright podium last year. They're the highest placed of the Division B cars tonight. They'll go from 7th, and then it's James Hay and Janky starting out of position number 8 on the grid. The Queenslanders in their Mazda MX5. Back then to Jimmy Tran and Drew Hall in the BYP Honda Integra out of 9th. Glenn Townsend and Aaron Wemyss in 10th in the Lotus. Then we go back to Elliott and LeBrock, the fast track experiences Commodore. That car's very quick in a straight line. Daniel Kapitanovic and Adam Thompson in position number 12 on the grid. Miles Jones looks like he's going to start from pit lane, so that's a developing story down there. We'll continue through the grid. Chris Sutton back to Vacevic and Popovac. Jamie Miller in 15th and Kiara Zabatakis in position number 16 on the grid in her Mitsubishi Evo 7. Back to Ricketts and Haynes. They're going for a victory Division B tonight in their Nissan Pulsar. The triple Herring combination in position number 8 with Tim, Aaron and Brad Herring. Back to Joyce and Sheedy. And then Richard Herring and Andy Harris rounding out our top 20. Another one of the Mazda MX-5s, that is car number 51. Back to the G&T's in their Honda Civic in 13th position. Stephen Head and Zach Bradats out of 22nd. Saguna and Petrovic in the 182 car, customer prepared by BYP Racing in 23rd. Osmond and Colin Breiter, the BMW M135i next. Then it's the Burgess father and son combination, Jerry and Lee Burgess. Gosling and Howard in position number 26. Boydell and Walsh in 27th. The Porsche 944 of Stannard and O'Neill in 28th. Then it's Jet Herring back to the Harris father and son combination. Bill and Will Harris in their Commodore Sports sedan. Tony Virag and Liam Evans out of 33rd position. Alex and Data Holtzell, the BMW 1M in 32nd. The Frasers out of 33rd. Fishburne and Tanner, the VT Commodore, is next. Julian Burke and Matthias Herberstein in position 35. Jamie Martin and Mike Kelsey, the 179 Mazda MX-5 out of 36th position. The Tierney brothers, regulars in the New South Wales Production Touring Car Championship, 37th. Grant and Harry Inwood, the boys from Bathurst, in their Subaru WRX STI, 38th. Oldfield and Giovinco, 39th. Charlie Viola, there is our naming rights sponsor, alongside Ben Hanrahan in 40th. Craig Thornton and Matthew Totani in 41st position. Good to see Kevin Stootman, his co-driver Kieran Pridmore, the AU Falcon saloon car, in position 42. Matt Hewlett and Ash Dial, position number 43, the fifth gear motoring Toyota 86. Carl Kleiman and Steve Moore, the VW Golf GTI, out of position 44. Back to Hobie and Baskus, one of the Pulsars. Oscar Butt, Troy Derwent, Marcus Rumler. Then we go back to Chinovsky and Leslite, the VW Golf GTI, out of position 48. Dennis Panner, 49th. Parry Anastakis, the most caps driver in these 300k Enduros, and his co-driver John Taylor in 50th. Then the Agar boys, they got pole in Division E earlier today. The Hyundai Veloster out of 51st position. Kendrick and Craig in 52nd spot. And we've actually got more cars on the grid than that. Our graphics tonight taking us down to position number 52. The Vigliati in the Lexus Molesworth. Back to Boyle. Few more cars there that we'll run through shortly, but one of the big stories is that one car that did not set a lap time in qualifying, the Honda Civic of Charlie Curry and Josh Buchan.
Absolutely, and we are here at Sydney Motorsport Park for the Picture Partners Sydney 300. We are west of Sydney, SMSP. There it is. An iconic circuit, 11 corners in length. Turn number 1 is pretty fast, but there's plenty of action zones around this circuit. As you see, the fast blast into the fast sweeping turn number 1. Got to be hard on the anchors for turn number 2. We saw the Burgess father and son duo making contact with an RX-8 in last year's race. Fortunately, both were able to continue. There was also an incident with a couple of BMWs, including one of the race contending number 82 machine. And then as well, Viola was right in the thick of the action around here. Turn number 8, expect moves here in lap traffic. It will play a huge factor in this motor race. Division A and has to serve 2 5-minute pit stops. We'll talk about all of that a little bit later on, but the length of the circuit, 3.93 kilometres, and World Time Attack is where Barton Moore set the lap record here a number of years ago. And here are all the cars. Can't quite believe it. Capacity field of 60 out there on the racetrack. There's already been some big news stories. The number 31, the Josh Buchan machine, starting from the very tail of the field. We just saw the 777 starting from pit lane. So 2 real contenders already starting on the back foot. But what we've seen in years gone by is that you might start on the back foot, but you're not out of it until the very end.
So Miles Jones has actually rejoined the circuit, but because he was late getting to pit exit, he will now have to start at the rear of the grid. I heard you speculating before about who might start that Honda Civic, Charlie Courier, Josh Buchan. I can tell you that it will be Josh Buchan starting the race. I asked if they thought about starting from pit lane, and Josh's answer to that question was no, because I need the warm-up lap to be able to generate tyre temperature. So he's pretty keen to get on with it early on. Watch for a big charge forward from that 31 car in the early stages. But here we are, the field assembled in side-by-side formation. This is one of the most magical moments you'll experience in grassroots racing, Dan. The start of the Sydney 300 under lights.
Absolutely. Here they come then around the final corner. What's going to happen over the next 2.5 hours? We don't know. We've got 300 kilometres, 77 laps. The Picture Partners Sydney 300 is about to commence. We can see the flag is about to be waved. There it is. Green flag, and we are underway. Roaring down towards turn number 1. A great start from Benny Tran. From third place, he split them down the middle, and he's taken second place from Saul already down in towards turn number 1. But look at this, 2, 3, even 4 wide further down the pack, and look for those cars to march from back in the field. Oh, there's a spinner. That's the 1, 2, 3 machine. I think the MX5 facing the wrong direction, and it is. Oh, that's a terrible start for the head machine, head at the wheel of that car. A real fast runner, qualified quite comfortably inside the top 20, but already at turn number 1, just 200 metres into the race, Lockie, it's got off to a poor start.
It's not the setback that you need in an endurance race like this one. Stephen Head sharing that car with Zach Radatz, and as you explained, qualified quite a long way up through the field. Gee, it's so busy, isn't it, on this opening lap? To be honest, it really is just about survival. The last thing you want is contact with another car in the early stages of this race that's going to compromise the rest of your evening. We're riding on board with Charlie Viola, and you can see just how hectic it is in the mid-pack. The theme when I spoke to people up and down pit lane just before the start of this race is that, yes, it's the largest ever field, but it's the vibe is that it's also the most competitive. The number of fast cars, the number of cars that are going to be contending for outright victory tonight is by far and away the most competitive and the most cutthroat that it's ever been. But a very good start from pole position by Todd Herring, and he has got the foot down. He's already opened up a margin of a second over the very fast starting Max Gagan. He has moved up multiple positions. He's come from 6th on the grid up to 2nd place on this opening lap.
He's just been overtaken though by Vernon. No, he was second, and Vernon has just got through as they crossed the start-finish line. So he's another hard charger. Vernon started in position number 4 and is already up to position number 2. So we can see a change for position. The number 3 Holden up the inside of the Honda Civic, but look at this from Josh Buchan. How many positions has he gained on lap number 1 of the race? We're both looking at the timing screens, but he's just about to get another one up the inside. There we are, 34th, make that 33rd from 60th to 33rd, 27 positions in 1 lap and 1 corner, Lockie. That's incredible. Here we go. We're going to get another one on the exit of turn number 3 up the inside. It's like a video game.
I mean, the first half or first 2/3 of the field will be fairly easy for Josh Buchan to pass just because of the superiority of the performance in that Honda Civic. It will be when he gets a bit closer to the front of the field that he'll start getting it a bit harder, but you're right, he's carving through the field like he's playing PlayStation on the super easy mode at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know what the AI is set to, but I think we need to turn them up, that's for sure. He's now on the back of the VRAG Commodore. Not sure if it is VRAG that has started in the number 42 machine, but nevertheless, it's made light work of it. It doesn't matter who's behind the wheel. Overtakes that like it's standing still. Up ahead of him is one of his TCR Australia rivals. Breezes past that car, now up the outside of the BMW as well. Well, this is an incredible start by Josh Buchan. But yeah, that Commodore that we can see with the pink front end, that's shared by Will Harris, TCR Australia competitor and front runner. As you say, he won a couple of races in the last round. He's sharing that car with his father this weekend. And it's actually his father that owns that vehicle. But we see up the inside, that's the number 6 of Osmond, holding off Miller. And these two both in the B class and will be contenders in Class B all day long. And so will the car behind the Lancer in Class C, the Burgess father and son duo. But just behind that is the number 73 as well. There is changes up and down the field early. It's all about trying to stay out of trouble at this stage.
And for those of you tuning in on our Blendline TV coverage, you can identify who's in which division by looking at the totem pole on the left-hand side of the screen. The cars with the race numbers on the green background, they are our Division A runners. The light blue background equates to Division B, dark blue as the cars in Division C, red for Division D and orange for Division E. So if you're following along at home, your favourite driver, that's how you can tell who is in which of our divisions. Jimmy Vernon has got through to the race lead. That car's been very quick tonight and it's proving it once again in race conditions. The strategy for that team is that Jimmy Vernon was expecting that he would probably start and finish the race. So they do have to do 2 compulsory pit stops. And so they'll change drivers at both of those stops was their plan for that team.
It does say that the number 31 machine has a Curry behind the wheel, but on the left-hand side, but it is Josh Buchan behind the wheel of that machine.
Josh Buchan, yes.
There's a few little glitches in Natsoft in front of us. LeBrock's just jumped up 48 positions in the 101 machine, so I think must have had an off-track excursion at one of the timing points. But yes, definitely Josh Buchan. We can see by the helmet behind the wheel of the car. And he is now comfortably inside the top 20. And he's making light work of the number 73 and then up the inside of Burgess. That's Lee Burgess who's starting the car. Generally it's Lee that starts and his father Jerry that brings the car home at the end of the race. But 3.9 kilometres, Lockie, 60 cars out on the track. There's not a lot of real estate for each one of them.
No, so the other thing here for Josh Buchan is he wants to get as close as he can to the other Division A cars because he has to do 2 5-minute pit stops just like they do. So it's all about making sure that he gets through the traffic as efficiently as possible so he doesn't lose too much time to his Division A rivals. And he's having to get a bit adventurous here. Lee Burgess didn't make an easy fight out of that one. Finally, Buchan gets the job done up at turn 6 and now closes onto the back of Michael Osmond-driven BMW 1 Series. Jimmy Vernon, your race leader by 2 seconds from Todd Herring, Anthony Saul, Max Gagan, Benny Tran in 5th position, Glenn Townsend, best of Division B runners at this stage in the motor, sitting 6th ahead of Chemucel. And then it's Josh Haynes up to 8th in that Nissan Pulsar. That's been a flying start from him. Nathan Brock still in the top 10 in that Commodore as well, and Chris Sutton in the Mitsubishi Evo currently occupying the last position inside that top 10.
Absolutely, as you say, Haynes absolutely charging there, and the 141 machine, the Nissan Pulsar. We should say there's a few Nissan Pulsars in this. That is not a standard Nissan Pulsar that it races in Nissan Pulsar competition. That is very much an improved production car, and in fact competes in 2-litre sports sedans in New South Wales.
Chris Sutton having a battle here with Drew Hall, who we've seen racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup for Wall Racing as well. And Sutton under a bit of pressure. These are two cars that are completely different in terms of their mechanical specs. The turbocharged all-wheel drive Mitsubishi Evo on treaded tyres compared to the front-wheel drive naturally aspirated Honda, which is on slicks. And that's a big problem for their Pinnacle Automotive car of Daniel Kapitanovich and Adam Thompson. A massive failure in the front left-hand side of that car. And I wonder if he's had contact with someone or if that's just given way of its own accord. Either way, for one of the veterans of these 300k Enduros, that is far from the ideal start.
Yes, certainly is. Look at the smoke bellowing off that. That front left wheel is not moving, and that is why there is so much smoke coming out of it. It is not rotating around at all. It's just dragging along the road, and that is certainly going to be a second-hand tyre when it returns back to the lane. But of course, the compulsory pit stop window has not opened yet. It does not open until lap number 10 of this race. So this means they can bring it in. They can make the potentially fix the car, but it's not going to count as their compulsory pit stop, which is going to be so cruel at this stage of the race. 51 now going slow in front of us on the timing screen. That's not good for the Mazda MX5, so there's a couple of little mechanical issues here early on in this motor race, but the 51 of Herring going slowly there, but just as I say that, no, it is coming into the lane. It is coming into the lane. So many Herrings in MX5s. It's almost the MX5 Herring Cup.
Fastest lap of the race for Josh Bucket, a 1 minute 38.4 for him, so he's got serious pace in that car at the moment. Remember, the fastest you are allowed to go is a minute 38 dead. If you go faster than that on more than 2 occasions, you will be excluded from the race meeting. And that's a regulation in place to stop people turning up with cars that are too fast or not in the spirit of this event. And
it's ripping the front corner apart. There's sparks inside the wheel. The whole bodywork's coming off the left-hand side. This is not going to be a quick fix, let's put it that way. This is a substantial suspension failure.
I'll tell you what, Daniel Kapitanovich and Adam Thompson, they won the Wakefield 300 in 2022, but since then they have had zero luck because they didn't finish the Winton 300 in 22 and they didn't finish the Sydney 300 last year either. And yes, some obvious problems for that car. We're hearing as well from down in pit lane that the 179 machine is in the garage with a suspected diff or drive shaft issue. They were our Division D pulseers, Jamie Martin and Mike Kelsey. So, like you said, some early mechanical problems, Dan. I think one of the things is because of the added competitiveness of the field this year, people are perhaps pushing their machinery a little bit harder. And already, we're only 6 laps into this race, and it's already taking its toll on the machinery.
Certainly is. One more 4-3 machine, the Subaru up the inside of Berg in the 323 BMW. So this is some fighting. A bit further down the 944, side-to-side contact there with the number 23. There, just behind, is the Winton 300 winner from last year, the 791 MX5. And then we've got a saloon car, the Kevin Stoopman, Karen Pridmore saloon car. And Karen Pridmore himself has not ever raced here at Sydney Motorsport Park this weekend, but that car performing nicely early on in this race, just staying out of trouble, and both of those two very handy steerers and real front runners in the Victorian Saloon Car Championship. So expect them, if they stay out of trouble, to be towards the pointy end of their class.
So we're on lap number 7 and our race leaders are already encountering lapsed traffic, which just shows how much of a factor traffic is going to be tonight. In fact, they've already lapped everybody up to 40th position.
I think that was the first commentator's curse of the race as I complimented that car. Here then is the machine we saw with the major damage coming into the lane, and that looks pretty bad. I think that can be repaired, but it's not going to be quick, and they're already 2.5 laps down. By the time that's done, I think they'll probably be well over 10 laps down. But the thing with this Sydney 300, unlike the likes of Formula 1 and supercars, it's always worth getting back out there because it's a proper grassroots race.
Yeah, you just never know. One of the things about this race is you never give up. They drove it straight into the garage, which is the smart thing to do, because in the garage you can have as many people as you like working on the car, whereas in the working lane of pit lane there is a very strict rule about the number of people who can be over the control line between, delineate the pit lane from the pit garage to work on the car. And in fact we have seen penalties given out for people having more than the permitted number of crew members over pit lane, which is 5 plus the car controller.
Just getting
driver assistant as well.
Just getting message from Dave in the lane. He says the 51 MX5 that we saw slowly coming back to the pits, a wheel bearing, CV or a diff, something in the back end has failed there. So that's a significant fix, any one of those. So that machine will be in the lane for quite some time as well. So that's the Richard Herring car out there. So already in the lane. But what a frantic start to this race it has been. Jimmy Vernon, fastest lap of the race last time through, a 1 minute 38.3. There's a big lockup from a Mazda, I think that was at the very bottom of the shot. But it's so frantic early on in this stage. We'll have a quick reset, a quick run through the results then. It's Jimmy Vernon ahead of Todd Herring, a 2-time race winner. Oh, this is lots of smoke. This is the Josh Buchan car. This is the number 31 machine. There is smoke pluming from the front of the car. What has happened? He'd made his way to 7th position, but the reigning TCR Australia champion, I think he's putting the fire extinguisher, setting that off to try and put the fire out, and the safety car has been deployed on our timing screens, and we can see that on the Blendline TV screens as well. What a shame. This car was running so well. It had already got itself right back into contention, but it has gone up in a cloud of smoke so early on in this race. So early, in fact, the pit stop window is yet to open and will not open for another 2 laps. It's come out on the exact same lap as it did last year, the year before, 2022. So course car straight on the scene there, and will be quickly extinguish that fire, but safety car has been deployed. Dave, I understand you're down there in the lane, mate.
I am, Dan and Lachlan. I'm down here in a fairly dejected looking garage for the number 861, Kapitanovic and Thompson E36. Thompson just saying no contact with another car, just ran a little bit wide on the exit of turn 3 and felt like the left-hand front of the corner of the car let go. Sounds like he's had a run-in with one of the nasty bumps on the exit of the circuit, damaged a left-hand front lower control arm outer ball joint. It is one of the ball joints that cops a massive pounding on these McPherson strut suspensions on these BMWs. So they've lost a left front wheel and tyre. Looks like they're going to need to change the control arm. Car will be in the garage for a short period of time, but doesn't look like there's much, if any, other damage to the car. A little bit of cosmetic damage to the left-hand front guard. So hopefully the team down here from Pinnacle Automotive can put the car back on track ASAP.
Fingers crossed that is the case, but there is a dejected looking Josh Buchan. He's been so fast here, Lockie, the last couple of years, hasn't he? But really hasn't gone his way to this point.
So the interesting thing here for me is how long is this safety car going to be out, because the pit window for the compulsory pit stops will open next time around. Now, it's still very early in the race, and for the cars in divisions C, D and E that only have to do the single compulsory pit stop, a lot of those cars may not have the fuel range to get through to the end from here, given that we've still got 67 laps remaining. But for the cars in divisions A and B that have to do 2 compulsory pit stops, some of them may elect to get their stop underway if the safety car is still out in a lap's time.
You were just talking there about the different divisions, Lockie. We've got a bit of a package explaining all of that. Picture Partner Sydney 300 is a grassroots racing enduro open to a large variety of vehicles. Throughout the race, we will often refer to class divisions. But what does it all mean, and how will it affect the race? Well, there are 5 divisions within the Sydney 300, from Division A all the way down to Division E. Each division has a mandated fastest lap time. 1 minute 38 for Division A, 1 minute 42 in B, 1 minute 46 in C, 1 minute 50 in D, and 1 minute 54 in Division E. If you break out of your division on more than 2 occasions at any stage during the weekend, you'll automatically be moved into the division above. If a Class A car does the same thing, setting a time faster than 1 minute 38 more than 2 times during the weekend, they will be excluded from the entire race meeting. Mandatory time pit stops have to be completed during the 300-kilometre race, with the high divisions forced to stay in the pits for longer periods. Division A must complete 2 5-minute pit stops. Division B must complete a 5-minute pit stop and a 2.5-minute pit stop, while all the other categories only need to serve a single 5-minute compulsory stop. The compulsory pit stop window opens when the leader crosses the line to commence lap number 10 and closes when the leader starts lap 70. Notably, the compulsory pit stops can be completed under safety car periods, and a 5-lap penalty will be handed to any car that does not complete the mandatory stop or stops correctly within this window. Strategy will play a factor in this race and means that a Division B or even C class car can take victory outright in the Sydney 300. So yes, that a bit of an explainer video, so that hopefully all makes sense to you. This car still smoking as it gets towed back into the lane. We can see the compulsory pit stop window has opened and will be open for a number of laps. This is a replay of what happened to Josh Buchan. Look at that, just goes up in a cloud of smoke. He immediately pulls it off the racetrack. That is a big engine explosion.
Indeed it is, and unfortunately that'll be day done, and that's a shame because he was providing us with some great entertainment. He'd actually worked his way up to 7th position from the back of the grid in a little over 8 laps, so that car now getting towed back to the pits by our ever hard-working recovery crew. The compulsory pit stop window is now open, incidentally. There's a few cars that are having to be waved past the safety car because of the position that it came out on the racetrack. It didn't actually pick up the race leader, so all of that is just being sorted out by our officials at the moment. But given how swiftly they've recovered Josh Buchan's car, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually get a resumption of play fairly soon. It'd be interesting to see if people choose to pit under this safety car.
Yeah, we'll find out. But yeah, the onboard footage brought to us by Crisis Transport and Logistics. But that's a real shame that his race came to such an early end, because, as I say, he really had brought himself right into contention. So this benefits the A-class guys, the B-class guys, and potentially the A and the B class guys. They can pit early, get one of their compulsory pit stops out of the way early. For the C, the Ds and the Es, if they pit now, it's very, very unlikely they'll be able to make it to the end of the race on 1 tank of fuel. So it certainly doesn't benefit the C, D and E class cars, simply because their fuel tanks are not long enough to bring them home. They will not be at the critical lap number, and the first of the cars are pitting at the back of the shot. That's the Osman car, number 6 first, and you're just pointing because the 144 machine has been towed into the lane, but number 6 has come into the lane. That's the Michael Osmond and Tim Colombrita machine, and also the number 3 of Ian Joyce and Ben Sheedy.
But yes, the Parry Anastakis and John Taylor car requiring a tow into pit lane, and that bonnet's up on that car, so clearly all is not well with that Nissan Pulsar at the moment. So, just to confirm, the cars in Division A have to do a pair of 5-minute compulsory pit stops. The cars in Division B have to do a 5-minute and a 2.5-minute compulsory pit stop. The cars in the other divisions just have to make the single 5-minute compulsory pit stop. There are no maximum or minimum driving times Obviously, that's because you're allowed to run with a solo driver, so the teams that are running 2 or 3 drivers don't have to fulfill any minimum or maximum requirements. Interesting that not more people have taken this safety car, to be honest. I expect that we might get a few more. However, one who is going to dive in right now, in car number 818, one of our Division B cars, Drew Hall. He's sharing that car with Jimmy Tran, one of the BYP Honda Integras. That car is naturally aspirated, but still capable of running very strongly from an outright perspective because it won the Winton 300 outright in 2022 in the hands of Jimmy Tran and, Benny Tran, I should say, and Ben O'Connell.
I'm as surprised as you. I thought that we'd have a lot more stoppers under this safety car period. That's, of course, how Benny Tran won the race really last year. Pitted under safety car conditions while many others elected not to. And we see Herring also coming into the lane in the 78 machine. And there are some more coming in, that's for sure. But yeah, great to see a couple of pit stoppers, but I really did expect an awful lot more. The top 5 in the field are A-class cars, so we expect that, and they do have to serve 2.5 minutes more than the light blue machines, who themselves have to pit 2.5 minutes more than the remaining categories. So those are the colours on the left-hand side of the screen. Some people electing to keep the tyres warm. We can see that from Gagan in the 555 machine. Others just deciding to tootle around, potentially save the tyres. And the 144 is being pushed back into the pits, which is not what you want to see at this stage of the motor race. So we're on lap number 12. We have lost a couple of competitors. We are down to 55, and Dave, you're down there in the lane with an update.
So it looks like a couple of the teams are taking divergent strategic options, particularly those in Division A and Division B when they've got different levels of stop to take care of. We're down here where car number 6 has just done a 2.5 minute stop, being part of Division B. Unfortunately, if we pan down and have a look at the ground, unfortunately that team spilled a little bit of fuel on the ground during the course of that pit stop. So we'll have to keep an eye out on the penalty table to see if there's anything incurred from the officials. If we pan it back around and head back up the lane, the 818 from BYP Racing, they're going to take care of their 5-minute stop at this point. Now, that's a bit interesting because if they go back to green flag racing, they're still going to be in the lane under green flag conditions. So still, you want to take the 5-minute penalty as early as you can. But I'm surprised, as you are, that no one decided to pit at the start of lap 10 as they're permitted to under the CPS rules.
It's going to make for an interesting end to the race, that's for sure. Another pit stop we can see at the top of the screen, and here we have heard under safety car, this car has come to a stop at turn number 5. No forward momentum. This car has been in the thick of the action already so far today, Lachlan. Stopped on a pit lane exit at the start of Q1, caused a red flag. They managed to get the car towed back to the lane. It got fixed, it made it into Q2, it then made it into Q3 inside the top 12. It was all looking bright and sunny, like it was a real recovery for them, but unfortunately, just 13 laps into the race, the car has stopped once again.
Indeed it has. The Queenslanders of Hay and Janky, and a couple more cars coming in. So Todd Herring is in, the first of our Division A cars to pit. Also Bob Papovac in the Honda Civic that he is sharing with Tom Vichencevic coming in. The Giantini Honda is in. Miles Jones is in, and so too Tony Virag. So a few people have seen that this safety car has obviously been extended as a result of that Mazda MX5 stopping on the circuit, and they've decided to take a pit stop. Now, Dave pointed to a car that had spilled fuel during its pit stop, and it's a penalty. Remember, if you spill fuel during the refueling process, 5 laps. If fuel is spilled during any other stage of the pit stop process, it's 2-lap penalty. So, unfortunately, one of those cars that spilled fuel, we might need to just get some clarification on which one, but there will be a penalty forthcoming for that car. Big thank you as well to the sponsor of our safety car for tonight, Cherry. On the Northern Beaches, they have supplied the Cherry Motor 5 safety car and it has made its first appearance of tonight. Every Sydney 300 since 2019, we've seen the safety car out at least twice. The record for the most safety car interventions was 7 in the wet race of 2022.
What a race that was, though. 2022 was an absolute cracker, as many of the Sydney 300s have been. It's quite remarkable that 2 of the first 4 Sydney 300s have been decided by less than a second. And we can hear Dave down there having a chat to one of the Herrings. Sounds like that car might be set to go once again, which would be good news. I think this is just a regular compulsory pit stop, as we briefly cut to the Viola on board, but that Mazda is being towed off the racetrack, and I don't think we will see that machine again. It has been towed to the middle of the circuit. Safety car lights are out. This is really important because the 777 of Herring is still in the lane. This is crucial. It's only been in the lane for 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes. That means it's going to be in there for 2 minutes of green flag running. Well, this is already a pretty important moment in this motor race. Importantly, though, the number 818 has already left the lane, so it served its entirety, the first 5-minute stop, under safety car conditions, which really will bring that car into contention late in the race, while all of the other real A-class runners are yet to pit.
And the other good thing for that car is that they got back out of the pit lane in 5 minutes and 4 seconds, so they went pretty close to that 5-minute limit without going underneath it. So a nice, efficient stop for the crew in car number 818, the Cherry Motor 5 safety car back in pit lane. Jimmy Vernon back underway. Now, one of the challenges at these race starts is that there's no overlapping or overtaking before the start-finish line, and that can be a bit of a challenge when you've got slow cars mixed up with fast cars. The temptation is to pull out and overtake before you get to the control line, but if you do that, you'll be penalised. So you have to exercise some self-discipline and some patience. Looks like most of the drivers and teams have been able to do that, but it's Jimmy Vernon who continues to lead by 3 seconds over Anthony Sewell and Benny Tran. Jimmy Vernon also your leader of Len Drive Finance Division A. Leader of Division B, presented by MJS Electrical Products and Supplies, as Glenn Townsend. He is in position 5 outright. Lee Burgess leads the way in Live and Learn Group Division C, sitting in 10th position outright at the moment. Leader of Division D, it's the boys from Bathurst, Grant and Harry Inwood, leading the way in Division D, presented by Crisis Transport and Logistics, and the leader of Encon Enterprise Connects Division E at the moment, currently sitting outside the top 30. Outright, we go back to, in fact, position 37, where we find Hendrick in the number 32 machine.
Absolutely. Lee Burgess continues to march up the field right behind the similarly classed Sutton in the Evo just ahead. So 2 models of Evo trying to make their way through the field. This is the 3-2-1 machine. Right behind him, though, the 33 of Lee and Jerry Burgess as the Stoopman car. The number 12 machine runs wide over the concrete verge on the outside of turn number 10. But cars continue to come across the line. Fastest final sector of the entire motor race from Sewell. Clearly cleared the traffic and then put the pedal to the metal. But by that stage, Jimmy Vernon has pulled out a 4-second lead. So Vernon, Sewell and Tran are clear of the traffic, and they are each separated by 4 seconds. Next will be Gagan to try and clear the traffic in the 555 machine. But I've been very impressed by Gagan so far today.
He's been fast in that car. That BMW is very quick. It's an M3 running the 3.2 litre inline 6-cylinder engine, but seriously fast. Incidentally, Todd Herring back out onto the circuit. He's completed his compulsory pit stop. He is down in 52nd position.
And importantly, well over a lap down as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. So he is at 1.9 laps down. That might be crucial, though, that he is just within the 2 laps. That could play a factor later on in the race. That's the thing with this race. It always sounds like they're out of contention at this stage if they pit out of sequence with others. That car is very much not out of sequence, and if anything, has a slight upper hand because it served so much of its time under safety car.
Here's a good battle between a couple of Toyota 86s. Craig Thornton going at it with the Tierney machine. The Thornton car is a Toyota 86 series spec car. The Tierney one slightly different in its mechanical specification, being production spec. They're also battling it out with the Carl Kleiman and Stephen Muller VW. Battles everywhere you look there is the number 88 Mazda MX5 as well. And also the recovering Stephen Head and Zach Radat's NC Mazda MX5, which we saw off the road at turn number 1 at the very start of the race, trying to work its way back up through the field. And Josh Haynes, that improved production Nissan Pulsar, up to 7th position outright. It's been a flying start for Josh Haynes as he looks to round up a couple of those slower cars on the outside through turn number 1.
You mentioned the 322 machine, that 86, a strut bearing and a strut issue yesterday in practice, and they missed pretty much all 4 hours of practice yesterday. They're really hoping to get some laps in, but it's not deterred the car and the drivers either, as it has a look at the Matthew Titani machine just ahead, but can't make it stick there. Look at the brakes glow on the Salteri Volkswagen Golf. Can't believe it, but that car finished second outright here last year. But at the same time, should I be surprised? Because it finished 4th outright in the Bathurst 6 Hour this year. That is a car that is so deceivingly fast in not only a straight line, but in the corners as well. And it punches above its weight.
It punches above its weight, and it has consistency of performance as well. It's a car that looks after its tyres, looks after its mechanical components, and can be fast right the way through the race. That's one of the things you'll see tonight. We talk a lot about cars that have got strengths and weaknesses in different parts of the racetrack, but there's also cars that have got strengths and weaknesses at different stages of the race. There'll be some cars that will just look after their tyres and their brakes a bit more economically, and they'll be able to maintain a very even pace right the way through. Well, there'll be other cars that are a bit harder on their mechanical components, as we've got a couple of cars, in fact our 2 race leaders coming in under green flag conditions. Jimmy Vernon and Anthony Sewell both diving for the pit lane, and that puts Benny Tran, our reigning Sydney 300 winner, into the lead.
This confuses me even more because they've only done a couple of laps after we've gone green, and now they've come into the pits. I'm very confused by this strategy early on in the race by Vernon and by Sewell, but they've both come in on the same lap. So Lockie, they must know something we don't as we go 3 wide down in towards turn number 1. Brilliant heads-up driving from the Sutton machine. Ray White sponsored Lancer, and now we'll go the outside down towards turn number 2. So many crisis transport and logistics on-board cameras here as part of the Picture Partners Sydney 300 coverage here on Blendline TV. Oh, there's a slow Mazda to the left-hand side there. It was a black machine. Couldn't see which one. We went past it at such a rate of knots. Viola was robbed of a class victory on the last lap of the race here last year. He was looking so good, and a suspension failure, I believe it was, on the final lap. Saw the car darting left and right. Frankly, it was a miracle. He made it to the line, but he did lose out to the Will and Brad Harris combination that stole Class C right at the end. They're looking for redemption, or Viola is looking for redemption, and this year he is alongside Hanrahan, who he shared the car with several years ago.
Ben Hanrahan, yes, so those two have had history driving together, and like you, I'm confused by that strategy as well. Why would you have not pitted under the safety car and had the advantage of getting your compulsory pit stop done while everybody else is trundling around at a controlled speed behind the Chariot Motors safety car? The only thing I can think of is that those two teams had some sort of fuel number that they were working towards, and that's why they've decided to pit. But yes, an interesting call. Actually, Anthony Sewell's come back out. They wasn't in pit lane for long at all. Now I'm even more confused. Maybe there was some issue with the car that they had to resolve. That's a weird one.
Dave, you're down there in the lane.
Thanks, guys. So I've just checked in with the crew chief from DNA Autosport. The number 82 M4 was in. I figured, like you guys, it was trying to burn one of its 5-minute compulsory pit stops early. Unfortunately, they didn't take that chance during the safety car period. The car came in unexpectedly. The driver was experiencing an engine light issue, which they've now resolved and sent the car. Unfortunately, so that car will still have to complete 2 5-minute compulsory pit stops, being part of the the Division A group. We're down also here with the car 86, who was also one of the race leaders. We've got Jimmy Vernon behind the wheel. You can tell that because he's got the beautiful purple helmet on. They are taking the chance to give this car the full 5-minute pit stop, so still a little bit longer to go on this. They've done the fuel, no other alterations to the car, just making sure that they don't incur the wrath of officialdom with going under that 5-minute compulsory pit stop time.
Thanks, Dave. So now, I mean, with that BMW, they were in the pit lane for 1 minute and 54, so almost 2 minutes.
I know what you were going to say.
If you've got a problem with the car and the pit window's open, why wouldn't you just serve out your compulsory pit stop?
Smoking.
Get it out of the way.
I agree with you.
That's a more serious issue, isn't it? If there's that sort of smoke coming with it. Is it coming back in? It looks like it's on its way back in. Okay, so it's something more sinister with that car.
This is one of our contenders we thought for victory here this evening. We really did think the 82 car was a real contender, but mechanical issues plaguing this one early. I agree with what you said. If you come in for 2 minutes, you might as well come in for 5, but I think they just wanted to send it out, see if the problem had been rectified. The answer, a substantial and obvious no. That car smoking at the rear of the machine. They're pointing, they can see a problem with that. I'm pretty sure that'll be engine off, driver out, and push that back into the garage, although I could be wrong, but that is a real shame for one of our contenders. Thanks very much, Dave, for the update there. Very much on the scene as always is Dave Stillwell, our man in the lane. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me is Lockie Mansell, and Lockie, we've got another one with hazards going. This is the number 8 Golf of Carl Clubman and Steve Muller in Class C.
The mechanical attrition early in this race has been extraordinary. I can't remember a 300 where we've had this many cars with this many problems this early in the race, and Anthony Sewell's miserable run of luck in these 300s continues. He's been trying since 2008, so literally for 16 years to try and win one of those things, and hasn't been able to get it done. And this is going to be another luckless night for him. He came close a couple of years ago. Him and Adam Burgess were in the box seat on strategy in 2022, but then they got penalised for a safety car infringement, which put them out of contention.
This is awkward.
This has been a really hot contest, as we see Tierney getting down the inside of the Stoopman AU Falcon saloon car. And a bit further back there as well, Drew Hall, who's already completed his 5-minute compulsory pit stop, working his way up through the field as well. It's always a high-risk stage of the race when you get cars mixed up with speed differences between them. You've got faster cars that have done pit stops that are a bit out of sequence in terms of their track position, trying to make up spots. And this is where awareness and racecraft is so important, making sure if you're in a fast car that you safely pass the slower cars. And if you are in one of the slower cars, making sure that you keep an eye on your mirrors so that you don't unnecessarily impede the faster cars as they make their way through.
I thought the Osman car was going to make it 3 wide, but the speed of that BMW hatchback in the lane made it easy on the Astra and the 86. Dave, another update from you.
Well, I do, guys. I've just had Anthony Sewell get out of the number 82 BMW M4. We've had a bit of a hug. He's told me he suspects it might be a turbocharger that's let go. There was an awful lot of oil smoke coming out of the rear of that car, and you can see there's physically a lot of oil around the exhaust tips, so not the best night here for the DNA Autosport crew. They lost the Charlie Curry and Buchan car earlier in the night on lap 1 basically, and now it looks like the 82 M4 might be out as well. We've got another car coming in, we'll get out of the way.
What a shocker for the DNA Autosport car. Both their cars nights done before lap number 20.
Is that not the 86 machine coming in again?
Coming in
Jimmy
again.
Vernon.
Jimmy Vernon, yeah.
Well, that's 2 green flag pit stops potentially. So are they maybe nursing a problem as well? What an interesting start to this race. We're only 20 minutes in, but there have been more twists and turns than an Agatha Christie novel early on in this one. So how is this gonna play out from here? There is so much strategy, so much action still to come. Wow. I did hear as well the number 88 machine. That was the slow-moving Mazda MX5 that we saw. So that's got a broken shifter. It's in the lane. that should be repaired in the coming laps, and they should get that back out there. Dave Stillwell is an incredibly busy man in the lane. Dave, you got another update for us?
Well, I'm actually not that busy. I've just gone 2 garages down from DNA Autosport. We had both race leaders in just recently, the 86 and the 82. The 82, of course, back in with what we suspect might be a turbo issue. The crew for the 86 working frantically. The crew chief has told me they lost all fuel pressure after that stop. So potentially in the course of carrying out that refueling operation, something may have got jammed, something may have got knocked. The crew working frantically, as you see at the back here, they've got that aluminium fuel cell with the connectors going to it with the boot popped open. So the team just trying to make sure that that's all sorted. They've got a fire marshal on standby just in case, so the team exercising maximum precaution as they try to get the 86 back on the track.
Thanks for the update down there, Dave. To be honest, just getting that car out there was a miracle in itself. They had a front upright failure right at the end of qualifying, and unfortunately, they were fortunate to be able just to get that car onto the racetrack. But that number 8 machine, Clubman and Muller, continues to limp around at virtually no pace.
I reckon they've got some sort of electrical or computer issue with that car. It wouldn't surprise me if it's gone into limp mode, hence the reason it's crawling quite slowly around the circuit. Obviously they tried to rectify that problem before, but they've not been able to do so, and that car will be on its way back into the pits. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, back at the front of the motor race, it's been a bit hard to keep up with what's been going on in terms of what's actually happening in the motor race with the number of dramas that we've seen. But Benny Tran, our reigning champion, leads the race by 20.9 seconds over Max Gagan, so our reigning winner looking strong. From a strategic perspective though, I'm still liking the number 77,
yes.
Todd Herring. He has completed one of his compulsory pit stops, and he got most of it, not all of it, but most of it underway, out of the way under safety car conditions. He's position 30 at the moment, and he is still almost 2 laps down, but he only has one more 5-minute stop to go to get to the end, and we know that that car is fast.
I made a note. It did 3 of its 5 minutes under safety car conditions. The 818 is a couple of positions further up the road. That got an entire pit stop under safety car. The question for me though was, its 2.5-minute stop, or was it its 5-minute stop?
It was a 5-minute stop. Yep.
Okay,
so they only have a 2.5-minute stop now to get to the end. So that's another car that is probably going to be in a pretty good strategic position as this plays out.
So I agree with you. The 77 is better off than our current race leader, but I think the 818, the teammate of our current race leader, is even better off again.
Yep, so that's always the thing about this race. When you read the race, it's not always the cars up in front that are in the best position, as this is wild stuff happening. As we see that car number 73 has a drive-through penalty for overtaking during the safety car period. So car number 73.
That's the Tom
Vucevic and Bob Pupperback car. So that's one of the other BYP. That's obviously a big no-no, overtaking under safety car, so the officials have spotted that, and they're going to give that team a slap over the wrist.
You heard me gasp just before. The number 71 machine of Thornton and Totani, I think it's Totani behind the wheel at the moment, had a big look up the inside of the Kevin Stoopman, Karen Pridmore machine down into turn number 6, and it nearly ended in significant contact that affected his run all through the next series of corners, and that great onboard from Viola showed that to great effect down in that sequence of corners. But it is the number 71 that remains ahead of the number 7 at the moment. Those two fighting in class. But look at this, just behind 791. The Boydell car, the Andrew Boydell car, has stayed out of problems early on. And this car won the Winton 300 just a few months ago as the number 8 comes into the lane. What a shame, already quite a few laps down, but that is another car that has come into the lane. I think we've already lost, Lockie, about 8 cars in this field of 60 that started. We've got just over 50 out there on the racetrack. Let's have a look. 51 currently circulating. So already we've lost 9 that we can cross off and say they are out of contention in this motor race.
So high early attrition rate, and of those cars, at least a couple of them are cars that we would have described as outright contenders as well. So the mechanical attrition taking its toll. Benny Tran, your race leader, ahead of Max Gagan, Glenn Townsend third, the leader of Division B. Chem Usel, Josh Haynes, Nathan LeBrock, Chris Sutton, Jamie Miller, Dieter Holtzel and Lee Burgess. That is your top 10 as they run at the moment. Burgess having a good battle at the moment with Kiara Zavatakis. And also the 818 car, which is a lap down but picking its way through.
Dave, I believe you're down there with that Golf that's just come in.
I am. I saw that car come in. Unfortunately, we were covering the 82 and the 86 a little bit earlier. Didn't quite get a chance to see what they were coming in for. A little bit of work around the right front corner. Car's gone out. It's come back in a lap or two later. Suspected drive shaft failure for one of the front axles. So that's a rather awkward story for the number 8 Volkswagen Golf. Other good news, we did see the 86 that was in the garage earlier with the fuel pressure issue. They've now resolved that. We also saw a discretionary pit stop for the number 53 MX5. Driver ran a bit wide. They reckon that he picked up some debris, some marbles on the tyres, came back in complaining of what was possible wheel bearing damage. Team couldn't find anything wrong. They've checked everything over and sent that car back out. So a lot of teams playing it very cautiously tonight, rather than trying to send their precious metal into the concrete walls here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Just as you're joining us, this car has caused a safety car to be deployed, but just as it was deployed, we've gone back, that car has got back underway once again. So the drama continues here in the Picture Partners Sydney 300. We expected the unexpected, but even this has been quite bizarre. So the number 29, that is Jonathan Fishburne and Bevan Tanner in their VT Commodore, came to a halt on the outside of turn number 1 while Dave was chatting to us. Caution thrown. Immediately, that car gets going again. Is there a little bit of a strategy? Is he trying to help a mate out or something? I don't think so. No, but we are 25 laps into the race. Now this time, Lockie, I certainly expect a lot of the leaders in, and they are.
Yeah, Benny Tran coming straight on in, and quite a few of the other cars joining him in pit lane as well. That Commodore, incidentally, of Jonathan Fishburne and Bevan Tanner, a car that we regularly see in the New South Wales Production Touring Car Championship, started life as a 6-cylinder saloon car, but was then repowered by a V8 motor. And Bevan Tanner, we've seen him race Fords in the Production Touring Car category, as well as newer model Commodores, but that car causing this safety car. And let's check out the replay of what happened. He's gone rotating off the circuit at turn number 1. And the concern there for our clerk, of course, Nick Goring, would have been that that's obviously quite a high-speed, dangerous part of the track. He would have given it as much opportunity as he could to get restarted and get going again, but ultimately it is a pretty hazardous position, and hence the reason to deploy the Cherry Motor 5 safety car for its second appearance of the night.
Dave, it's pretty frantic down there.
It is. Any chance that there's a safety car where you can get one of your compulsory pit stops out of the way, you'll take that opportunity, because it costs you less laps. It costs you less track position through the course of the 77 laps of the Picture Partners Sydney 300. I thought we'd take a moment just to slow things down a little bit and have a look at how the Fast Track Experiences team is taking care of the pit stop for the number 101 of LeBrock and Elliott. So we've got the 60-litre drum with the rotary hand pump. It's got a normal nozzle on the end of it like you'd find at your normal service station fuel court. So we've got them attired in all the fuel, the fire retardant clothing. They've got the earth strap onto the car. They've got fire marshals there. Now, normally when you see a V8 supercar pit stop, you see the drivers slam into the pit board. You get 10 or 11 people descend upon the car, changing wheels, Siamese dry brake fuel system, and they're in and out within 30 seconds. Nothing like that for the Sydney 300, because the team has to take a minimum of 5 minutes to get rid of their compulsory pit stop. Indeed, any time you go to put any fuel in the car in the Sydney 300, you have to be stationary for a minimum of 2.5 minutes, which is what we've taken care of with the 101. And the Commodore is back into the fast lane, heading down to pit exit, and we'll keep an eye.
So the leaders are in the lane. So Benny Tran has come in interestingly, once again, Gagan staying out. So Gagan in the 555 and Josh Haynes in the 141 staying out. So that's very interesting. I think there's a bit of smoke coming from the back of the 101 machine. I note though, Lockie, the 777 machine pitted under safety car to do its first 5-minute stop under the first safety car, and the 777 has come in again, the Jones machine. So already the 2 compulsory pit stops out of the way. The issue for that car is, can it do 51 laps now to the end of the motor race on 1 tank of fuel? If it can, that is very much in contention as well.
Yeah, fuel range and whether or not you can get to the end, that'll play a big factor here. Now, our 2 leaders were Max Gagan and Josh Haynes. They've come in a lap later. That could be a disadvantage if we get a restart soon. That will leave, I think, Lee Burgess as the race leader, albeit he'll be a bit further back in the queue behind the safety car. Now, we know that the fuel range of car number 33, which incidentally is the highest place of our runners in Live and Learn Group Division C, is not that great, so they need to get a lot closer to the halfway mark of the race before they'll be comfortable coming into the pits and making it home on only 1 stop.
Yeah, Haynes said to us, didn't he? We spoke to him before. He said we really don't know what our fuel length is, so they're sort of going into the unknown in the 141 machine. This is probably going to be a really quick caution, as that Holden, the number 29 machine, rejoined even as the safety car was called. It's going to be an incredibly short safety car period, and that means that some of these guys that are trying to do their 5-minute stop or their 2.5-minute stop may find themselves still in the lane when we go back to green flag conditions. It's now the number 80 C-Class BMW that leads the motor race. Now, that car last year was just plagued with mechanical issues, really, from the word go. So it's nice to see, and I'm touching wood as I say it, that so far that number 80 BMW is running nicely.
They were actually pretty quick in Division C last year as well before they had those mechanical problems, and I think it must have been a bit of a timing glitch because they are actually running ahead of the Burgess combination at the moment. So Dieter Holtzel in that BMW, your outright race leader ahead of Lee Burgess and Adam Gosling. So we've got a trio of Division C cars leading the race outright at the moment. And it's always so hard to read when you get to this stage of the race with all of the different strategies playing out.
I was going to say, what variety though? A BMW M-Class car, a Mitsubishi Evo and a Honda Civic, all in Class C, all fighting against each other, all setting almost identical laps, 46.3, 46.5 and a 47.0 as their fastest laps in this race. So they are very equally matched as we see the Lotus Exige Soul Lotus in this race. That is the number 173 machine that's out there in the pit lane. That's the Glenn Townsend and Aaron Wames machine.
And that is their 5-minute stop out of the way for that car. So they will be another one of our Division B runners that will only have a 2.5-minute pit stop to go now to get to the finish.
Yeah, I'm looking further down the time charts to see whether 5-minute stops have been completed. The youngest Herring is also in the lane once again. 5 minute 2 seconds for the 222. They've timed that pit stop to absolute perfection. 5 minutes and 2 seconds for the little Golf. That's exactly what you want. You want to try and get it bang on 5 minutes when you exit that pit lane. We saw in the Excel race a few minutes earlier before this one, several people in fact, really got their pit stop sequence wrong, and it meant that they received a 5-lap penalty for that infringement. And the MX5's come to a stop at the end of pit lane.
That's because the red light's on, because the train behind the safety car is passing pit lane. And that was actually one of the things that I noticed there, Dan, was that Glenn Townsend and Aaron Wemyss in that Lotus, not sure if they did a driver change. Timing says that it's still Townsend in the car, but he only just beat the safety car to the end of pit lane, so he was able to get out of the pits just before the safety car and the train came through. That's a big advantage because he's going to be basically an entire lap better off than if he'd been a couple of seconds later and got stuck at the red light at pit exit.
Absolutely agree with you there, Lockie. You've basically gained a lap, haven't you? By just beating the queue out, you can rejoin the back of the field. Well, we are only just over a third of the way through this race. It's been an incredibly frantic start to the 2024 edition of the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. Oh, and we're almost coming to a stop on the exit of turn number 3. If you're just joining us, we'll be honest, you have missed quite a lot of action, but we can promise you there is going to be plenty more action to come in this motor race. Plenty ahead of us. We have 50 laps left to go in this 300-kilometre race. And Dave, you got another update?
I do, guys. I'm down here with a fairly sweaty-looking number 173, Glenn Townsend. He's just jumped out of his Lotus G's. He's put his co-driver Aaron Weems in. Nothing to worry about. 5-minute pit stop. Get the fuel in the car. But Glenn, you are going to have to stop again to make it to the end.
Yeah, for our Class B, we have to stop 2 times, so we will be putting another 50 litres in the car. The car's going really well at this point in time. We were leading our class. We planned to come in about 25 laps, and it came in at 24, so we're happy.
So you're on strategy, and it's a really cool vibe down here in Garage 41. I see a lot of my friends from production sports car racing in New South Wales. Oh, wait, he's got the shirt on. There we go. I'll be looking forward to joining you guys at some point again in my Mustang, but great job today. And, you know, what can you tell us about the track conditions? Is it clean online? Is it clean offline? What's it like out there?
Well, fortunately, I haven't had to go offline too much. Drivers have been courteous to me. They can see me closing at quick speed, so they've been very courteous. Track's standing up really well.
That's fantastic news. We've just gone green here again at the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300.
Yes, we have. Thanks very much, Dave. As we see them bolt in towards turn number 1. You can hear a couple of brakes lockups chirping down into turn number 2. The very tight hairpin. So the top 6 cars in this motor race are Class C machines. That is quite remarkable. Beyond that, then it's B, 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 and then a Class D car inside the top 10 as well. Our youngest competitor out there, Kiara, I just saw. She came into the lane just a few moments ago, so unfortunately she'll be spending a lot of green flag running in the pit lane for her compulsory pit stop in Class C. But over the brow of the hill, 2 very different era Commodores, a VT and a VF Commodore, Lockie.
Good to see some Commodores still running around and some of the later model VFs in the field. We've got a couple of them in the race tonight. Just thinking about how that pit stop cycle played out. So because he was able to get his stop done under safety car, Benny Tran has rejoined the race on the same lap as Todd Herring. So those 2 very fast Division A cars still on the same lap. Todd Herring is ahead. He's in 9th position and Benny Tran is in 17th, a bit further back. But those cars are on the same lap. They're a lap down on the race leader at the moment, who obviously hasn't stopped yet.
Notably, the 818 machine that pitted under the first safety car pit stop is ahead of just the 81, so it's actually now behind Todd Herring. So I'm not sure whereabouts that has played out, but that's interesting. That's sort of where the battle is at the moment. But let's call the on-track action, Lockie, because there is plenty of it as the VRAG Commodore goes up the inside there into turn number 1 and is once again on the tail of the 29 machine, which of course caused that safety car just a few moments ago. And there is the race leader, the number 80, right in the middle of things. Here we go up the inside, the Lotus. 1, 2, are we going to get 3 moves up the inside? No, not quite. Had to take to the curb, all 4 wheels over there. And in a car that is so low, you're going to be feeling that through the back.
Did well there not to nail the raceway track time. Mazda MX5 there at turn number 6. Hopefully that hasn't flat spotted the tyres too badly and caused any underbody damage.
I'm hearing, Lockie, that Dave has got a very disappointed Josh Buchan down there in the lane.
Well, guys, it is an unfortunate time of the evening when we have to have a chat with Josh Buchan this early. Josh, unfortunately, the number 31 didn't quite make it to this point of the race.
Yeah, it was going well. I passed a few cars. We were in a pretty good spot. Car felt great. We finally thought we cleared all the issues, and then, yeah, the engine expired in a pretty significant way, second to last corner. So, car racing.
It is a little bit like that. I mean, you know, you've known Charlie for quite a long time, and you said, we were having a chat before we went on air, there was a lot of potential in the car. I think you only got a chance to run the car in some not quite ideal conditions. What were your initial thoughts on the car?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty fresh build. The car is excellent. It's got a huge ceiling. The potential in it is pretty significant. So I guess once it's unlocked and it's reliable, it'll definitely be back and in contention for sure.
Fantastic. So can we look forward to seeing you at either the Winton 300 maybe in a few months' time, or next year's Pitcher Partners Sydney 300?
I don't know about Winton. I don't know what the dates are. I don't really know what I'm doing tomorrow, to be fair. So I'll definitely be back next year for this, though. I can't seem to win this, and I'm pretty motivated too. So we'll be back.
So that's a highly dejected, highly motivated, but not so very well organised Josh Buchan here in DNA Autosport for the number 31 Honda.
Shame we don't have a spare headset up here in the commentary box, because Josh is quite the gun commentator.
He is.
And we have seen him on TV as part of the coverage of the Shannon's Speed Series. But an early shower for both him and Charlie Cleary tonight in the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300.
I just noticed there, Lockie, the number 86, the early race leader, Jimmy Vernon, is back out on the racetrack, albeit a lot of laps down. Oh, only 4 laps down, actually. I do think that is probably a few too many, probably out of contention, but a lot less laps down than I first thought. And that's the first time I've seen that car on the track since it came into the lane a few laps ago. But the fight is on a bit further back. There's the 818 machine, one of our real contenders at this stage of the race, sweeping around the outside of the number 22 of Jamie Miller. He's doing it solo this weekend in Class B and doing a really good job so far in this race. He sits in position number 8, and he's done one of his pit stops. He's actually one of the highest placed drivers that has completed a stop, and you're pointing because there is a theoretical change for the lead. The number 81 overtakes the number 818. The teammates change positions. The reigning race winner taking that place.
Yes, so Benny Tran moving up into what will be 9th position outright. Spare a thought as well for the driver of that number 132, the blue Lexus that you can see on the screen there, Wayne Movigliati. It's his first ever motor race in anything. Talk about throwing yourself in the deep end, a baptism of fire. 60 cars under lights, travelling at all different speeds here at Sydney Motorsport Park. But to his credit, Wayne is holding his own so far.
He's been hung out to dry a bit there, but he showed great heads-up driving, great racecraft to see what was happening in his mirrors. Step aside, yeah, okay, he probably lost a place that he's fighting for in that, but nevertheless, he resets. There's no damage on the car, and that's what a lot of drivers have failed to do so far in this race. We say it's been a race of attrition, and that has certainly been the case. The 101 up the inside. This car, we are both a really big fan of the 101 machine, that Commodore on the screens in front of us. Nathan owns that car. It's only the 3rd race meeting for that machine. The other 2 are in Super TT at Calder Park and here at Sydney Motorsport Park. So this is really going into the great unknown for that car. Super TT race is only about 15 minutes in length, so this is by far and away already the longest race that Commodore has done. And I think there might be a little bit of smoke coming out the back of it as well. Yesterday in practice, I went to them. I saw significant smoke coming from the front of it at one point, and they were saying, yeah, she runs a bit rich on the old oil, but there isn't too much to worry about. Yeah, okay, there's a few teething issues with the car, but that's what you expect when it's only done a couple of small race meetings.
Certainly has plenty of horsepower. Big 6.6 litre V8. Basically, it's a stroker version of the LS2 V8 engine that powered plenty of Commodores here in Australia for a number of years, so it's got no shortage of straight line speed, but over a long endurance distance it is a big heavy car that will be quite hard on its brakes and tyres. Oh gee, that's tyres down into turn number 1 with Harris around the outside of Wemyss. Cars that are going to have completely different strengths and weaknesses. Look at how the Lotus gathers up the Commodore under brakes heading down into turn 2.
Here is the Slattery 222 Golf. How is that machine running at the moment, Lockie? As we say, a real contender here last year. It pitted under the last safety car period on lap number 25 of the race. So got one of the compulsory 5-minute stops out of the way. Of course, being a Class B competitor, it actually only now has the 2.5-minute stop to go. So I think this car could be in contention at this point in the race. I'm certainly counting it amongst one of the favourites at this early stage.
I still think Todd Herring and Benny Tran are looking pretty good. Those cars now separated by just 14 seconds, and they're both on the same strategy and on the same lap. They've each got one more 5-minute compulsory pit stop to go, but critically, both those cars now back on the lead lap as well relative to our race leaders.
However, both the 818 and this car, the 222, have 2.5 minutes less to do in the final stop, which is about a lap and a half or a lap and a third. So they've got to really make hay and break away from the B class challenge, because at the moment it is looking quite favourably for the B class competitors at this point in the motor race. But there is still plenty more to come. 33 laps down, 44 laps remaining, and this is what I was saying about the Slattery Golf. It might be a Golf, but it is super fast. Oh, there's some debris on the outside at turn 8 that's just been run over and pushed right onto the racing line. Not quite sure what that is. Pop plant. Yeah, it does. I guarantee it isn't that.
Just noticed as well that Jackson Copeland in that number 86 Mazda MX5, which had some problems after leading earlier on, has just punched out the fastest lap of the race with 1 minute 38.0034, which is as close as you want to dare to going underneath that 1 minute 38 cut-off and earning a strike.
I think it's a case now of just throw caution to the wind. If you get excluded from the race, so be it, I think, is the motto there. Oh, the 88 is off again. This is the car that had the shifter problems just a few laps ago, and has that problem reared its ugly head once again on the exit of turn number 2. And we've gone a yellow light at that particular corner. Turn number 3, whether or not that car can be fixed or not. So that was the car that we saw running slowly earlier on. They brought it into the pits. It was a shifter problem. It was struggling to select gears. They managed to repair it. They've got it out on the track once again. But that to me could be a repeat of that issue, the way that that car has stopped. Maybe not got any gears at all this time.
And
oh no!
More problems. That's the Sheedy and Joyce VF Commodore pulling off drivers left. That's heading up into the final sequence of corners through towards turns 9, 10 and 11. So that car's managed to get itself into a fairly safe position. The number 88 car of Jackson Fraser, not quite sure if it's so safe, and it'll be interesting to see if the Cherry Emoda 5 safety car makes another appearance. And that's a big mechanical failure for that Commodore.
Brilliant.
Could be a gearbox problem, perhaps.
Brilliant. It was caught on the Picture Partners replay as the number 88 gets going, but what great images from Blendline TV to capture that in real time and replay that to us just like that. But yes, I think this is definitely a repeat of the shifter issues for the number 88 Mazda MX5. Of course, there's more MX5s than any other model machine here in the race this year. 16 Mazdas, the most populous mark in the race this year, and there is one overtaking it and one right behind it, so that just shows. But yet 16 Mazdas making up the 16 cars in this field, and it was Mazda MX5s that took victory in the hands of Todd Herring in edition 1 and 2 of this motor race. So the MX5s do have good history around this Sydney Motorsport Park circuit, and we've just, Lockie, gone safety car.
Indeed we have, and I think that's probably a concern for the Commodore, the Ian Joyce and Ben Sheedy VF that has stopped. There might be a concern about some potential fluid being left on the racetrack, but well, I reckon we might see some more pit stops taking place under this safety car, particularly among those cars that have to do 2 pit stops, and in fact even the Division C cars will probably be starting to think about their pit stops now that we're getting close to that halfway stage of the race.
Hall is in the 818 for its final stop, importantly. So there'll be a driver change there. Hall has been in since the start of the race. He will hand over to Jimmy Tran, who's been so close to winning a 300, but is still yet to do so, Lockie. So close, particularly at the Winton 300 a couple of years ago.
Heartbreakingly close to victory in the Winton 300 in 2022, where on the second to last lap he had a commanding lead, and a late mechanical problem with an engine sensor ultimately cost him victory to his brother.
Yeah, it was a sort of a bittersweet win, I think, for Benny Tran, wasn't it? But he's had great success since then, winning the Sydney 300 here last year. But didn't quite go his way last year. Oh, sorry, actually, Benny didn't drive in the Winton 300 last year. But again, it was the Trans that looked pretty good for most of the race there. But in the end, it went the way of the 791 MX5, driven by Boydell and Walsh. No Walsh this weekend, just Boydell. But we're looking at the VRAG and Evans machine with some fuel flooding out the back. I'm sure that is petrol coming out the tail end of that machine. That's really not what you want to see. You can hear the crews calling for fire extinguishers. They'll be on that quickly. It's quite chaotic down there in the lane once again. Todd Herring, the number 77, is in the lane for his second stop of this race. This has been beneficial for the Class A cars, Lockie. Although they've got 2.5 extra minutes in the pits, it's unlikely that under safety car, a car will do 2.5 minutes. They should still stay on that lead lap, if you follow what I'm saying.
Indeed, and it means that they probably should be able to get out still within cooee of the likes of Drew Hall and also those Division C cars that only have to make the single pit stop. But the officials will be keeping an eagle eye out to see if anybody spills fuel, and there will be some penalties handed down post-race to anybody who has been found to have transgressed. Our race leading number 80 BMW of Dieter and Alex Holtzell is in pit lane, so they're going to get their one and only 5-minute compulsory pit stop underway, as well as Todd Herring, Benny Tran now in as well. So both those leading Division A cars in for their second 5-minute stops as well. So from this point, they'll be right to go through to the finish.
Yeah, you'd think so. And we are back to green, Lockie. Very short pit stop. We can see the Cherry safety car in the corner of the shot. That's even caught our cameraman by surprise. It was such a quick restart. I see you pointing, Lockie. You've noticed something?
I was just about to make the point that in supercar racing, we often talk about double stacking and the headaches that can cause. Here at the Sydney 300, it's more like triple or quadruple stacking there in pit lane at the moment. And I just noticed that Benny Tran wasn't able to get into his pit bay because I think it was already occupied by, it might have even been his teammate, the 818 car. So hopefully that's not going to be too much of an issue with being able to get the refuelling equipment connected up to that car, because even though it is 5 minutes and you do have time, you still don't want to be sitting there wasting time for too long.
This is not good for the A-class cars, so Herring, Benny Tran are still in the lane and will be for another 2.5 minutes, while the B-class cars have been able to exit the lane. Here comes the Ray White-sponsored Evo Lancer up the inside on the 222. The 311 runs wide. There's real class contenders in this fight. They don't want to get mixed up with each other, but this is for position in the C and B classes, and it's frantic back there. The 222 of Slattery, the 321 of the Mitsubishi Evo of Sutton in there as well, and they are fighting away in the mid-pack. So here's the 222, currently sitting in position number 6, Lockie, but importantly has not done the second compulsory pit stop yet.
Also, Drew Hall, being a Division B car, that car with him and Benny Tran only had to stop for 2.5 minutes because he'd already did his 5-minute stop early, but they've been in the pits for well over 4 minutes. So this has been a long stop for that car for some reason as well. That's going to be a big disadvantage for them compared to some of the other Division B runners.
Unless they only did the 2.5 minute in the first one, but you're convinced.
Keeping an eye on it, 100%. They already did their 5-minute stop.
I trust you, Lockie. I certainly trust you with this kind of thing.
4 minutes and 46, so that's been a long stop for that car.
That's ruling that car at least temporarily out of contention, because that was one of the favourites, because effectively that could have come out 2.5 minutes earlier and been right in contention. Dave, you got another update for us?
Thanks, guys. Well, I was hoping to give you a walkthrough of a pit stop conducted with the Siamese dry brake coupling that we're used to seeing at events like the Bathurst 6 Hour. And I thought, you know, what a better option than to position myself next to the Car 42, who of course have run in New South Wales production touring car and Bathurst 6 Hour events before. Well-oiled team. They put the fuel in the car, everything looked good. Of course, that's when we started to go safety car. Unfortunately, just as they started doing their driver change, fuel started leaking out of the car in the right rear corner. Looks like they had a failure of a breather or a blow-off vent. The team member, when they actually depressed the Siamese dry brake coupling again, actually had fuel squirt out and nearly hit them in the face. So the fuel tank was quite pressurised in the back of the number 42 Commodore. Speaking about things in the back of, we've got the number 88 Mazda MX5 back in the lane. The driver dejectedly tells me that he's changed the gearbox into a Swiss gearbox because it's currently full of neutrals.
Lockie, looking at the penalty section in the special regulations of the picture partner Sydney 300. Point 28.1, Section E. Spilling fuel during refuelling, a 5-lap penalty will be coming the way of the 42 machine. Of that, there is no doubt.
Yep, and that's going to rule them well and truly out of contention. That's a great shame for that car. Both Todd Herring and Benny Tran back out onto the racetrack in 5 minutes and 1 second. So they cut it extremely fine there, but that's okay. They were still over the minimum pit stop time, so that is all A-OK, and they're two of the cars that they're outside the top 20 at the moment, but with a lot of pit stops and strategy still to play out, we do expect those cars to be potentially fighting for outright victory later on in the race.
Should touch on the fact, Lockie, if you watched the race last year, you might have seen a refuelling drama and there was no penalty given. You're at the driver's briefing this morning. That is a new rule, isn't it, introduced for this year?
Correct. So the determination has basically been made that any fuel being spilled in pit lane for any reason whatsoever, particularly this year with such a large field and also the number of personnel in pit lane, it's dangerous and it needs to be avoided, and therefore there will be penalties applied for any fuel that's spilled for any reason. So it's something that's really being tracked down on this year.
Jump on board with the Picture Partners sponsored machine, the number 7 of Viola, who's having a action-packed day in the office. You saw a few hand gestures earlier on, waving hands at slower traffic, but staying out of trouble early on in the Pulsar. Has won a couple of classes in the past, trying to go for a different class win this year.
Well, originally they planned to go for a win in Division C, but they've ended up in Division B. We're just about to tick over the half race distance mark. In fact, we just have in 1 hour and 19 minutes. So the race record for the Sydney 300 is 2 hours and 25 minutes, which was set by Todd Herring in 2021. I'm not sure that we're going to get there this year.
It'd have to be
We've already
green.
had 3 safety car interventions. You're right, it would have to be green from here through to the end if we're to be a chance of eclipsing that race record.
Just touching on the point I started, Viola and Harahan won D class in 2019 and then won C together in 2021. And there's a smoky machine on the screen. I can't quite pick up which one it is. Is it the Exige? It is. Oh dear. What do they say about Lotuses?
Glenn Townsend, when I caught up with him earlier this morning, he made the point that the car has run really well at other racetracks, but they haven't had any luck with it here. And once again, it looks like that Lotus is going to be limping. As to your question, what do they say about Lotuses? What's the acronym? Lots of trouble, usually serious.
Yes.
Looks like there might be a bit of trouble coming the way of Glenn Townsend and Aaron Wemmers at this stage of the race.
And they currently sit in position number 3 on the road. The best sitting car of any in the race that has completed a pit stop. Yeah, okay, it's Class B. They do have to do another pit stop, but nevertheless, they were looking in a good position seems to be coming notably over the far left-hand side from the tail of the shot, so not quite sure what that is. It's a bit strange, not smoking all of the time either, but that car, the 173 Lotus Exige, has come into the lane. The top two, Burgess in the Evo and Gosling in the Honda Civic, sit a lap clear of the rest of the field, but those two are yet to complete a stop. One of only a couple of cars really yet to complete a stop, and in comes the 173 machine. I note the 147 machine has made its stop. Sorry, the 141. Ricketts has jumped behind the wheel, so the reigning or current, series leader in TA2, Josh Haynes, has jumped out of that Nissan Pulsar, and it's going to be Ricketts that is going to bring the car home. But this is smoking really badly, and I think this might be quite a long fix for the Lotus Exige in Class B.
Oil under the AccuSump.
And Dave's notice says oil under the AccuSump.
Whenever there's smoke like that, you always hope that it's something simple like loose bodywork rubbing on a tyre, but obviously in this situation it's something a bit more serious, and that's probably not going to be a quick fix. Good news is that they can get their second compulsory pit stop out of the way. They do still have a 2.5 minute pit stop to go.
Correct.
So they'll be no doubt trying to take that opportunity, but that's a shame. They were having a good battle with the number 222 VW Golf at the time, but once again, just like we saw last year, that number 222 car starting to float its way towards the top of the order when it counts.
And it's only got 2.5 minute stop to do as well. Is it on the same lap? No, it's a lap ahead, importantly, of the 81, the 818, and all of those machines, the 777, the Herrings, and both of the Tran Brothers machines. So that's important, because that means that car will still be in contention when it makes its final stop. It's all starting, all the puzzle pieces are beginning to fall into place. We can now see the finish line, and we can work their strategies out from here. Who needs to pit once more? Who's done all their compulsory pit stops, done and out of the way? It's all starting to make sense, and it's looking at the moment like it's looking good for the Class A runners at this point in time. Notably, though, the Class A runners that have done both pit stops in 8th position. Vincent has jumped behind the wheel. Max Gagan has jumped out, but they still have 1 5-minute gulp to take.
So, according to my calculations, the best placed car that does not have to stop again, I think, is car number 13, the Giantini brothers in their Honda Civic. They're in Division B. They're currently sitting in 10th position, and they've already done both their compulsory pit stops. So I believe that number 13 car was the highest placed car that does not have another stop.
While you're looking at that, Lockie, the number 53 machine of Ronin Lindmeyer and Michael Buckley is hardly moving. Their cars keep bolting left and right, trying to avoid it in the hairpin and in the straight line. Oh no, Chris Sutton, there's a puncture. You saw it at the same time as me. Yeah, the 321, a front right puncture. This was an issue last year, wasn't it, for the Evos? I actually asked the Burgesses, who are now leading the motor race, do you expect it to be an issue this year? They said not with our car, but it could potentially be an issue for other Evos again. And that's the first time we've seen it this weekend in this weekend in this motor race. Dave, you got an update?
Yeah, I think we're starting to put the commentator's curse on a couple of competitors, because it appears everyone we speak to seems to not have that much of a good night here at the Sydney 300. We had a chat with Glenn Townsend from the number 173 Better Marine Weems Transport 173 Lotus. Unfortunately, it looks like they've had a terminal engine lubrication system failure, what they call an AccuSump. It's an external oil reservoir that allows you to maintain oil pressure in an engine that doesn't potentially run a dry sump oil system. It's not just had a leak, it's basically blown the end off that canister. So it's a failure I have never seen before in my time, and I've been dealing with those things for over 20 years. So definitely something for the team to investigate before they come back for the next edition in the 300k endurance specials.
Thanks, Dave. While you were talking to us, I sure saw in the back of the shop the 101 machine is coming for a third pit stop, and they're looking under that car. And on our timing screen to gone safety car, there is a Mazda in the wall. Car number 86, that is the Jimmy Vernon machine that was leading the race early on. He's now handed the car over to his co-driver at the wheel of that machine. That's Jackson Copperman, but that car has come to blows into the tie wall at turn number 3. Yeah, it is definitely the 86 machine, so thanks to Shane Rogers and the Blendline team for letting me know that one. It certainly is the 86 car off the road. It was 4 laps down, it was running strongly, but yet another caution period. I've lost count now. We're up to 4, 5?
Yeah, 4. Which is the second most safety cars that we've had in the Sydney 300. And we've still got, obviously, a fair way to go as well. But you'll see a lot of teams taking this chance to get their final pit stops out of the way.
Yes. All of them. Slattery in, importantly. Gosling in the 43. Honda Civic in for its sole pit stop as well. The 22 Mitsubishi Evo of Miller in for its final stop. The Ricketts Haynes car in for its final pit stop as well. So many of the contenders are in the lane. So this could be I think basically everybody will get their final stops done here, and then it should be green to the finish. Something's not right with this Totani car. The Matthew Totani car is going to be pushed into the garage. The number 71 machine has been running strongly here today. He's a good little peddler, is Matthew in... Oh, it's actually Matthew's out of the car. It's his co-driver that's behind the wheel.
Craig Thornton, who owns that car. Also, this safety car will minimise some of the pain for Chris Sutton, because he's going to be able to take some of this pit stop under safety car. And just coming back to the point about the front right-hand tyres on the Evos, we've seen it here in the past in production car endurance races as well. The front right-hand tyre on the Evos, it cops an absolute pounding around here, particularly through turn 1 and also coming around Corporate Hill. So not that much of a surprise to see that car experiencing that sort of failure, as we see cars being held at the pit exit while the safety car and the train behind the safety car passes pit exit. The drivers will wait there till the green light comes on, which it does now, and then they'll head back out onto the racetrack.
Absolutely well called there, Lockie. So another reset. Surely the Burgess car comes into the lane this time through. They're yet to pit. There's only now 33 laps in this motor race remaining. We're over half distance. Surely that is what is going to be done. And off the track is Copperman. Thumbs up to the marshals. He is all okay. I was watching a couple of supercar replays, and a big crash I remember here for Stephen Richards back in 2007 at that very corner. There's been some big ones over the years at turn number 3, but yeah, that one I was watching just the other day. I was actually Jimmy Vernon behind the wheel of that car as it's hit the wall, and I was speaking to him just before, so I've put the commentator's curse on him clearly. Lockie, who have you spoken to that's come into dramas today?
I spoke to Daniel Kapitanovic. He was pretty much the first retirement from the race. Him and Adam Thompson. Also, Lee Burgess has chosen to come in and get that car's sole compulsory pit stop out of the way. He'll hand the car over to his dad, Jerry, for the run home. Got a couple of Division D cars out there that haven't come in yet. The number 23 Division D entry of Ben Oldfield and Malcolm Steele. That's one of the Mazda MX5s. Also, the Tierneys in their Toyota 86 yet to come in for their single compulsory pit stop as well.
Also, just on the fringe, top 13 in 13th place, the 151 machine of Craig Barney. He's currently behind the wheel, sharing the car with Andrew McLaughlin. They've got an MX5, and they have also yet to pit. I think those are the remaining 3 that haven't stopped. Everybody else in the race has. and I think most of them should be good to make it home from here. So the highest placed car that is completed, actually we'll wait for them all to finish their stops under the safety car before we delve into it a little more, because there's certain cars that have just come in that'll have to do a 5-minute stop. So let's wait for the timing to reset once everybody is out of the lane at the end of this caution period, and then we can really get a good assessment of exactly what has gone wrong. Who is where? I was about to say, I wonder what though has gone wrong with Jimmy Vernon. Do you think it's a mechanical issue? Do you think he's made contact with somebody? It's a strange place to go off the road by yourself, turn number 3, Lockie.
For somebody of his experience, I'd imagine that there probably has been some sort of mechanical issue. As we say, the Burgess is taking the opportunity to change the loaded side or the working side tyres on their Mitsubishi Evo. And you can see a fair bit of wear has gone through that front right-hand tyre, so a precautionary option to do a tyre change on that car.
Dave Stillwell describing it, you may have heard as toast. That's the official scientific
bird
definition.
Toast?
Yeah, but bird
It's
toast.
not avocado on toast, it's properly toast.
Yes, thank you, Dave, for your scientific input on the matter down there in the lane. But yes, we are under caution period, lap number 41 of this race. The 555 Vincent car, the BMW Vincent and Gagan is also in the lane. So that's quite important. Been in for nearly 3 minutes, so just a couple of minutes to go, and that'll be their 5 minutes done and dusted. The question is, will they come out ahead of the Jimmy Tran car? I think it could be a possibility, you know. We'll see how it all plays out, though.
I wouldn't be surprised if they put Max Gagan back in that car for the run home as well.
Not a bad
shout. He's
shout.
been the faster of the two drivers so far this weekend. And if they can get him back in the car, he's every chance of being one of those drivers contending for victory.
I'm looking through my notes, Lockie, and I've not seen a minimum laps that must be completed.
There is no minimum laps that must be completed. You could do the, who was it? Bruce McPhee and Barry Mulholland
Right.
strategy for Bathurst in the late 60s if you want, and have one driver who only does one lap.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be repeated at the 1000 anytime soon. Of course, they do have a minimum laps that must be completed. 54 it is at the 1000, but we don't have that here. Starters, of course, over the years, you've seen a steady increase. Got the record last year, 47 starters. We have well and truly blown that out of the water here this weekend.
Oh, Benny
Capacity
Tran.
Field. Oh, Benny
Tran back in. And I noticed a loose left side skirt on the BYP Honda Integra as he drove past our commentary position at pit entry. So I'm wondering if he's had some contact or maybe run over a curb or something and damaged that car. But this is obviously an unscheduled stop for Benny Tran, given that he has already completed both of his compulsory pit stops.
I also see it's saying he's 5 laps down to Todd Herring, who moments ago he was on the same lap as. 5-lap penalty, you know what that is as well as I do. That is for being under the minimum pit stop time. So that car is out of contention anyway. That car is not going to win this motor race. Where are we? 5 laps down.
Wow. Okay, well, there you go.
Yeah, I'm just seeing it reset timings scrolling through in front of us as it is for you guys on the left-hand side of the timing screen. Benny Tran is definitely a number of laps down, so I think this car has already been dealt a hefty 5-lap penalty for not completing the minimum 5-minute pit stop. We should explain, in Class A you have to do 2 5-minute pit stops. If you do under 5 minutes, if you complete the tour of the lane in under 5 minutes, you are dealt a 5-lap penalty.
Or it could have been another infringement like spilling fuel during the pit stop that they've been penalised for. Either
Possibly.
way, they've bolted a new front right-hand tyre on it and sent it. So, unfortunately for our reigning winner, out of contention for back-to-back victories in the Sydney 300. We've got another new race leader, by the way. We've now got, would you believe, a Crisis Transport and Logistics Division D car leading the race outright. Ben Oldfield and Malcolm Steele. The number 23 Mazda MX5 leads this race.
Yeah, you mentioned there the Division D, Crisis Transport and Logistics. We've got to say a big thank you to all of our sponsors in all of the divisions. Lendrive Finance in Division A, MJS Electrical Products and Supplies in Division B, Live and Learn Group in Division C, Crisis Transport and Logistics, as you say, in Division D, and then Enterprise Connect in Division E. So many sponsors jumping on board with the Picture Partners Sydney 300 event this year, which is really cool to see. And I did hear in my ear that there's just a couple of wall repairs they're doing down there, so this could be a reasonably lengthy caution period. As we look back through the years, Division A generally has won this race 3 out of 4 occasions, but in the very wet race of 2022, the year that Dylan Thomas and Cody Brzezinski took the victory in their Mitsubishi, it was a B-class car that did take the victory on that day. And we can see the Jimmy Vernon machine. Doesn't look like it's got too much major damage or anything, so not quite sure there. But nevertheless, that car is once again being towed back into the lane. I'm hearing that the wall repairs were not too significant, which is great news, and we will be back underway in the not too distant future. Didn't expect to see this car back in the lane. This is a 3rd pit stop. Now, Class B cars don't need to do 3 pit stops. What has happened here? For Slattery, 2 of the cars that were right in contention. Are we doing a driver change? No, I don't think so. Why is this car back here, Lockie? They're putting fuel in the car. If they underfueled it, that's bizarre. That is absolutely bizarre, and they're sending it back away once again. So a quick splash and dash under safety car conditions. Is he going to get a green light? Yes, he is. That's good news. And he'll rejoin the back of the train. But that's really costly for the car that is right in the hunt for not only the B-class victory, but the race victory.
Well, the problem is that he's given away a lot of the head start that he would have had over, in particular, I'm looking at Todd Herring at the race start, because he's now going to be behind Todd Herring in the queue at the race start, whereas prior to coming into that splash and dash, he was actually a lap ahead of the 777 car. So it actually, when you think about Todd Herring, he's going to be chasing down and trying to get currently in 10th position, but he's going to be chasing down all of the cars ahead and going for the outright victory. His task just got that a little bit easier, and it's now Ian Salteri who's going to be at the back of the queue, and with all of the work to do with negotiating the traffic at this safety car race start.
Dave, you're in the lane down there with the number 32 machine.
I am, and one of the mechanics that's been working on the car is one of the team that I work with for the Kalis Kenny Intellects Lawyers Production Sports Cars Victorian Championship. Unfortunately, he's given me the this car's had it. We've had a left front wheel bearing failure. I don't know what it is that's going on, because I had a chat to Jimmy Vernon and a bit of a pat on the back. He had a left front or a right front upright failure. So despite the fact there's been no change to the track in the last 12 months, so many cars experiencing, suspension or upright issues as a result of the pace tonight. So I don't know what's happened, but a lot of drivers experiencing unexpected technical issues through the course of the Picture Partners Sydney 300.
I don't know about you, Lockie, but I think that's just because they're pushing the cars to the absolute limits this year. They have to find the limits of these cars. They can't just cruise around and try and win the motor race.
So after our 5th safety car intervention, the Cherry Motor 5 is back in pit lane, and we are back underway with 32 laps remaining. Your race leader is the Adam Gosling and Brent Howard Honda Civic at this point. Another different race leader. Bit further back in the queue because they didn't wave cars past the safety car to get to the race leader, because the race leaders, when the safety car came out, made pit stops. But it is Gosling who leads the way ahead of Burgess. Salteri back to 3rd position, and we've still got I think 14 or 15 cars on the lead lap at this stage, albeit they are a bit mixed up in track position. 14 to be precise, as a result of the fact that we didn't actually have the leader at the head of the queue at that safety car restart.
Oh, sorry, mate. The record of people finishing on the lead lap is 6.
Yep, in 2022.
And we are well ahead of that at this stage of the motor race, but there is still so much to play out. I think we can say thanks to that because of just what you said. Gosling leads the race, but he's miles back in this queue right towards the tail of it. And we're seeing another safety car on our screens, and it's the 311 Mazda MX5 that caused one of the early race safety cars. It's come to a halt once again out there on the racetrack. Last time it was at turn 5. This time it's at the final corner. It never even made the green flag.
So this safety car is going to be good news for some of those faster cars like Todd Herring that are a bit further back, because the safety car will now pick up the race leader, and we should get a bit of a race set as far as making sure that our leaders are in order, as it were, behind the safety car when we go racing once again. But this is safety car number 6, so we're now only one away from the record number of safety cars for this race, and we've still got 31 laps to go. I'll tell you one record that's not going to get broken today, and that is the race record. With this number of safety cars, there is absolutely no way that will be getting to 2 hours and 25 minutes race time tonight.
We might be on for the longest. This present race even longer than the very wet race of 2022. But we ride on board with Slattery. He's done all his compulsory pit stops. In fact, he did an extra one just for good merit under that last caution period. A little splash and dash just to make sure they can make it to the end on this tank of fuel.
But they added fuel. When you add fuel, how long are you supposed to be in pit lane for?
Now you mention it. 2.5 minutes, is it not?
I reckon they might be in a bit of strife.
Let's have a look. I'll have a look through the penalties. Or do you want to do that? I'll continue to talk us through the race as the 311 machine gets towed into the lane. Lucky Menzel delves in to the regulations, and you've already found it.
Rule number 19.14 in the special regulations for the Sydney 300. It is compulsory for any pit stop where refueling is taking place to take 2 minutes and 30 seconds from the time the car enters pit lane until the car exits pit lane. So if they've splashed some fuel in it and they've
which they did,
they have breached that rule, and they're going to be on the receiving end of the penalty. What a shame.
And I've got the penalties in front of me. So, you talk us through under this safety car, and I'll try and find out what penalty they should be expecting for that one.
So the Cherry Motor 5 safety car, I'll tell you what, Cherry Northern Beaches, they've had plenty of exposure tonight with the number of times that the Motor 5 has been out on the racetrack now. Interestingly enough, the safety car is going to come straight into the pits, so they haven't actually done what I thought they would do. They haven't waved the field through to get the race leader directly behind the safety car. So once again, we're going to get a restart without the race leader actually being behind the safety car. Just trying to work out who that's advantaged and who it's disadvantaged. I reckon this safety car has actually disadvantaged everyone from 4th place back.
Yeah, 100%. So the top 3, Gosling, Slattery and Burgess, the Civic, the Golf and the Evo are within 6 seconds of each other under this caution period. There is then a 2 minute gap to the Giunti number 13 machine, who is at the front of the field.
It's going to be massively frustrating for some of those drivers, particularly Todd Herring, that the safety car has not picked up the race leader, because they're going to be disadvantaged to the tune of almost a lap. They'll be thankful that, certainly for Todd Herring, he'll be thankful that he's got speed in that car, but his task of hunting down the race leaders has been made more difficult by the fact that they haven't restarted the race with the leader behind the safety car. The green flag waves, and once again it's the Osmond Colin Breezer car that's at the head of the queue, but definitely not the race leader. In fact, that car's all the way down in 25th position in terms of where it runs in the race at the moment.
I've just seen on timing the 81 car, that's the Benny Tran, the reigning winner of this race. The Dorian has stopped working, so we'll see if we can get Dave down there in the lane to find out exactly what's gone wrong for the defending race winner. But we are back under green, Lockie, and the number 33 machine leads them. It's done all of its compulsory pit stops. Same with the Gosling car, same with the Slattery car, and for a large majority now of this field. The question is, can the Class A and B cars catch up in the remaining 29 laps? Effectively, they have to catch an entire lap.
Well, if the Dorian stops working on car number 81, it could be that all of those laps that he's lost are not because of penalties, but because of laps not being counted as a result of his timing transponder not working. So the 81 car might not be so out of contention after all.
Just see the 22 taking the Honda Civic for second place, and Dave, you're down there with Jimmy Vernon. What happened there?
Thanks, guys. I am down here with Jimmy Vernon now. Of course, we had a little chat earlier. You talked me through the trials and tribulations, but you said the worst part of the event is that the driver, the car owner, only got a chance to do practice, didn't get to turn a lap tonight.
Yeah, it's Jackson's pride and joy. He's actually my mechanic at the V8 Super Ute series, and it was an idea to come here and race his car, and we just, I had this plan. I wanted him to start the race from the beginning, and yeah, the way things panned out after qualifying, I ended up starting, and I just feel sorry for the poor bugger. He puts his heart and soul into this car, and he didn't even get to turn a racing lap. So motorsport's cruel, but we'll fight on.
We've walked up and down the lane. I'm going to be staggered to see what my step count is tonight. So many drivers and so many teams are experiencing a lot of suspension kind of wear and tear or load related issues. Is there anything different in the track or the way that you or the team have tackled this weekend that you might attribute to what's going on up and down the lane?
I think this track's notoriously tough on cars. We know that it's tough on tyres, so I think when you add the element of pushing these cars to the limit for 300 kilometres, I think that you got to expect a few things to break here and there. But it's grassroots racing. But these cars, they roll them out and they're amazing. And Jacko's car is brand new and it's so fast. We did a 38.0 and we were consistently doing 38s, and I didn't feel like it was slowing down at all till it broke. But that's motorsport.
Now, a question for the V8 Super Ute fans at home. How do you reckon a V8 Super Ute would get on in the Picture Partners Sydney 300?
We typically do short races because they like to slip and slide around. So, look, we get 4 races a weekend and they're sprint races, and we try to look after the tyres even though they're sprint rounds because, they're quite a soft compound tyre. So, maybe chuck a slick on it. I think it'll be a bit of fun, but, never say never.
Plus, you can also put a 44-gallon drum of fuel in the boot and you wouldn't have to do a pit stop.
Yeah, why don't we just put an esky with a couple of beers in it for when we finish the race?
I think you and I need to have a chat about this. I've got an idea for a new endurance racing category. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Dave. And there's been a lead change while we were away. Here's a replay of it. So this is Ian Salteri going past the Lee and Jerry Burgess Mitsubishi Evo to take the outright lead. So car number 222 back to the front, but with a huge question mark, given that we believe they refuels the car without spending the mandatory 2.5 minutes in pit lane.
Absolutely. Overtaken and already pulled out a margin of 4 seconds while we were chatting, or Dave was chatting down there to Jimmy Vernon. Real shame for him. Really was enjoying the weekend to this point, but just not quite gone their way this evening. And what a up and down roller coaster day it has been for so many of our competitors out there on the racetrack. We've got an incredible 15 cars in the lane at this point in time, getting repairs or out for the remainder of the race. So just 45 cars remain circulating out there on the racetrack. And this is one of them, and this is the leader, as we say, but there is a question mark. The question is, how quickly are the Todd Herring, the Todd Herring, the 555 Vincent Gagan A-Class car, are they going to catch up to the B and C class cars? Well, Todd Herring has just taken 5th And as well, I noticed there the double two, the 22 machine, Miller, making an overtake. That is a lapped car. It is overtaking there on the racetrack. But just ahead of the Golf is a possible position change. And that's Chiara Zabakates, and she's the youngest competitor here this weekend. She raced in the Sydney 300 last year, but she's going solo this time, and she's a ripper young talent, that's for sure. And spoke to her yesterday. She says, I really want to get into to supercars. That's my goal. As we see the 43 on the 33. This is for second place, but importantly, it really is for proper P1 position on the road. So that's a change. Gosling takes Burgess on the pit straight with 26 laps to go. And here comes the little Golf as well, the 75. That's multiple laps down, but it's certainly fast in the hands currently of, where are we, the number 75. It's running strongly anyway. Not quite sure who's behind the wheel at this point, but running really well. Is Burgess going a bit slowly there, Lockie? Running really far around the outside. I'm not sure that Evo's working quite right.
Well, his last lap time around was about 10 seconds slower than that car's fastest lap of the race, so I think you might be onto something there. I don't think that car's running quite at its full potential at the moment, and you can see that Jerry Burgess is just driving a fraction off the racing line at this stage. One of the big questions for me at the moment, though, is what position does car number 81 actually occupy? We heard that there's been a Dorian problem with the Benny Tran car. How long ago did it happen? What lap is that car on at this stage? That's my question, because it could still be in contention if it's still somewhere near the lead lap.
Just seeing how unstable the 75 machine of Dikonski down in towards turn number 1 up the inside of 2 cars, and it bobbled about as it bumped on the inside of turn number 1. But that car certainly has a fair bit of speed behind it, but it is several laps off the race lead. But a point well made by you, Lockie. What lap is Benny Tran on out there in the number 81 machine? I thought it was a 5-lap penalty because of not doing something right in a pit stop or refueling, but it could be that Dorian problem that sees it that many laps down. So where exactly is that car? That will be repaired, I'm sure, or altered as we go. I'm sure they'll be chatting to the manual timing people to see exactly what lap that machine is on. As up the inside comes the Nissan Pulsar on the 152 Lexus. As we said earlier on, first ever car race for the driver in the 152 machine of Wayne Morvigatti. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Yes, and the Burgess Evo is into our suspicions that car was not running at full pace. Potentially confirms here as he makes his way in, and in fact he hasn't even made it as far as the pit bay. He has stopped right at pit entry, Jerry Burgess.
I'm hearing there's a 10-second stop and hold penalty. So there we go. So 10 seconds has been served. We haven't seen that come up on timing or anything, so not sure what that's for. I'm going to have a look at my penalties book. As we can you see the car heading down the lane, Lockie. I'm not sure if you can see anything for that. No, I don't see anything for a 10-second stop and hold penalty, so not sure. I'm sure we'll get onto the bottom of that. And I think this car, the Kevin Stootman car, front right tyre on the number 12 machine, the Victorian Saloon car drivers, Kevin Stootman and Karen Pridmore, is coming home with a puncture, so that'll be in the lane this lap. And speaking of in the lane, Dave, another update.
Thanks, guys. I just checked in with the Burgess team. They were advised that 10-second stop-go penalty was for a restart infringement. Unfortunately, the driver in the car was overlapping another car at the last safety car restart.
Thanks, Dave. That's great reporting from you down there. Quickly on the pulse, as always. Does a magnificent job, does Dave Stillwell down there in the lane. Myself, Dan McCarthy, and Lockie Mansell in the commentary box for this one, in what has been a frantic Sydney 300, and Kiara's going slowly now on the outside in her Mitsubishi Evo. I was just saying what a great job she was doing, but that was not sounding right, and let 3 cars up the inside, and I'm not sure has got back up to pace, so not sure on what is up with that Evo. It seems to be okay again now, but it certainly didn't look right on the exit of turn number 2 and 3. It's a case of where to look, Lockie.
It's always hard to know exactly where to look because there's action everywhere on the circuit in these races. But Todd Herring now up to 3rd position, and he's got the gap to the lead down to 60 seconds, less than that now, 59 seconds with 24 laps remaining, and he is lapping significantly quicker than the 2 cars ahead of him at the moment. So right now you would have to say that car number 77, if this race runs green through to the end, is probably the car that's in the box seat.
There's a big, it's going to be pretty close. 5 seconds a lap faster, so it'll take 12 laps to catch up. Yeah, it's going to be pretty tight towards the end of this motor race, as we see the Virag Commodore running a little bit wide. There he is. He's just taken position number 3. Todd Herring has been so good here over the past 3 years. Won the first 2 editions of the race, was a podium finisher, 3rd place in 2022 from last on the grid, started all the way at the back, made his way through up and into position number 3, and last year was right in contention for the race victory again when mechanical issues struck the Mazda MX5. So every year this car is finished, it's finished very strongly. On the outside of the 144 Nissan Pulsar and down in towards turn number 2. So the margin down to 55 seconds now. So it is about 4 to 5 seconds a lap. So with 60 seconds being the margin, that is, big moment there for the 322 machine of Daniel, well, the Turneys, Daniel and Jeff. I'm not sure which Tierney it is at the wheel at the moment, but a hairy moment there for the 322 Toyota 86, who blasts down the back section of the course. This particular corner has been reprofiled since it was renamed as Sydney Motorsport Park. It originally had a bit of a right and a left. There's a bit of a chicane into there, but now just a simple 90-degree corner made to improve overtaking, and it has done, hasn't it, Lockie, around there?
It certainly has, because it's now easier to get a run on somebody coming up out of turn number 5 and then just diving to the inside, heading into turn number 6. There is Benny Tran in the number 81 car now. Whatever the timing issue was, they are now manually timing that car, but it is showing it as being more than 5 laps down on the race leader. So I'm hypothesising a bit here, but I think you may well have been correct when you were talking about the 5-lap penalty for some infringement. And in addition to that, they're also now having to time the car manually because the Dorian has stopped working. So I think that's the assumption that we're going to have to make at the moment based on the information that's available to us through timing. Still a big question mark for me over that number 222 car, and the fact that it looks like they refuels that car without spending 2.5 minutes in pit lane. So it'll be interesting to see if there's any action coming the way of that car as well.
Let's have a run through the order then. So at the top of the timesheets, top lead in the race at the moment, the Slattery Volkswagen Golf, the 222 machine, leads the race by 23.9 seconds, but there is a bit of an asterisk next to that car. Did it serve that 3rd pit stop legally? Gosling is in 2nd, our Class C leader in the Honda Civic. 3rd is Todd Herring, our 1st Class A runner, and quickly catching the top 2 on the road. in fourth, the number 13 machine of Guttini. Then we have the 555, the second Class A car that is also coming like a train. That's the BMW driven by Vincent and Max Gagan. We've then got the Holtzell BMW in Class C. Then another Class C, that's the Will Harris and Bill Harris Commodore, running very nicely in position number 7, ahead of Ricketts in position number 8. And we got O'Neill in position number 9, and rounding out the top 10, Miller in another Evo in Class B. Our Class C leader currently is the 143 machine of Inwood. That's the Subaru, I believe, the 143 machine. And then our Class E leader at this point in time is there's not one actually within the top 30 on the timing charts. It's the Agar car. Agar car at the moment.
Yes, Simon and Nick Agar, who took pole position in Division E earlier on tonight. That division, of course, being sponsored by Enterprise Connect.
So at this point, it's Class C from Class B from Class B from Class C, and then Class A. So Todd Herring, the green number 77 on your screens on the left, and the 555 are the ones to watch with 20 laps of this race remaining. This is the Division A order. Todd Herring leading by 25 seconds over Vincent. And then this car on the screen at the moment, 1 lap down, but running quite nicely. Jones in the Honda Civic there, coming over the brow of the hill. So, yeah, not inside the top 20. Oh, the 115 running 2 wheels through the grass there. Nice, gentle rejoin. If there was any more levering on the wheel, it would have found himself in the door of the 791 machine. Here comes Benny Tran. It looks like it's going to be a hard race from here if he wants to defend the title of Sydney 300 victories and go back-to-back. I just don't see it happening with 20 laps to go. He's going to need a minor miracle if he wants to go back-to-back here tonight. But nevertheless, if you take away that 5-lap penalty, he would be right there with Todd Herring, right in the fight for the honours here once again today. Up the inside comes the Holden Astra, which was driven early on in the year by Cam McLeod at the Bathurst 6 Hour so very strongly, winning the class honours in the 6 Hour. What a pedlar that young man is, but he's not racing that car this weekend. It's been sold since then. Here are the Division E class leaders. So it's the number 18 machine that leads. That is the Agar combination, Nicholas and Simon at the wheel of that magnificent Hyundai Veloster. Then the number 10 in second, Timothy Molesworth, doing it solo in his Nissan Pulsar, sponsored by Sydney Crime and Trauma Cleaning. And then the number 41 machine in third. That's the Daniel Hay and Richard Barham Mazda MX5, and it's Barham behind the wheel at this point in time. Can you believe it, Lockie? We have Mazda MX5s in Division A, B, C, D and E. That's right, Mazda MX5s in all 5 classes here this weekend.
Just shows what a diversity of Mazda MX5 models have been produced over the years, and the fact that when you've got a combination of turbocharged and naturally aspirated MX5s from all different generations, you can set them up to run at all different speeds. Absolutely right.
We've got a few just in that picture shot right there as the 791 overtakes the 123. Of course, the 123 machine started the opening lap of the race, turn number 1 even, backwards. Here's a recovery drive from there for the 123 machine of Stephen Head. It's now got Zach Radatz behind the wheel of that car. The MX5 Mania sponsored machine, but it's certainly had a difficult start to the day, did the 123 car, but it's recovered back to 36th place. That's not too bad, I suppose, considering how their day began. As we look at the 143 machine on the screen at the moment, that is the Inwood machine in Class D. They were originally slated to be in Class D, but they decided to move down a couple of classes, and clearly a good decision because they are leading that ahead of the T&E Toyota 86, which you still have a little off-track excursion a couple of laps to go, and then the number 55 machine beyond that in position number 3 in class, and that is the Thulis Dial Toyota 86.
It's been a really good run from the boys from Bathurst in that Subaru WRX. They're currently sitting in 11th position outright, Grant and Harry Inwood, and could potentially move into the top 10 depending on how things play out over the remaining laps of this race, and also taking into account any post-race penalties. 18 laps to go, and Ian Salteri and Chem Ucell provisionally, they're the leaders of the race by 26.2 seconds, but Todd Herring is coming. He's now just 35.8 seconds off the lead of the motor race.
Last time through, Herring a 1:39.1. Second place, Gosling 1:45.9. So that shows the difference in pace there. 6.6 seconds on that lap alone. He's only 7.5 seconds behind. The fight for second is on, and here is the car in second place. Benny Tran is right behind that car right now. That's sort of inconsequential. It's just a little bit further behind. There is the Commodore behind, but just not too far out of that shot is the Mazda MX5. Oh, Chiara, she's lost the front right, has gone down. Oh, she was running so strongly. In fact, I think both fronts are down, Lucky. There's sparks from the wheels on both front tyres. So at the same time as she lost both tyres, that's an incredibly rare thing to see.
I don't think it's tyres. I think it might be some other steering or suspension issue with the car. Oh dear, yeah, she's having lots of trouble with something broken in the front end of that car.
I think that we can see metal coming, or metal shards. I think it's down even beyond the canvas. It's really worn away. That's my read, and Shane Rogers in my ear is saying the same thing, that we think it's down. Tyre's almost gone. There, see the metal shards as it turns around the corner. Yeah, that's my read anyway. So this is going to be well out of contention now. What a shame for Chiara. She was doing absolutely magnificently in this motor race, but she is coming into the lane. The 21 Mitsubishi Evo. We said about tyres on Evos, didn't we? And this is now the second of the Evo contenders to hit that problem. In fact, she's come to a stop. What's happened here? She's surely going to come down the lane. Yes, she is. That's good news. I think she thought about for a minute bringing that in the lane completely, parking it in the garage behind, and you're looking like you'll want to point at something out to me.
So, yeah, the Michael Ricketts Josh Haynes car, which had been having a very strong run, it was sitting inside the top 3 in MJS Electrical Products and Suppliers Division B, and in the top 10 outright. It has now been in the pit lane for more than 6 minutes and has tumbled outside the top 30 as a result.
Good spot there, Lockie. Yeah, from 19th, this car is in. And that's some significant tyre wear, isn't it? There it is. It is well past the canvas. That is an unbelievable amount of wear on the front of that number 21 machine. Have you ever seen a tyre look like that?
No, it's insane. She's actually done really well just to be able to get that back to the pits, as we see. That's the Michael Osborne, Tim Collin Breezer BMW with a hairy moment at turn number 1. And yet again, the braking markers for turn 2 survive. It's been incredible that everybody that's gone off the road there throughout the day has somehow managed to avoid wiping out those brake markers.
That was the other tyre we were just seeing there. So both of them, yeah, really well beyond their use-by date on the front of the Chiara machine. The Evo out there on the racetrack. Benny Tran continues his march forward. While all that drama is being going off, while we saw the 6 car take the off-track excursion at turn 1, Herring has taken second place from the Civic. There is Civic at the back of the shot, and just at the forefront of the shot just a moment ago was the number 77 machine. So with 15 laps to go, despite sitting in second, the 77 is looking like the favourite at this point in time. But as we've seen, there is still plenty to happen in this motor race. There is 15 laps to go. Just under 4Ks in length is the Sydney Motorsport Park layout. That's my rough maths makes it about 60 kilometres in distance, still remaining a large portion of this motor race still to play out as they come down in towards turn number 6. There is the Viola car. This car had an off-track excursion a couple of laps ago, 2 wheels through the grass on the exit at turn number 3. Now having a tour of the grass at turn number 11. Well, he's going to save a bit of work for the MRA team at the end of this race meeting, the ARDC as well. They don't have to mow the lawns around most of the track thanks to the Pulsar, the 115 machine. Just listening in to the Viola car. We'll let you listen for a bit of a lap here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We've just broken away because we can see there's a few changes of position just ahead. Oh, that looked a bit late, but I think it was all right. The 115 taking turn number 1. This time, no off-track excursion at turn number 11, but maybe should also take up a career as a gardener. As you see them take turn number 2. So we now know that race lead is coming down. It's down now to 17.6 seconds. And here is the number 7 car with Hanaran now at the wheel. We'll let you listen to this on board. Just broke up as we went behind Corporate Hill. That does happen with onboard sometimes, just because the hill is blocking the view and the signal there. And we've got it back. There we are. Shows how frantic it is, doesn't it, Lockie? You got to look behind and in front. Oh no, the 777 machine, who was running right inside of the top 10, or just on the fringes of the top 10, in third in the A class, has come to a stop, and safety car has been called. I'm hearing that Dave, you're down there in the lane.
Thanks, guys. I'm down here with Chiara Zavatakis, who's come in. She's gotten away very, very luckily from that incident. Not just one tyre, but 2 front tyres. Almost complete delamination for the right front. The inner carcass bulging through the steel-belted radials. The left-hand front tyre, not quite so bad, but missing about half of its tread across the face of the tyre. Now, they've actually run out of slicks for the car. They only had the 4 to get them through the event. So they're actually making the decision to switch not just the front 2 tyres, but all 4 tyres over from full slicks to semi-slicks like we'd normally see in improved production or production touring cars.
It's interesting that they've made that change. But she's jumped back in, she's getting the belts on, and she will be back out there. But this is a big story. 3rd position in Class A is out on the outside of turn number 8. This is a real shame for this car. It was a lap down, but running so strongly in class. And the number 777 has had such bad luck at this race the last couple of years.
Yeah, well, he's got further into the race this year than he has the previous couple of years, but still ended up parked, stopped stationary. And this is going to cause our 7th intervention of the night for the Chariot Motor 5 safety car, equaling the safety car record for the Sydney 300. It's going to set up a flat-out sprint to the checkered flag, and it was contact from the number 79 Mazda MX5, which carted that car into a spin.
That's Jet Herring, youngest of the Herrings in the motor race, making quite significant contact down there. But I'm surprised the 777 hasn't just been able to refire the car and take off again. So that's a real shame. But this changes the race with 13 laps to go. Herring had pretty much caught Salteri. Gap was down to about 5 seconds when the safety car was called, and this is really going to affect the 222 B-class machine. But more than that, for Gosling, who is running a nice, comfortable 3rd place, will now have the 13 Class B car of Giottini right behind him. Will Harris, another C-class car, and Vincent as well. There are still 9 cars on the lead lap in this race. Waving to the camera is our race leader. He's clearly been told that he is on the camera. Thumbs up, and rightfully so. You're leading the motor race with a few laps to go, but I think inevitably Herring may be overtaking in the not too distant future. Clearly things going well for the 222 machine, as we see them come around the final couple of corners. Oh, Lockie, the number 555, second in Class A, has come into the lane. A very unscheduled pit stop with just 13 minutes to go. This is going to murder the number 555. So with 13 laps to go, the Class A field has just changed in the flick of a light switch.
It has depleted, hasn't it? Unbelievable. So really is going to leave only one Division A car inside the top 10, and that's going to be Todd Herring, our pole sitter.
Incredible story. Started with 6, wasn't it, I believe, in Class A, or potentially even 7. But they've fallen by the wayside. The next best is Jones in Class A, who's stopped on the side of the road. Beyond that, Benny Tran, 5 laps down in 32nd position. It's not been the race if you want to be in Class A. Todd Herring will be hoping that he can bring the car home. But it's been the curse of Class A this weekend.
How about the Giantini boys? That's been one of the best performances of the race for mine, because they qualified a fair way down the order, and they've worked their way up to be right in contention for a podium finish. In fact, given that they're in Division B and the Adam Gosling, Brent Howard entry is in Division C, you'd have to say that Giantini should be fairly comfortably able to dispose of them at the safety car restart. They came from 21st on the grid, the Giantini boys, and they are right in contention for a podium.
Gosling as well, the C-Class Honda Civic. Where did that one start, Lockie?
26th.
There you go. So 2 real strong performers there, and well outside of the top 20 to be sitting 3rd and 4th position in this race with just a few laps to go. The other standout for me is the Will Harris and Bill Harris combination. That Holden Commodore is certainly not going to be the most easy car to race over 300 kilometre distance. Oh, this is a 79 car, so this is the car that hit the 777 down there at turn number 8. And they're trying to, I think they might just take the front splitter off, Lockie. I reckon at this late stage of the race, just get that car back out there and back in contention. With just a few laps to go, it's probably not going to affect you too badly. But this is not where the 79 car wanted to be at this stage of the race. It was inside the top 20, not anymore. Falling down, losing places the longer this car stays in the lane. We'll have a bit of a run through of the classes then. So Slattery leads in Class B and leads the race as well. That is Class B, presented by MJS Electrical Products and Supplies. He leads from Giattini, who you say is one of the performers of the race, and then the Miller Evo as well. Class A being led by Todd Herring, really the only one anywhere near the pointy end of the field. Vincent is currently second, and the car being towed back to the lane is in third position. Then in Class C is Gosling, Will Harris, and the Holtzell machine. But the safety car thing is about to come in. Here he is, our Class B leader out there at the moment, supported by MJS Electricals. But I think a pass for the lead could be coming in a matter of moments. The 222 is just 6 seconds ahead of Todd Herring as we are about to go back green with 11 laps remaining in the book. What can the 222 do? Fourth place in the Bathurst 6 Hour outright last year. Can it withstand the pressure from the 777 Mazda MX5, the two-time race winner, Todd Herring? It's going to be a tough ask, but if there's one man that can do it, it's the man currently leading the motor race as we restart with 11 to go. 4 seconds the margin when they cross the line. Of course, that margin reduces as we go back to green. And there he is, second place, the two-time winner. Hasn't won since 2021. Won the first two editions of this race in 2019 and 2021. Dave, you're down there in the lane.
I am, guys. So we saw the 79 of Jet Herring make an unscheduled pit stop, and we heard the unfortunate sound of a front splitter drag on the ground. I thought this would be a good opportunity to have a look. It's not just the front lip here, it's this whole under tray that goes all the way back under the radiator and then under the front half of the engine. You can see that it was dragging on the ground, it was getting stuck. This is going to have, now, they get the car back in the race, they've taped up the splitter rods which attach here and to the edges of the splitter, but the car's going to lose a huge amount of front downforce, and with the rear wing still on the boot lid, the thing's going to understeer like crazy. So Jet's really going to have to pace himself, because the way the car's been handling up to this point in the race, it's not going to handle that way anymore. We've seen a lot of tyre issues so far. If he's not careful, he could have a tyre issue just purely from lacking that downforce throughout the course of the rest of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. That will be an issue. Here we go, down there, up the inside on the number 101 machine. Oh, Todd Herring, who's looking so good at the moment, nearly had his race ended right there. And then, but here we are on the pit straight, a change for the lead, but look at the power of the Golf down the straight line towards turn number 1. He takes the place back. Passes the A-Class car down in towards turn number 1, but runs a little bit wide, and through comes Todd Herring. So for the first time in this race, the 777 car leads the motor race. Todd Herring takes it up at the front of the field. He leads now from the B-Class car of Slattery, and around is the number 53 machine. Not sure where that is, whether that's turn 4 or turn 8. It's somewhere in that middle section of the course. I believe it's on the outside of 8. That's what I'm hearing in my ear. There's some significant steering damage there. The front right and the front left are facing in completely different directions, and it's going to be hard to bring that car back into the lane. But there has been a change for the lead. There's the 555 back out there on the racetrack, but that is not running well at all. The Vincent Gagan car that's been running so well all day is coming home very slowly. Have a look for what has happened here. Oh, I really can't work out. Oh, the Astra's been involved in that. There's been a heavy hit. The Astra has ploughed into the side, I think, of the MX5, and the MX5 has come to a stop. Look at all the debris. That could cause a puncture on one of these cars, that's for sure. So there's a lot of debris down there. There's a car stuck on the outside of the road, Lockie. There's a bit of a demolition derby down there at turn number 8.
And I'll tell you what, Matthew Giantini is now all over the back of Ian Salteri in the contest for second position. So Salteri was looking a bit slow there. He got balked, I think, by the Commodore. Giantini now ranging up onto the back. So Giantini challenging Salteri for P2 outright in the motor race. That VW Golf, check out the straight line speed.
It's unbelievable.
It has been wicked fast in a straight line, that VW Golf R. The fact that he's been able to pass the Commodore. We're going safety car again, our 8th safety car intervention of the race as the Chariot Motor 5 returns to the circuit with 9 laps remaining. And a look at the damage to the number 46 Oscar Butt Troy Durwood Astra, obviously caused as a result of that contact at turn 8. And oh no! Will and Bill Harris, that car has run flawlessly all night long. They'd worked their way up into the top 5, and now they've got late dramas as well.
In class podium position after inheriting the win in the class last year. It's not going to be the same again this year. It's on the other foot this time. It's them that have struck problems. This is the number 53 trying to limp it back to the lane. It's all happened in the closing laps of this race. Well, it's all happened throughout this race. There has not been a dull moment in the 2024 edition of the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300, but there are class podium sitters falling by the wayside, left, right and centre. But look at the damage to the 46 machine. He has ploughed into the side of that MX5 at turn number 8 at quite significant pace. This car will not be repaired in 9 laps. I am very sure of that. The radiator's been destroyed. There is significant damage. The bonnet's been pushed up, and oh no, it's not even going to make it back into the lane. The 74 car pulling over on the run towards turn number 9. Will Harris and Bill Harris, the father and son duo, were looking odds on for a podium. But in endurance racing, and particularly the Sydney 300, it's never over until it's over. And the safety car has not got the race leader again.
It's been a bit of a recurring theme tonight. We've now eclipsed the record for safety car appearances, this being the 8th safety car of the race. The race record has been and gone. We have now passed the 2 hour and 25 minute mark of this race. But still some battles to be resolved, and still 7 cars on the lead lap. So if we can finish the race with that number of cars on the lead lap, that'll be a new record as well.
Yeah, certainly will beat. The record currently sits at 6. Can we go one better in 2024? So just hearing the leaders at turn number 4. So we've definitely not picked up the race leader, and that will mean I think it's going to be unlikely that we will have that record unless the safety car lets the whole field catch back up. This is where the race leader is on the road, so it's catching up to the tail end of the train. So number 77 ahead of the 73, but 73 not in contention for the race victory. And this is the 222, second place in this race outright last year. 4th place in the Bathurst 6 hour
so just
earlier
my
on this year.
Does that car sound not quite right when he's off throttle? Just have a listen. There seems to be a bit of a clunking or a vibration, and it seemed to be at its worst when he was off the throttle. Just listen to that.
There is a bit of a rattle, isn't there?
What's that all about?
So, not sure if there is a problem. We just break away from that. There's a bit of confusion here. I think the VRAG Commodore has just turned, the lights have gone off. It's all gone out on pit straight. So the VRAG, a bit of a reset. I think the cars can overtake because there is, what's the rules, Lockie? As far as I'm aware, if there is an ailing car, you are allowed to overtake it under safety car, but nobody's willing to do that. But the VRAG Commodore is almost rolling to a halt here and pulls to the inside of the track. It's another car that we're losing late on in this motor race. Oh, it's really turned into a race of attrition, hasn't it, out there on the racetrack. So now it's the number 42 Commodore that is coming to a stop. Oh, I haven't been able to catch my breath. We've been racing now for 2.5 hours. We've still got 7 laps to go, which is a 10th of, or an 11th of the motor race still remaining. But crikey. Oh, the this is the number 7 on the back straight, the number 7 machine.
You are kidding me.
Viola for the second year in a row.
In a row, a late retirement or a late mechanical problem. Last year he wasn't actually a retirement because he limped to the line and his night's done. Our naming rights sponsor out of the car, out of the race, game over. Unbelievable.
Wow.
We're actually going to get the question that you now have to ask. We've got 7 laps remaining. It'll be 6 when we get to the start-finish line. There's 2 more cars that now are going to have to be recovered. Are we actually going to get a green flag finish to this motor race?
He's in the passenger door. Look, I think he's trying to fix this on the road. I'm trying to work out. I'm sure he's in the passenger seat, trying to do something. He's well off the racetrack. He's in the passenger door, trying to fiddle around in there, trying to fix something. He's on the escape road on the exit of turn 8 and down by turn 4. He's well out of harm's way, but it's a strange thing to be doing at this point of the race. I'm trying to work out what's going on there, Lockie. Number 42 has come to a halt as well. As we saw, the car did not have any go on the pit straight and pulled over to the side of the circuit. So this one out of contention as well. This is another car that wasn't running too badly, comfortably inside the top 20, but no more. Cross this one out of contention with 7 laps to go. So our Class A leader and outright race leader at the moment is Todd Herring, 2-time race winner in this category, and he's looking to take out the Lendrive Finance Division A honours. He leads Slattery and Giantini in Class B. The Class B brought to us by MJS Electrical Products and Supplies. So they are leading the way in Class B. Third in Class B is the number 22 Miller Evo. Then Class D, that is the Live and Learn group supported division, and that's being led by the 43 Honda Civic of Gosling ahead of the number 80 BMW, and then the number 44 machine that really has been the quiet achiever in this one, the number 44 Porsche 944 S2. Have we even mentioned that car, Lockie, in this race?
No.
And here it is, sitting in Class C podium position. Lee Burgess had to serve that penalty a few laps ago. He sits in 9th. He is in position 4th in the C class. Beyond that, in 10th position, and our Division D leader, brought to us by Crisis Transport and Logistics. That's the 143 machine, and that is currently being led by Inwood in the immaculately presented Subaru WRX STI, and they've been leading that one for a majority of the race, haven't they, Lockie? They are ahead of the Teeny 86, both the Teenies behind the wheel there, and then not too far behind them is the 3rd class car in D, and that's the number 55 Dial machine. So it's all been happening in this motor race. Class E, as we look a little bit further down the timing podium, that totem that is being led by the Agar machine, and again that one has also been at the front of the field for a majority of this race.
It has qualified on pole position within its division as well. 6 laps remaining, will be 5 when we get to the start finish line this time around, and the safety car is now in front of our race leader Todd Herring, and we've got 7 cars on the lead lap at this stage. Talking about some quiet achievers, we talked about the Chris Stannard Porsche 944, which has just stayed out of trouble, crept its way up the order all night long. John O'Neill currently at the wheel of that car, and it sits in 7th outright. Alex and Dieter Holzel, they have come from 32nd on the grid up to position number 5 outright. And the veteran Jamie Miller, the former Supercars privateer, who has raced solo in the Mitsubishi Evo, 6th outright, 3rd in MJS Electrical Products and Supplies Division B.
Jimmy Tran, notably in the 818 machine, is a lap down and has been for some time, but he's just been chipping away as others have fallen by the wayside ahead of him. Now sits in 8th position, and you might have seen good news for everybody. Safety car is in at the end of this lap. We're going to see a 5-lap sprint to the finish in this Picture Partners Sydney 300. Notably as well, the pit stop window has closed, but I'm quite certain that everybody has completed all of their compulsory pit stops. They certainly had enough safety car periods to do it in, that is for certain. It's been a real race of attrition. Hopefully we can get 5 green flag racing laps to the finish of the Picture Partners Sydney 300 here in 2024. Todd Herring leads the field. The car second in the queue is a couple of laps down. We're on board with the car that is second in this motor race, just a couple of car lengths ahead of the number 13 machine that is driven by Gittini. So watch for that. That is the B-class fight, and also second outright as well. Great start from Salteri, takes it up to the inside and takes that place, but as we say, that is just putting the 73 car down a lap, but the 73 car's responding up the inside at turn number 2. This is not what Slattery wants. He wants to be trying to pull away from the number 13 machine, the Honda Civic that is not too far behind. There it is, that black machine, just a couple of cars behind now. He's got a lot of work to do. You're right, it certainly doesn't sound right off throttle, the Golf, as it roars down the hill. There's a real thumping, juddery sound off throttle, but hopefully that Golf can make it home to the finish. Potentially a second place finish for this car. Took a defensive line there and a defensive line out the corner as well. This car is under attack. Is it under attack from the 73 machine? No, that car's down the road. It must be the number 13 behind it as they head down towards turn number 6. Such a tight technical corner, this one, with grass to catch you out on the exit. Chris Sutton's running well. Here we are. This is for second in the motor race. The 13 machine swings it around the outside and takes second place from the 222 Golf. There's a lot of debris still down there at turn number 8, but it is no doubt that the 13 machine has demoted the 222 down a place, although Slattery tried to get back up the inside at turn 9. That shows the straight line speed of this car. If he can keep it within a couple of car lengths coming onto the straight, it might be in contention, but this car, I think, is limping home. It does not sound right at all.
It still seems to have plenty of grunt in a straight line, but you saw there that he actually got checked up by Jimmy Tran. Can he get down the inside of Giantini into turn 1? No, he'll have to get out of the throttle. The difference there will be that the Golf is on treaded tyres. The Honda Civic with Matthew Giantini at the wheel is on slick, so Giantini can just carry that much more mid-corner speed through turn number 1 and through the high-speed, constant radius corners around the back part of the circuit. So the Giantini car, which started outside the top 20 on the grid, now into the lead in MJS Electrical Products and Supplies Division B, up to second outright.
Yeah, how is that with just 4 laps remaining in this race? A change for second position outright and a change in Class B. The 222 machine really has done nothing wrong all day, but it has been demoted there in this one. Looking a little bit further back, there is the 43 Honda Civic. That is the leader in Class C. Class C, of course, brought to us by Live and Learn Group, but he is coming under pressure now from the number 80 machine. But look at this, Gosling is actually catching up to the Golf as well. So the Golf, I don't think, is running quite right. So the Gosling C-Class car, the Honda Civic, is catching the Golf for outright third position in this motor race. There is so much still to play out, but there's the BMW now behind the Honda Civic. This is the fight for the Class C victory and fourth outright, and there it is. The BMW is right there now as they come around the final corner. There'll be 3 laps to go at the end of this one. This race has well and truly come alive here with this late race safety car period. Great run from the BMW up the inside. We've had a change in Class B. We've now got a change in Class C. Holtzell goes through, takes Gosling with just 3 laps remaining in this race. How good is this, Lockie?
What a finish it's been. The outright race leader is Todd Herring by 8.5 seconds. He has the Class A win and the outright win. All he needs to do is keep his nose clean for this final 3 laps. But the battle for the final spot on the outright podium and for a couple of the divisions B and C still well and truly up for grabs in the closing stages of this race. I saw as well, Benny Tran, look at that. 1 minute 34.8 if you don't mind for the BYP Honda Integra. He knows he's out of contention. He doesn't care about breakouts anymore, and he has unleashed.
This is for third outright, Lockie. They're not in the same class, but this is for outright third position. The 222 Golf is not running like it was early on in the race. Last time through was nowhere near what he did early on, and here comes the 80 of Holtz trying to get through. Can't quite do it there. The Holtzell machine, the BMW. Yeah, around the outside at turn number 8. Surely Slattery's going to come back up the inside and does so. Oh, that was deep under brakes. The brakes really glowing there. They're both wide. And through comes the Honda Civic up the inside. Back into third position. Oh, the BMW's out through the grass. 4 wheels. Black comes Slattery with that great straight line speed. He retakes third position now. The Honda Civic looks up the inside at the final couple of corners, but around the outside comes the Holtzell BMW. They've exchanged places about 5 times in the last couple of corners. Great exit from the BMW, but this is where the Golf comes into its own. I didn't think Salteri would be able to retake that place after losing it, but he did so. It was a big dive up the inside, down in towards turn number 8, but he did so. He reclaimed it. They both ran wide, and the Honda Civic, the number 43, came up the inside. There it is to retake that one, and the BMW doing a bit of grass track action as well. There's 2 laps left in this book. I'm beginning to lose my voice. It's been a frantic race, and it's coming down with an absolute cliffhanger here. This is absolutely the way we wanted to see this race finish. Here we go. The 3 cars again dueling down the hill in towards turn number 4. The brakes are gone. The brakes are gone on that Golf. It's limping home. Is it the brakes or no? I think the tyre's gone, Lockie. I think the front left tyre's gone. It's down. It's delaminated. It's flat. The 222 is limping home. It's a wounded car. He's going to struggle to finish in the top 5 here in this race. That is not what you want to see. The Golf has lost third, and it's about to lose fourth. Gosling has got a great exit out of turn number 6 towards Corporate Hill. But that Golf is limping. Look at the sparks under the left front. That is an expired tyre and falls down to 5th position. He'll be looking in his mirrors. The next car is that yellow and orange Mitsubishi Evo. There was 3 Evos in that shot. It was the middle one. And he might demote the number 222 down a further position. He's actually gaining, though, back on the Honda Civic and could take it back in the straight line here. I think that's what you heard, Lockie. All those laps ago, it was the tyre.
He's done extremely well to hold on. It's been the straight line speed of the Golf that has saved Ian Salteri. But you can see there he's having to juggle the steering wheel. He's still going to come back and get down the inside of the Brent Howden as Adam Gosling Honda Civic into turn number 1, but can he get it stopped for turn number 1? We are on the final lap of the motor race. Todd Herring is the leader by 7.4 seconds over Matthew Giantini and Alex Adita Holtzell, who started this race 32nd on the grid, on for an outright podium and Division C victory. But what a performance from Todd Herring. It's been far from straightforward. He got buried in the pack with that early pit stop, but how can you take your eyes off this battle a bit further back in the pack? There's a white flag waving to indicate a slow-moving car, and still Ian Salteri holding on resolutely. Chris Sutton, he's not on the same lap. He's a lap behind these cars, so not in contention in terms of battling for track position, but rounds up both those cars anyway. Here he is, though, Todd Herring. What a performance it has been from the driver of car number 77. And last time he qualified on pole position, he won this race. He dominated it. Tonight, started from pole again. An early pit stop buried him in the field. He didn't have track position. He had to fight his way back up through the order. But he is going to become the first triple winner of the Sydney 300 tonight. Todd Herring, your picture partner's Sydney 300 winner for 2024.
What a performance. The fight further back, though, is still on. There is the Golf. It's back behind the Honda Civic again. And in fact, it's fallen behind the Evo of Miller as well. So the Slattery Golf has fallen back from 4th to 6th on this final lap. What a shame. Looked like second outright was going to be possible. 10 laps ago, we were talking about a potential win, but it's going to come home a wounded and disappointing 6th position in the race. What a performance, though, from the 43 Civic. Gosling comes home in 4th, ahead of the Evo 22, Miller, and then Slattery. Beyond that, O'Neill in the number 44 machine. And just as we think the race is finished, there's more drama out there on the racetrack, Lockie. The number 76 has come to a halt on the run towards turn number 9, and the 75 is running slowly as well.
So the Mazda 3 there of Brendan Scholar and Greg Boyle, winners at the Wakefield 300 a couple of years ago in a Mazda RX-7, jumped into a Mazda 3 this weekend to have a bit of fun, but that car expiring on the very last lap. Here, incidentally, is Benny Tran, the number 81 Honda Integra. All those timing problems seem to have been resolved, and he is going to be credited with position number 8.
How bizarre. How bizarre that the story of that race was for the Benny Tran machine. As you say, at one point was recording 5 laps down, but those 5 laps have been returned, and he's now classified in position number 8 out of absolutely nowhere, beating his brother Jimmy Tran home in position number 9. So a very strange end to the race there for the defending champion, the 81 machine, who in the end, unfortunately, just strategy ruled that machine out of contention late in the race. Set the fastest lap of the race. It was an illegal lap, a 1:34.8, very much breaking out, but had 3 warnings, only used the 1, so will remain in Class A, won't be disqualified from the meeting. This car has got back going again and will cross the line. That is the number 76 little Mazda crossing the line. Not sure what has happened there to the Brendan Scotter and Greg Boyle machine, but it has come home, which is good news for all involved. Well, Lockie, let's take a bit of a breath there. That was an incredible edition of the Picture Partners Sydney 300. Take a breath.
Take a breath and appreciate what an incredible finish to the race it was. Todd Herring, a supreme performance to take the win once again. But how about some of those other driver and car combinations that came through from deep in the pack to end up with outstanding results? Matthew and Aaron G and Teeny, a standout performance to win Division B and end up in 2nd place outright. And Alex and Dieter Holtzel overcoming the disappointment of retiring last year to win Division C and come 3rd outright after starting 32nd on the grid. Outstanding stuff.
Incredible. And that was a car that had so many mechanical issues last year, so really great to see that car has come home strong. We just saw there Todd Herring, now a 3-time Sydney 300 winner, 3 times in 5 years. That is an exemplary record in any endurance motor race. And Lockie, I know you like this stat about race times. That was officially the slowest Sydney 300 in history. No surprise considering the amount of safety cars that we had here this weekend. But that was certainly one of the most dramatic, that is for certain. A race that had action from turn 1 until the very final turn of the motor race. that is going to remain a classic Sydney 300 for many years to come. But Todd Herring, doesn't he look relieved and overjoyed with that race? He certainly had to work hard for that one. Was nearly a lap down in the final 45 minutes, but made his way forwards. Took the win just after the penultimate safety car period ended, and with 5 laps to go, managed to hold off the pack and take the race victory. He looks absolutely elated with that, and so he should. What a brilliant performance, doing all 300 kilometres by himself, all 77 laps, and certainly looks a bit worn out, and so he should be. What a race, though, from Todd Herring, a 3-time winner in the Sydney 300. All 3 of those coming in Mazda MX-5s. He did it with Harris in year 1. Andy Harris did it solo in year 2 in 2021, and he's done it solo again in 2023. Dave, I believe you're down there with Todd Herring.
I am, guys. I'm down here with a jubilant Todd Herring. Now, for those of you who've been following our coverage of the Sydney 300 supported by Pitcher Partners know that I made quite a few trips down to the Herring Performance Garage, but it's nice to see you in victory lane, a 3-time winner of the Sydney 300. Can you tell us just how you did 77 laps on your own tonight?
I really can't tell you, mate. I feel like I've been hit by a Mack truck, I really have. Those safety cars were just, they worked in my favour something fierce. I made a colossal stuff up with my rear tyres though. I said just do loaded side, and forgot that the 2 tyres on the rear are totally different sizes, so I had to go back to Speedway and I had to tip it into the corner and try to get the weight off the inside one because I could hear the diff just squealing. So yeah, I had to go back to Speedway days to get it here, so it was fun.
Well, you certainly put on a great show for all the fans of the Mazda MX-5 tonight. Congratulations to you and everyone in the team. I'm guessing you've got a few family members that you'll have to spray with champagne very gently and tenderly tonight.
I will do, mate. Yeah, I couldn't have done it without them. They help me, my team, my crew, my family. They support me bad habit, but I can't believe it. I've done it again.
Well, well done to you and the entire team. We're going to visit the next of our divisions, but well done on taking out Division A and outright in the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300.
Thank you, mate. Legend. Ta.
Doesn't he sound absolutely exhausted? Friends and family giving him a huge congratulations, and rightfully so. But that one clearly meant a lot to Todd. Had to fight so hard for that one. It wasn't an easy victory. It looked early on like it was playing into the hands of the Division B and C competitors, but Shear's pace could not be beaten and takes the outright honours. Dave's down there with another of our class winners.
So I've got the Brothers Giattini of the number 13. Oh, lucky 13. And now I've got Aaron with me. You started off in the car. How was that?
Oh, yeah, really good. It was pretty full on with cars everywhere, 60 car field grid or something like that. So, yeah, there was cars everywhere, but a lot of fun. Pushed really hard, and luckily, I don't know how we got here, but we got here.
It doesn't look like there's a scratch on it. Now, how was the end of the race there, Matthew?
Mate, you have to give me half hour to let that sink in. Holy crap. At one point, the last safety car thought I had a bit of a drive shaft issue because it started to click a little bit. I'm thinking, oh no, is this going to be the end? But no, it held on. And then the fuel pump, we weren't sure if it was feeding enough. And then it was just everything was happening in the last minute. Thinking maybe we had to stop another one, and I just sent it, and it held on, and here we are somehow. But oh man, that was a race. Tell you what.
Definitely is. You always find weird and new, interesting noises to discover at the end of the race, particularly if you're in a class-leading position. Well done to you both. We're going to move on to our next division. Great job. Is your co-driver around?
So a brilliant performance from those guys. It's quite remarkable that they finished second outright in the end there. And down there once again, Dave, down to you.
Thanks, guys. So we've got our Live and Learn group Division C winners here. The family Holtzel aboard their BMW 135. It's actually, no, my apologies, a BMW 1M. So how did the weekend work out for you? What can we attribute this performance to today?
Oh, it was a challenge, actually. The start of yesterday and today, we battled a fair bit of stuff.
couple of oil leaks, and just, we've had the car pretty thoroughly in bits for the last 2 weeks. So, we thought we were going to be really challenged tonight, and we were until, the end. We're very pumped, mate. It was awesome.
Yeah, definitely. I saw half the front end of the car apart in the lead up to the race after qualifying. Certainly the cooler conditions meant we didn't have to rely so much on those last-minute oil cooler modifications. Now, I see we've got the newest pit crew member of Team Holsall here. How was the end of your race? You want to have a chat?
Right, that was the full ham sandwich. That was with the lot. I sent it. It was good. It wasn't anything left on the table.
Well, looks like we've got an aspiring journalist joining us in the pit lane. We're going to move on to Division D. Well done to the family Holsall aboard their BMW.
Quite remarkable, the battle late on in the end there between so many competitors, the Civic, the BMW, the Golf, and it really went down to the wire. But in the end, it was Todd Herring that took the win by 11.1 seconds in the end. But Dave is down there with yet more class winners.
Well, we're just arranging the appropriate amount of merch in the Inwood family team. So it looks like the Subaru WRX got you home in Division D in position 1 in class. How was that tonight?
Yeah, no, it was a stellar effort from the team. Didn't step a foot wrong all night. Pit stop was just faultless, Car just did what it wanted to do, and it was great.
And you managed that performance with that sort of mustache. Now, Dad, you're clean shaven. You're going to give this boy shaving tips, so he certainly doesn't need to give him any driving tips.
Oh, I can't help him. I tried. Man, what a great couple of days. Last night wasn't looking good, and then this morning the car just didn't miss a beat all day. Team was fantastic. The car just ticked away. It did it at 6 hour, about the 6 hour, and has done it again now. For an old car, how good's this?
Well, they say if you knew, you'd be in a Subaru. Nice job in Division D, boys.
Absolutely. Coming home in the end in position number 13. Just one lap down in the end. So a really great performance from those guys, finishing ahead of the Tierney combination in their 86. Dave, down there with our E-Class winners now.
I'm down here with the last of our division winners, Enterprise Connect Division E. It was meant to be an Agar family affair, but it was an Agar solo affair tonight. Tell us what it means to finish up here on the podium tonight.
It's awesome, man. It's my first podium ever. It's a strange feeling, but it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Now, you had your brother, I believe it was Nick, had to pull out before the start of the race. Have you ever driven anything like this for this long?
No, definitely not, no. He halfway through the race, he just said I was doing well. He's got a bit of a headache, so you're finishing it off. And I was like, all right, well, let's do it.
Well, I think regardless of what your choice of post-race beverage is, be it champagne, beer or other tasty beverage, you've certainly earned it. Well done to you and the team tonight.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
That concludes our roundup of the division winners. We'll go back to central commentary and we'll get set for a round of podium results for all of our divisions in what has been a thrilling instalment of the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300.
Thanks, Dave. Thrilling indeed. Really has been. You can see all of the cars are now back in the lane. I'm sure several of them will be towed back after what was an attritional affair. But the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300 has been run and won by Todd Herring, his third Sydney 300 victory. 11.1 seconds in the end from the Giottini combination. The Holsalls came next in their BMW in position number 3. Beyond that, we had the 43 Honda Civic, who was so close to taking a outright podium, but coming home in position number 4. We then had the 22 Jamie Miller Evo. And then the hard luck story late in the race, the Ucell and Salteri Golf GTI that was running so strongly, second in the race, looked odds on to finish in that position with 5 laps to go. But delamination in the front left, costing that car dear in position number 6. Beyond that, outside of the top 10, we have Burgess, Jerry Burgess and Lee Burgess coming home in 11th in the M1 lap down. Boydell and Walsh, our Winton 300 winners from last year, also finishing a lap down. Beyond that, the Inwoods, who won Class D and were absolutely elated with that, as they should be, ahead of the Tierneys, Vucikovic, and then Pop Savak. Osmond, Columbrita, Thulis, Dial, Dennis Parna, Wayne Moviglietti, and the Thornton Totani combination rounding out the top 20. From there, the names continue to come through. Agar coming home in position number 21, but as we say, it was just a single Agar in the end. Simon Agar finishing in 21st position. Hovey and Baskus coming home in 22nd ahead of Marcus Rumler. Timothy Molesworth in position 24. Jet Herring had an incident at turn number 8 late in that race and came home in 25th. Elliot LeBrock in the 101 machine ahead of Oldfield and Giovenco, who at one stage in the race, about the halfway point, were leading the motor race because they were yet to do a pit stop. They came home 27th ahead of the Head Radats 1-2-3 machine that started the race facing backwards at turn number 1. A recovery up to position 28 for that car. Beyond that, Barney and McLaughlin in 29th, and then Vincent Gagan. Not sure what happened to that BMW late on, but it was running so very, very strongly. But in the end, 5 laps down, position 30. And that was just half of the runners in that Sydney 300. Another 10 crossed the line, and then it was the tale of woes. Mechanical issues, crashes, accidents. There were so many stories in that motor race. As we can see, the 222 Golf GTI, which is the Slattery Vucevic machine. I mean, that car was right in contention all day long. Second here last year. Thank you. Yes, give us a wave. Absolutely. Bad luck, guys. Real shame for you guys. I'm sure you'll come back strongly again next year. It really was a tale of what could have been such a strong runner in endurance races in the recent past. Second here last year and 4th in the Bathurst 6 Hour. I'm sure you'll come back stronger again next year in the Sydney 300. But just that left front tyre couldn't quite make it to the end. The 44 Porsche, just looking through the front windscreen, wasn't that a late race story in Class C? They stole 3rd in the class honours there, and they just snuck up out of absolutely nowhere. That was a real interesting story. Me and Lockie didn't mention it until the final 3 laps of the motor race. Snuck up very, very quietly and came home very, very strongly in the Live and Learn Group Division C category, that driven by Chris Stannard and John O'Neill. That was one of the big stories from that particular race. So many tales up and down the field. Benny Tran and Jimmy Tran coming home in 8th and 9th. They'll be hoping for more next year. Just strategy it was in the end that didn't quite fall their way. They certainly had the pace, but unfortunately not taking a couple of early race safety car periods where the 777 did, and that really was the change in things. Herring pitted on lap 13 under safety car and completed 3 minutes under that safety car period before it went back to green, whereas the 81, the defending champion of Benny Tran, elected to do so a little bit later on in the race, and by then had lost the crucial track position, and in the end finishing 1 minute and 27 seconds behind the race winner. So Herring reclaims the Sydney 300 crown, and the defending champion Benny Tran, I'm sure, will be coming back even stronger again in 2025. And that was one of the things everybody was saying. Todd Herring was saying it to me yesterday. Benny Tran said the same. And everybody up and down the lane was saying, we've had to make so many performance upgrades this year just to try and stay at the pointy end of the field. And for some, it ended up in mechanical dramas. For others, it ended up in incidents and accidents. But for some, it really worked out, and Todd Herring was one of those. We're going to take a very quick break here on Blendline TV. Up next, the podium presentations from the 2024 Picture Partners Sydney 300. Thank you for joining us on Blendline TV and around the venue at Sydney Motorsport Park. Presentation about to begin. Lachlan Mansell, I'll throw down to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the podium presentation for the 2024 edition of the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. Another epic race with plenty of lead changes, a record 8 safety car interventions and an absolutely thrilling finish. We'll start with our podium place getters for Division E, which is presented tonight by Entcon Enterprise Connect. Third place for Division E. Would you please congratulate Daniel Hay and Richard Barham. Congratulations, gentlemen. Talk us through your race.
Well, it was a first time for a 300 for me, so it was a pretty good event. Lots of fun, lots of cars, and just keeping the mirrors checked all the time with all these fast cars that kept coming past us. But no, really good fun. Thanks to everyone here to host us.
Congratulations. Take your spot on the podium, gentlemen. In second place for Division E, Tim Molesworth. Congratulations, Tim. The multi-pulsar doing the job for you tonight.
Yeah, thanks to track school and Jordan Cox for getting the car all prepared, and all the teamwork and everyone else. Thank you very much.
Well done, and they took pole position in Division E earlier in the day. They've converted it to victory in the division in the Hyundai Veloster. It's Nicholas and Simon Agar.
Thank you very much. Simon drove really well, car performed well, and we got there in the end.
Well done. Take your spot on the top step of the podium, $1,000 prize. Well done, guys. Step up onto the podium, collect your check and your trophy from Terry. Coming home in second place tonight in Division D, which of course is presented by Crisis Transport and Logistics. You've had plenty of success in production car racing in recent times. How was your race today?
Thanks, Lockie. We had a good race. Bit of dramas yesterday in practice, but we sorted that out this morning. We had a pretty good race all in all, I think. So I'd just like to thank Dan mostly for putting the car together, and Dave from D Sports, and all our family and friends for being out here to support us.
Well done. Good job, guys. P2 on the podium. Trophies and prize money coming your way. And your winners of Division D tonight, the boys from Bathurst, the Subaru WR. Well done, gentlemen. A solid performance. Not only did you win your division, but you ended up in the top 10 outright.
Yeah, no, it was just a great effort from the team. Car ran faultlessly. Pit stop was just on the money, and yeah, thanks to everyone.
Good job, guys. Top step of the podium is yours. Ladies, join me in congratulating your Division D podium. And coming home in third place in Division C in the Porsche 944. They stayed under the radar all night, ended up with a great result. Chris Stannard and John O'Neill. You guys flew in under the radar tonight, ended up with a great result. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Great team and great co-drivers. Thank you.
Good job, guys. Step up onto the podium, please. In second place, and they were in contention right at the pointy end of the field there at the end in the Honda Civic. It's Adam Gosling and Brent Howard. What a performance, gentlemen. Punched above your weight all night, and you were in contention right at the pointy end of the field come the business end of the race.
Yeah, no, it's so much fun, so much fun. The Honda punched well over its weight, as you said. Just keeps going round and round. We drove marvellously. We stayed clean, stayed out of trouble, did a perfect pit stop. So, yeah, no, thoroughly enjoyed it. It's a great event.
Good job, gentlemen. $500 prize money coming your way. Take your spot on the podium. And your outright winners of Division C tonight in the BMW. They came from 32nd on the grid, ended up on the outright podium as well. Alex and Dieter Holtzel. These boys are a little bit excited. That was a tough race for you with an early retirement last year. This must feel very sweet after that.
Yeah, it is, thanks. Last year was tough, and this year started off looking the same, and we're mega pumped. It's awesome. We want to thank Fork Logic. Paul's been unreal. We've done motorsport from the 6 hour to here. It's a great partnership, and we're very happy with that. One Raceway, been awesome with us too, and iBarks. We've had a great night. Thank you.
Good job, guys. $1,000 prize money coming your way. Thanks to Live and Learn Group. Let's have another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for your Division C podium. Division B tonight, presented by MJS Electrical Products and Supplies. Big thank you to them for their support. We'll just let our Division C boys vacate the podium. And we'll get up here to start off with third place in Division B in the VW Golf Chemu Cell and Ian Salteri. Another solid performance from you guys. The car was fast. You're obviously battling with a bit of a handling imbalance there at the end, but fighting for dear life and produced plenty of entertainment for us.
Yeah, we were leading with 15 laps to go, and we thought, the strategy was good, the car was fast, and then a bit of suspension issues and delaminating the front right, and around here you turn left a lot, so that didn't really work for us.
Still a good result for you guys, though. Please take your spot on the podium. $250 prize money coming your way this evening. Our runner-up in Division B tonight. He's a veteran of motorsport, but he's still very fast. I'm talking about Jamie Miller.
Yeah.
Good job, Jamie. I'll tell you what, the Evo still has it, and so do you.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've driven, as you know, Lockie. I drove here last year, did a pretty average job, but previous to that it was 20 years ago at Bathurst. But it's a great car, got a great team, great strategy. I appreciate everything you guys did tonight and previously. Dashport, Darren, he's always looked after the car well for me. And not much more to say, mate. I drove my balls off.
And ended up with a great result. Jump up on the podium, Jamie, well done. And your winners of Division B tonight in the Honda Civic, Matthew and Aaron Giantini. Well, what a drive through the field, guys. Started down the order but charged on through, and you were right there in contention at the pointy end come the end of the race.
Yeah, I have no idea how we did that, to be honest. We started, 21st? We just pushed and pushed and pushed and somehow ended up here. I don't know. Just massive thanks to all these guys. Like, without them, there's nothing we couldn't have done this. Big thanks to Cameron from First Choice Lawn Care, Victoria Hotel, Pyramid Hill, Coating King. Without everybody helping us out, there's no way we could do this. So big thanks to all of them.
Well done. Jump up on the podium, enjoy the prize money and enjoy the celebrations. Ladies and gentlemen, there they are, your Division B podium for the Picture Partners Sydney 300. Thanks, gentlemen. Please vacate the podium. And that takes us to our final division, Lend Drive Finance Division A. Some more prize money up for grabs for our top three finishers in Division A. And third place in Division A tonight, the BMW E36, David Vincent and Max Gagan. Car was fast all night. You're right in the thick of the action. Well done.
Yeah, thank you, mate. We were on then at the start. We were flying. Dave had a good job when I handed over to him as well. It was a good night, and unfortunately, we had a bit of an issue there, but, mate, wouldn't put it any other way. We've had a great night tonight.
Good job, mate. Well done. Third place, $250 prize money. Our runner-up tonight for Division A, a driver who we're very much used to seeing on the podium here in these 300k races for BYP Racing, Benny Tran, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, Benny.
Yeah, thanks. It's a tough race for us. We had drums in pit stop, but our car pace was good, so can't complain with that. So, but still, big thanks to our team who came out to support us, and the Quintini brothers, well done. Division B. Awesome result for second time out, so yeah, couldn't be proud of the boys, yeah.
Good job, Benny. Jump up on the podium. $500 prize money for you. And your Division A winner of the Sydney 300 tonight, another driver who's had plenty of appearances on the podium in these 300k races. A big round of applause for Todd Herring. How are you feeling, Todd? Another epic drive tonight.
Like I've been hit by a Mack truck, mate. I'm running on 1 hour's sleep. I can't believe it. Yeah, I'd standing next to this bloke again. We can't separate us, but thanks to everyone. Thanks for Terry for putting on a great event. Thanks for the officials. Thanks for everyone that came, watched it, everything you, everyone, mate. I can't believe it. I'm just lost for words. Thanks.
Some more celebrations for you tonight. Enjoy the prize money, enjoy the trophy, jump up on the top step of the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please give a round of applause to your picture partners, Sydney 300 Division A podium. Right, thank you, gentlemen. I'll get you to jump down because we'll now move on to our outright place getters.
Does this one need an extra zero as well?
To present our trophies to our outright place getters at the Sydney 300 this evening, would you please welcome our naming rights sponsor from Picture Partners, Charlie Viola. Come on up, Charlie. Thanks, Charlie and Picture Partners, for their continued support of the Sydney 300. And coming home in third place outright tonight, they started 32nd on the grid and they charged their way onto the outright podium. It's Alex and Dieter Holtzell. Your outright runners-up this evening in the Honda Civic. Also a big charge through the field for the Giantini brothers. Put your hands together once again for Matthew and Aaron, ladies and gentlemen. And your outright Sydney 300 winner, his third outright win and the second time that he's done it for pole position. Give it up for Todd Herring. They're all class winners, so they can stay up here. All right, we'll just get you to come down and we'll get you to give your trophies to be looked after, and then we'll get you back up here with the other division winners because we do have a very special celebration to come for you guys as well. It's been a big night, it's been a long night, it's been an epic race, but as is tradition in the Sydney 300, we like to celebrate hard. So I think you all know what's coming, and that is that it's now time for some champagne!
You're going to jump in with Dave.
Oh, what a night in Western Sydney. An amazing 2024 edition of the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. The pinnacle event for grassroots endurance racing has taken place here once again under lights around the 3.9 kilometre Gardner GP circuit of Sydney Motorsport Park. It was a privilege to bring it to you from pit lane, and thank you so much to Dan McCarthy and Lachlan Mansell for bringing it to us from the box. Lachlan, I didn't get the bird's eye view that you got. Talk me through what actually happened tonight.
Everything that we love about those Sydney 300s happened tonight. We had strategies unfolding, you know, all different cars running all different strategies, a mixture of cars running at the front of the field at different stages of the race. Bit of controversy, quite a few front runners going out with mechanical problems and other dramas, and then a late safety car that set up a big sprint right at the end with cars battling it out for division wins and for the outright podium. So another epic edition of the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300.
And so many people, particularly this year, going home smiling, happy. Cars a little bit worse for wear, but with thanks to so many amazing partners here at MRA, we were able to send a lot of people home with some very fancy and some fairly hefty novelty checks that they'll be looking forward to banking on Monday when they open at 9 a.m. Lachlan, can you give me a highlight from the commentary box?
That's pretty hard, but I think... you know, if I go back through the memory bank, I think that last safety car and the epic battle, particularly with the Chevy Excel Ian Salteri VW Golf trying to hold on for dear life with suspension that was clearly not fully functional and battling it out, just trying to hold on for an outright podium while being hunted down by a number of other cars. That was pretty exciting.
Definitely. I want to say a huge thank you to all of the people behind Blendline TV that helped to bring you this event live and free via internet streaming and whichever device or platform you're watching on. We thank you so very much for joining us. Now, tonight wouldn't have been possible without the valued efforts of so many volunteer motorsport officials. So if you're interested in getting involved in the sport, but being behind the wheel or working on a car isn't quite your thing, get in contact with your local car club, get in contact with MRA, your local racetrack, or whatever discipline of the sport you like. There's always room for more volunteer officials, and the next best person could be you at home. Lachlan, I'll hand to you for some closing comments of your own, and then I'll take you through a list of all the people that brought us here tonight.
Yeah, an absolutely classic edition of the Sydney 300. Thoroughly enjoyed being part of it. Big congratulations to Todd Herring. He has firmly established himself as one of the legends of these 300 kilometre endurance races with his third victory at this event.
Absolutely. And of course, we couldn't have had such an epic event tonight. And I did check in just before the last safety car. They didn't need to refuel the Cherry Northern Beaches safety car. But thank you so much to Cherry Northern Beaches for supplying that beautiful safety car tonight. We definitely got a fairly substantial test drive out of it. And of course to our division partners, to Enterprise Connect for Division E, to Crisis Transport and Logistics for Division D, to Live and Learn Group for Division C, MJS Electrical for Division B, Lendrive Finance for Division A, and of course the magnificent checks and display boards that they brought to the podium. And of course, a huge thank you to Charlie Viola and all of the team at Pitcher Partners. Without you and all of your valued support, we cannot go motor racing at this level. And we, from our bottom of our hearts, we say thank you for an amazing night. And we look forward to joining you all right here on the screens of Blendline TV the next time out for the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300.
This is it, the moment we've all been waiting for. This is the pinnacle of grassroots endurance racing in this country. This is the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. Kilometres in length, 77 laps. It's the one they all want to win. In the Sydney 300, expect the unexpected. Anything can happen in this race.